called a road, it's called a rainbow road. It is a road that you go. It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road. And you will know when you get there. It's called a road, it's called a rainbow road.
What's up, everybody?
It is a road that you go.
You guys go to Rainbow Road?
That you go when you die.
When you die.
It's a road called Rainbow Road. It's a road we're all gonna go. It's a road called Rainbow Road. It's got.
What's up, everybody? How we doing? How's it going? Oh, starting off strong. Oh man, I am. I think I'm okay. With this potentially being the sick ep. You know what I'm saying? Because I do anticipate this being probably the episode where I have the least stuff to talk about, because shopping is not my forte. Not really my vibe. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see what I think. And hey, maybe Matthew M. Dog Mercer will introduce me to a whole world of shopping that I was unaware of. Maybe he does it exceptionally well. Maybe I will take away a lot from this. What's up, Undead King? How you doing? I still want to figure out how to get your names to not be so dark and scary. But before we jump into things, I'm gonna give probably my more of my overall takeaway from the Underdark, which as you can tell by the thumbnail, I didn't like. But I have kind of a few overall takeaways, a few overall facts or not facts, but features about why I think I didn't like the Underdark so much. And number one on the list, mega dungeons are hard. Mega dungeons are very, very difficult to keep interesting and to keep a good pace. And to not make boring or to not make like overly stressful. Like they have to strike a really fine balance. So I think that mega dungeons, just in general, as a general concept, very difficult and very, very easy to get wrong. Second, the Underdark as a mega dungeon kind of has a unique flaw that I think makes it an especially bad setting for a mega dungeon, even though it feels right. Which is that I think that when you're going through this sort of mega dungeon, you need to have what I would call a safe harbor. Some way through it, probably halfway through it. So that your party, in their further exploration of the mega dungeon, can have this safe harbor to come back to. That even though the world outside is dangerous, they know that in the walls of, a Myconid city, say, if it was the Underdark, within the walls of the Myconid city, yeah, it might still be tense, but they are not under constant threat. Yeah, Resident Evil safe room. Exactly. When you're on the level of like individual dungeons, like ones that take you 1 to 2 sessions to get through, you don't really need a safe room, right? Like players can essentially construct their own safe rooms for temporary usage, right? But when you're on the level of a mega dungeon, you really, really need that safe harbor. The next thing I would, and I think that the Underdark is particularly bad for that, because the Underdark is certainly not like another plane of existence. Like, it's not a Hells, so to speak, where everything is, fundamentally hostile. But it's pretty fucking close. For everyone who's playing through Baldur's Gate 3, literally everyone that you meet in the Underdark is like, "Pwah, you're going through the Underdark, surface dweller. You look like you just crawled out of your mom's womb. You can't survive down here." And that's just like the vibe of the Underdark. Everyone's like, "Oh, fuck you. It's real dangerous down here." And that makes it like I think a natural choice for a mega dungeon, but is also kind of fundamentally problematic because it makes it harder to work in that safe harbor aspect. I also do not care for the Underdark. I loved Clarence, but it did drag a bit, mixed with trying to learn a whole new characters mid-campaign. Yeah. I think that like mega dungeons in general can have a tendency to drag a lot. And then pairing that with the Underdark, where you either have to kind of ignore the fact that they're in the Underdark a lot, which was one of the repeated criticisms I kept giving Matt, was, holy fuck, you're in the Underdark, make them fucking feel like it. I do not feel like they're in danger. I feel like this place is fucking empty. Like, I don't feel like there's shit here. And that was because if he had really made them feel like they were in the Underdark the whole time, it would have been like a brutally stressful stretch of sessions, right? So, the other thing about a mega dungeon, and this is actually interesting and decent advice to take generally forward for dungeon design, but I think it is even more important for mega dungeon design because of how much time you're going to spend there. Dungeons can be straight lines, right? A dungeon, it is literally okay if a dungeon is a relatively straight line from like A to B with several, forks that kind of go off to nowhere, or maybe they go off to something interesting if you do explore the other way. But it's very okay if the party can just go from A to B, theoretically, if they made all the right choices in like one straight line. That's okay. But you run the risk of them feeling like it's a straight line, right? Like it's okay to design it like that, but the players can't feel like it's designed like that. Otherwise, you run the risk of intercepting the railroad type feelings. It's okay to put your players on a railroad as long as they don't realize they're on it. And with a mega dungeon, it was so clear. Like, just like, okay, we're in the Dwagar area. Now we're in the other Dwagar area. Now we're in the in-between area. And now we're in Yugg-Varil. Just boop, 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 boop. Like very, very straight line vibes. At no point did I really think that there was like a choice, right? And again, that's maybe okay within individual segments, but it can get really dangerous as it's kind of drug out. I think there's also an element that looms over the campaign, especially in the Underdark segment. We've missed like 2 years of story, which means we're catching up on Allura and Kima and their quest. That is fair. I don't fundamentally disagree with that. And I think that is a good, like, that's like a general criticism of maybe just campaign 1 in general, is that they didn't do maybe a good enough job of really catching us up on everything. But honestly, I'm not going to probably dive into that too much, purely because that's like kind of an actual play critique, rather than something that you guys can actually take home for your own table. But I do agree with you, Riste. I definitely agree. But when it comes to this non-straight line design, right? You can take a straight line. So think about a dungeon that you have in your head. Think about it on its straight line. There are probably several obstacles, right, along that straight line, in between start and end. Everywhere that you have an obstacle, take it out. Just like take that little chunk out, and then we can set it up like the spokes on a wheel. And this is, again, where the safe harbor really comes in to its own when we're talking about this mega dungeon design is you can design a dungeon. You'll find a lot of video game dungeons are designed like this, especially a lot of Zelda type dungeons where you have to go, or Metroidvania. These are really, really common in Metroidvania type designs where you have to go off to a place to get like a key card or literally like an iron key that then unlocks a door in a different part that then lets you go to this other place where you get an ability that lets you go back to another part of the map and, you know, get up to a ledge or something with that new ability. You see this a lot in Metroidvania type designs, and to make it really simple in D&D design, I like to think about it as spokes on a wheel, especially if you have a safe harbor. So you go in from the entrance, you get to the safe harbor, and then the rest of the dungeon, you have to go boop, 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 out into the dungeon. You know, maybe it's like, ooh, need to go to the Emberhold. We defeated the Emberhold. We got some sort of MacGuffin or information or NPC that is now going to help us go out to the next spoke on the wheel that will then help us go to the next one and the next one. But every time we're circling back to the safe harbor to help keep the pacing nice and aligned. And that way, every time we leave safe harbor, we can really quickly escalate the danger to make them feel like everywhere outside of the safe harbor is dangerous and dastardly. And if you want to get even really tricky with it, you can then close the way behind them. You can have them go out from the safe harbor, have a rock slide or a cave in, block the way in behind them. And now they were leaving expecting to go back to the safe harbor. And, now they have to venture off into the unknown. So that sort of design lets you play and really have a lot more control over the pacing and over the escalating danger within any given area. It just makes it so much easier to design as a DM because these mega dungeons are so hard to design that this design strategy isn't necessarily better, but it's much easier. So I do agree that the Underdark is fairly weak. Mega dungeons seem quite hard to do convincingly. Exactly, Restay. I'll put that flea in a box and put that other box in another box, and then I'll mail that box to myself. What? I don't know. Robin, I think... Oh, man. Are you talking about like my spokes on a wheel? I think that's what you're talking about. But yeah, it's like... when you want to do a mega dungeon, you need to think about ways to make it easier on yourself, which I don't think Matt did convincingly. I think that's my big takeaway from the Underdark is that, and even let's talk about 3/4 of the way through, Keyleth and Vex have a fight about pushing on at this point and not going back to the surface. And actually like going down and getting to Kavarn. And even that sort of interaction, I love it if maybe even you cut off, like, right, so we had a whole conversation about like, why didn't they just go back to the surface? Like, if I'm a player, I know that the DM doesn't want me to go back to the surface. I know that the DM has more to explore in this dungeon, but the DM needs to present it in a way that me as the player can choose to follow the story with them because it makes sense for my character, right? Because my character wants to do the safest and most reasonable thing, and even if that doesn't make a good story, right? My character wants to fly the eagles to Mordor, but that's a boring-ass story. My player wants to take the journey, wants to go along with the fellowship on foot. That's what I want to do as the player. And so the DM's job is to present things in a convincing way that I, as the player, can choose their story. So when we talk about this mega dungeon design, the safe harbor, yada, 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 it's very, very simple. A very simple option is they go down from Craghammer, and they go, they go for a little bit, and they hear, or maybe they fight something, or there's a big something that happens that very clearly just fucks the way behind them. There is no getting to Craghammer anymore. They are in the Underdark. They're going to have to find another way out. And then you present them with Safe Harbor. And so now they don't even know the way out. They're trying to get their goal done. And they have this safe harbor to keep coming back to for this arc of the campaign. And now you've essentially just shrunken the world. It is still a mega dungeon, but you've shrunken just the normal pace of the world from the entire world to a region, which allows you to still play with the same pacing mechanics that you normally use, just on a smaller scale. So it's a really easy way to make that mega dungeon more grokkable, and to make them engage with the dungeon in the first place. Like, if you're going over the entire course of a mega dungeon, you have to make sure that your players are into it the whole time. Or not your players, but the characters. You have to make sure that the characters have a convincing reason to go through the whole mega dungeon, which their original ask was to get Kima. It was kind of hard to convince them to go and get Kavarn. Because that's something you do have to convince the characters to do. The players obviously know you want to do it, but you have to convince the characters. And if the whole thing is like, hey, you have no way out, might as well go get Kavarn, like, it makes that discussion a lot easier. It makes that that suspension of disbelief much easier for the players. I played. Oh wait, why is my chat all funky? One sec. Oh, there we go. Oh god, it's still funky. Oh, there we go. I played in a Mega Dungeon E section of a D&D game, and we ran into a similar we can go back situation. It makes sense, but it feels weird and kind of cheap narratively if that feels like an option. Yeah, because like as a character, I don't want to go back. I know that the DM has more for me, right? Like, that it's just weird. Like, but I also don't want to, like, totally disregard my character's, like, logical instincts and just, like, make them do something weird for the sake of the story. So yeah, really, really thinking about that is very important. The DM had obviously designed the place for us to go through all in a go with a big boss at the end. Yep. And we ended up going back to camp and recharging and stuff. And so I think that if you provide that explicit safe harbor where, like, you know that they can go back at any time to that as the DM, that helps you design everything else. You're like, okay, within the dungeon, this is the safe place. Everywhere else, you are going to have to fight to make it safe if you want it to be safe. So, yeah, I would say, like, if you want to do a mega dungeon, you have to think about it as shrinking the world, not expanding a dungeon. Because a dungeon's mechanics really do not work the further you expand them. Like the general way we go about doing dungeon crawls in D&D. So that's my big takeaway from the Underdark is that. And I'm potentially thinking about doing more stuff with like going back to our Emberhold discussion and like maybe like making like a revised Emberhold map. That would be kind of cool. So I mean, if you guys are interested in that, let me know. You know, might help with priorities on like what I'm working on in the back end. Other than that, yeah, that's pretty much it. I will now transition into everyone's favorite thing, shopping. Woo! Yay! And apologies for any coughing. I don't really like physically feel that sick anymore, but I am still probably getting over a sickness. So I might have a little bit of the cough, and if it becomes an actual problem, I might have to end early, but I'm really hoping that I don't. So this is an absent player announcement and their reaction.
Welcome back, guys. We have some interesting aspects of playing tonight. Orion and Kyle will be here shortly. He's currently stuck in traffic. Unfortunately, we will not have a Sam Regal tonight due to his schedule. Laura Bailey and Travis Willingham are loving Grog and Vex are out of town in Florida, but are Skyping in via modern technology. We're gonna try and make this work.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Okay.
Audio set up right now.
Yeah. So we're getting this figured out, kind of willy nilly.
Man, this is so great.
They'll stay and play as long as they can. They are 3 hours ahead of us. To be fair,
Wait.
we have friends across the coast that get a.
Are they? He just motioned. Are they on like a laptop? Because that's gonna be hilarious if they're on a laptop. He said Skyping in, and I was like, yeah, it's a stream. Like, you know, there'll be an on-screen element like I am. Are they? But he just motioned to them, which is making me think that maybe they are.
4 a.m.
We'll
talk,
see.
so
We'll see.
You guys,
That's true.
you should hang around as long as you can. We can't hear you right
This is
now.
gonna be crazy if they are.
Even better. So
They're
anyway,
inside
so figure this out,
laptops.
guys. I'll let you know we already hit our first milestone for subs.
No way. Pre-COVID tech, you're joking. Wait, okay. So we're not going to watch the recap just because I have a habit of talking too much, so I need to shorten these episodes any way I can so that we don't go until like midnight. So let's see. Holy shit, they're on an iPad. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. Oh, what's up, John? Hey, how you doing? Howdy, Ed, as well. That's so funny that they have all of this. Like they have like 3 different cameras, probably like 3 or 4 mics set up. And they don't have an on-screen element with Travis and Laura. Insane, dude. Insane. Oh man, that's so funny. That really shows that like these guys were like TV and movie producers and crew. Like they were used to doing stuff physically and like with all these like cameras. But the concept of putting the Zoom people just in an on-screen element I don't know if it just didn't occur to them or if they couldn't get it set up in time. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. The good news is I think this is a shorter episode, so there's technically more time for talking. We'll see. What up, Inspire Red? How you doing? Oh man. This will be fun.
So there we will pick up again. At that point. So the rest of you guys have eaten your meal.
Eating our meal, delightful.
So all of you guys both sore and exhausted, having barely seen sunlight for a little over a week, and being probably just the first or second good meal you've had since leaving Craghammer proper. You all finish your food. Grog, hungrily so, double the size of his normal intake of delicious meats and starches. Tiberius has not seemed to have woken up or found his way down from his room as of yet. However, you guys did recently receive...
Volume can get cranked? Good to know. I don't know. This is one of the things I did the big reset on my computer, and I was really hoping that it would help with these audio issues, but like sometimes my shit is just like, like it'll just like randomly get quieter for some reason. And I think it's something to do with Windows and my audio drivers, but I've not been able to figure it out and like dedicate enough time to troubleshooting. Orion already has 8 ticks. Oh, I haven't reset the counter yet. Good call. Yeah, no. He has 8 ticks for just not showing up yet. No, I haven't reset it.
A rolled up piece of parchment, a notification from the Council of Taldore saying that you have been requested to the council chambers at some point this afternoon around the midday sun to discuss your return and the kind of the situation and conditions about it. And that was all it said.
Right. And is Lady, I can't remember, is Lady Kima with us at this point? Is she
She's with you.
unstoned?
Okay, small thing already. I love me some letters. In the same way that I like visions, because they can be vague and poetic and misinterpreted. I love when people are summoned or communicate via written letter. Because it provides so many options for forging, for misinterpreting, for all sorts of shit, for just being intercepted and like the information going to someone it shouldn't, all sorts of stuff. So I think a lot of times, a lot of communication, at least that I've seen, is handled via messenger in a lot of campaigns that I've run and ran in. And I've found as I've continued to gain experience that I've started to prefer letters, not only because they're slightly more realistic, depending on the contents of the message, but they have so many more options that a human courier definitely still has, but has less of.
She's unstoned. You've already had the conversation with her last week, talking about the horn, basically interrogating her. But yeah.
And we said that we had it somewhere safe, but not. Aren't we playing coy with that?
You were playing coy with it, but
I got downstairs to go get Grog.
Yes, and Grog returned with it, and you guys had the conversation, basically saying, "Oh, it's safe. Don't worry, it's fine." Groggabush has it currently in the bag of holding.
But we haven't told her that it's in the bag of holding, right?
No, you just said you have it somewhere safe.
We just said we have it somewhere safe.
Oh, also, all right, you guys know, anyone who's been watching the stream for a while knows that I love to leak shit. I love to talk about stuff I'm doing that may or may not ever happen. I've talked about so many videos that I have never posted. Not because I won't. A lot of them are still in the works. It's just I love telling you guys about all the ideas and the things I'm working on. And I have some very cool stuff in the works. Very, very cool stuff. That I cannot tell you anything about. No leaks, but I am working on, I mean, this is not a leak, but I'm working on DM Live, but the second DM Live has potentially gained a, not a new angle necessarily, but it will certainly be more unique and interesting than the first one. And beyond that, for anyone who followed any of my stuff on TikTok, which is, I think, probably no one, but I did repost a lot of it on YouTube Shorts. So if you've watched any of the YouTube Shorts, you will know that I did a rework of one D&D's Druid, and I kind of made that into a whole document that you could use on World Anvil. And I am kind of potentially creating something that's sort of a step up from that. So I'm working on some big stuff, big creative things. Probably won't be out for months, but I'm excited about them. And if you're still around in a few months, maybe you'll see what they are.
Correct.
Okay.
Turn them up a little bit.
I'm highly entertained.
I think
Why
we're
not
getting
hear
feedback.
them?
Oh, I see.
Oh yeah, that's us.
Right, that would be us.
Yes.
Sorry about that. We'll figure this out, guys.
No, it wasn't too bad.
Yeah, this is
Thanks,
the
Underdark.
new attempt of technology with our out-of-towners. So.
It's amazing.
It's working pretty
It's
well.
working pretty well.
I'm kind of impressed.
Yeah, it's so wild how low tier this tech is. And they're like, whoa. But this is what, 2015? Like, this is so funny.
Well, we have have we actually opened up the parchment and read it yet?
Oh yes, you have received it.
Oh, and we.
Just started, literally.
Hey, ready?
Oh man, this is going to be so interesting to see if Tiberius is more annoying because he has more of a chance to talk, or if the fact that he's talking over less people in the actual room will actually make him more tolerable. This could go either way.
And what's going to happen?
He's going to crawl under the table. There you have it.
Good
Welcome.
morning, sleepyhead.
You gotta play back
That's
speed.
a couple hours have
Think a little
passed.
too much last night?
Hi. Oh, right. Oh, hello. Oh, am I here? Am I?
Yes, you just come
You've
downstairs.
just now come down after many hours of breakfast have passed. It's now pushing around 11 o'clock in the afternoon, comparatively, and Tiberius comes storming into the main dining hall of your keep.
Good morning, everyone.
You seem so. What is that?
Dude, yeah. I do the ultimate, like, I owed up to my words. It's like I criticized Matt Mercer for 50 hours. Like, let's see how I handle it. Everyone on screen has aged noticeably, but Taliesin looks so much younger compared to how he looks now. Oh, that's so interesting. It is, I mean, at this point, what, 8 years later? I mean, I have certainly aged noticeably from what I looked like 8 years ago. You might not want it at you might not want it increased for the next 2 minutes. Interesting. Okay. It was yeah. Okay, that's fine. Let's try it.
Oh,
I know it's the shopping episode, but I'm maybe there's some stuff before the shopping.
this is my own bag of holding. I walk over to Grog and I open their bag of holding and take out my Wheel of Mending and I put it in here.
You got your own bag of holding?
What?
Yes, that's what I needed the extra gold for before I left.
Where did you go to get that?
We're FaceTiming? Hi, guys!
Science. We are the coolest.
I was like, that's Laura's voice. Where the hell did it come from?
At least we think we're cool.
Sorry, that was not on your guys' end. Sorry, I'm back. That was. I forget. I have a few plugins that make OBS easier for gathering footage later. And those plugins are dope. But also, if I get a little too loose and lax, it'll just make OBS crash. So I'm back. We're back. Sorry about that. Yeah. Let's keep going.
So, Tiberius, we're just waiting for you to awake. I think we should probably go and see the Emperor, like you do. Talk about the little problem we have.
Wait. Where did you go and get a bag of holding in the time of us sleeping and you waking up?
If you recall, I actually went to Draconia. Right. This is when we all woke up to begin with.
You didn't tell us that.
Why would I have to tell you that?
I didn't say you didn't have to. I was just saying you acted like I should know, and I'm saying I had no idea.
I could have sworn I cast that and said that last game.
No, you just stayed in your room and did it your own.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, so right now you're crazy to me.
Right.
I'm also a little disturbed that it looks like that bag of holding is actually made of you.
Yes, it does look like it's made of that seems cruel.
Actually, this is wyvern skin. We use it in the Air Force of the Draconian Army. And when
Air Force?
Yes. Draconia has an army. 500 standing, 200 are airborne.
But they have
Draconian
an
soldiers.
Air Force.
Yes.
Wait, do they fly?
No,
Never
they
mind.
just blow. They force
No,
air.
we have trained and tamed wyverns, which we have utilized, and they are part of our culture.
I've never seen a skinned one.
Yes, so I went to the local shoppy and purchased a bag of holding because I realized that I did not hold my own Wheel of Mending for a long time,
That was frustrating you, wasn't it?
it was extremely frustrating, especially because it's my artifact.
Sure.
But yes.
Well, that's good. It's probably good to have
And it
a
comes
second
with
one
water,
of those.
that's very
Oh, and it comes with water. How handy.
It holds a lot of things.
How fantastic.
So, we should probably get off to see what the Emperor wants.
Before we do that,
Where's Scanlan now?
Not here.
Scanlan is currently in the room eating breakfast.
Okay, we're all eating breakfast still, right?
I'm waiting to give my judgment until this is over.
Well, not you. You've apparently been globetrotting.
Right. There's, Scanlan, I was thinking about our last encounter, and I'm gonna take off my ironstone. That's kind of chilling. This is a particular thing that you've seen me use several times. And I've noticed in the last couple of battles you've actually literally run out of spells to cast. And I propose a friendly trade. The crown on your head allows you to do certain things which you have not utilized the last several rounds you've owned it. And it seems you've actually complained about not having extra spells to cast.
Rounds of what?
Rounds of battle, facts. So,
Okay.
I assume that you could probably actually use this more. I have a tool that allows me to do it to begin with, and it's come in rather handy, as you've seen. What say you, Scanlan?
Scanlan looks to you and thinks for a second. and goes,
It's not fucking there.
You know what? I'm gonna think on that. Wait till I'm of more rested and solid and sound mind before I can make any sort of
fucking
arrangements
obvious.
or trades here. It would be unfair, given our current state of.
That's true.
Dude, yeah.
Scanlan, you should probably wait till you're feeling a little more present.
Agreed.
Good
Agreed.
plan, Scanlan.
A couple hours at the local brothel and all shall be fine. He cracks his fingers expectantly.
Well, welcome back, even though we didn't know you were gone. I've eaten.
Were you
Most
gone
of us
all
have
night?
eaten.
No, just for about an hour or so.
Oh.
It was a quick trip. I knew.
Just saying hello to family and that.
I just literally went to a shop I knew in Draconia and picked up the item. I wasn't sure if they had any on and really didn't want to waste any time looking for one.
Well,
Good on you. Shall we
go
meet
to
the Emperor?
I've eaten. Let's politic.
I think so.
All right.
This is so.
Can you guys hear us fine?
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Just give it a talk is all.
Scared to talk.
Chime in, please.
Yeah, feel free to chime in
One of
whenever.
us. One of us.
Balls, taint, ale, nipples.
That's our grog.
hey, there's Grog.
Travis just breaking the tension. Holy fuck. What the hell, dude? That was so intensely awkward. Oh my god. The part like right here where he's just like looking and like drumming his fingers.
Well, welcome back, even though we didn't know.
What the fuck? What is? Oh my god! I have to like look up the fucking treasure table. Is 500 even enough for a bag of holding? I don't remember. Fucking magic items by rarity 5e. Is that enough? Oh no, this isn't at all what I was looking for. Magic items cost by rarity. I mean, I guess it. Theoretically, according to the table, it's like the top end of the scale, but that's just okay. So I have an explanation to be as absolutely generous to Orion as I can possibly be here. I have had it at my tables before, and I've had DMs at my tables before, where I introduce a concept to the game based on my backstory. So maybe Draconia did not exist before Tiberius's backstory. And generally, when I introduce that, or I've let my players say, you know, like when they introduce that, or, you know, sometimes it's a religion, sometimes it's a culture, it's a street gang, what have you. I give them relative creative control over that. But the idea of like he's essentially saying, if that is the case, he is then saying, because I had creative control over this area, I DM'd into existence a bag of holding in a shop in this place, and then decided on what the price was myself, and then just paid it? I mean, what a... I just can't. I really am flabbergasted. It's just, Draconia was Orion's idea, which is why he constantly refers to it. Yeah, which is fair, but then you cannot use, like, the DM gives you creative control over those things to make interesting RP and narrative decisions and introductions to the story. It is not for you to get access to things that you want. Like, by that same token of logic, he could create a wizarding academy that has powerful NPCs that could teleport to help them if he scries to them. I mean, it's just... when you start actually giving it mechanical significance, you lose your privilege to create that. I mean, that's ludicrous. That's positively ludicrous. I don't even know how many to give him. It's not even annoyance. It's just like, I don't know how he legitimately thought that was a good idea. Like, that this was like something he was like allowed to do. I think that, like, in his head, again, being as generous as possible, I think he looked at the recommended price range, which is 250 to 500, and just say, well, I'll pay the top of that. And if Matt's been a good DM and has been keeping the economy in line, then that should be fine. But, like, that's not something you can assume. Oh my God, that's insane. It seems pretty obvious based on the reaction from everyone at the table that this is unprecedented. Yeah. The only theory I have that gets Orion off the hook is that he yes-anded when Marisha asked him about his IRL bag. But in character, he said it was a bag of holding. But he narrated, like, taking the wheel of mending out of the other ones. Like, it seems... I mean, John, you're doing a great job being his public defender attorney. Like, that may hold up in court, but oh my God, if I'm on the jury, I'm not going that way. Oh my goodness. Hey DM, I just ran home really quick and found this deck of cards lying around in the street. Looked at one of the cards and now I have 3 wishes. Yeah. But on the other hand, since he thought he told everyone that he teleported and back from Draconia, I don't think it was improv. It was him doing something without the DM's approval. Yeah, man. Fully pre-planned, because at one point in the past episodes, he went for his wheel and didn't have it because Grog, holding the bag, was not with him. Yeah. Like, I remember this, and Percy mentions that, or Taliesin, mentions that of like, oh, it was really frustrating you not to have that. But that is... You just had... And this is fine if he talks to the DM about it. Like, if he talks to Matt, I'm sure, like, based on everything I've seen from Matt Mercer, I am more than positive that if he goes, hey, Matt, I don't want to take up time in the session for this. Can we just, like, handle this off screen? I am, like, 1,000% sure Matt M. Dog Mercer would have been more than happy to do that off screen if that was what Orion wanted. I have not seen anything that suggests that Matt wouldn't have done that. So just insane. Just like I don't like the word lack of respect, because I think respect is like an incredibly loaded term, but just a crazy lack of, I don't know, awareness? Like, that's not okay? Oh my goodness. I always figured he'd talk to Matt, but that may be wishful thinking. That's why I minimized the chat, because I could not see Matt's face did not look like he had talked to him about it. Matt's face did not look like that, and oh yo yo. And then he tried to initiate a trade of magical items with a player who was absent. Oh, that was that's why I was like, I don't even know what to do right now. Like, that's like, are you lack of consideration? That's maybe a good way to put it. But like, did he actually want that to happen? Like, I honestly can't tell, because like, if any other player had done that, I would have just thought they were like fucking around. But it seemed like he actually like expected Matt to like go along with that, just while Sam wasn't there. Which is, I mean, again, it's like, I don't even know what to say. It's not even like bad play. It's just like, I legitimately don't understand how your brain is working. That like, this is like the neurons that are connecting. I don't know how to comprehend that. I'm flabbergasted. He did say he was taking 500 gold. He said he was taking 500 gold. He didn't say he was going to Draconia. Because everyone last session told me, note that 500 gold. And I was watching the rest of the session. I was like, oh, what's the 500 gold for? He just said he was going, and this is the thing. He did, again, if we give him the most charitable interpretation, he talked about how he casted magic circle or teleportation circle. But I think everyone else at the table interpreted that as him starting the casting it every day to make it permanent, because they've also established that they don't have a permanent circle at Castle Grayskull. So he took the 500 gold, he casted teleportation circle, and I even said in session, I was like, that's weird, teleportation circle doesn't take 500 gold, like, I don't know why he did that. And then he said he was going to bed. So I think it was pre-planned and the words just didn't come out of his mouth. I don't know. I'm just flabbergasted. He didn't tell anyone in the party. It seems he had not actually told Matt what he was planning. It's also not clear where the 500 gold. I think he took it from the treasury because someone talked about Laura being the treasurer. I don't know. I feel like if he had already talked to Matt, he would have gotten immediate verbal confirmation, especially given, Matt would have RP'd it. Like, Matt's done a great job of talking about things that happen off screen. It's one of Matt's big strengths, I think. If Laura was in the room, she would be pissed if he took it from party funds, considering she's treasurer. That's what we talked about last time, Scott, is that Laura was treasurer. They were like, oh, guess who's treasurer? I was like, oh, the one with the shiny disease. Must be Laura. But yeah, she wasn't there last time. So good luck figuring out points for these last 4 minutes. All fair and absolutely no excuse for trying the trade where Sam wasn't there. Yeah, man. Like, again, if it was any of the others, I would have just considered it like fucking around RP, which is totally fine, but that was not the vibe. And it was like he was like doing like a weird like villainous tap afterwards, like staring down the camera. I'm pretty sure he teleported to Draconia. He said now that he teleported to Draconia, but last ep, he did not say that he teleported. He said he was casting teleportation circle, which in his head maybe was enough to imply it. But again, my interpretation was that he was starting the process of creating a permanent teleportation circle, which is, that's how you do it. You cast it in the same place every single day for a year. So I thought that was what was going on. And clearly no one else at the table was on the same page as him. Once again, the thing I want to say about Orion is something I can't say. Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there, my man. In the last episode, while he was holding concentration on telekinesis, he tried to get Scanlan to give him that magical item, but was told that even if he got it, he'd have to attune to it. I do remember that, yeah. So for the last ep, he's had his eye on Sam's item and just legitimately thought he could do this trade, yeah. Yeah, I remember us talking about the Ion Stone versus this item that Sam has, but I mean, just yeah, you can't like fuck around with someone else's. And I mean, good on Matt for, you know, kind of making a joke out of it, making it a little bit more lighthearted. But just very, very uncomfortable, very terrible. This is going to receive high annoyance counter marks, mostly because of how uncomfortable it made me. It's not even like him being directly pissy. It's like him just putting people in like bad situations. Like situations where like I feel bad for the other players and Matt that they have to deal with this on stream. So I think I'm just going to give that whole interaction around 10, I think. Because that wasn't even annoying. That was just like, dude, what the heck? Like what are you doing? So, yeah. Very weird. I've deputized myself as assistant DM. My headcanon is canon. Didn't you all hear it rolling around in there, dude? Yeah. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, we'll move past. That's, wow. Wow. We're entering the next Orion arc. Ugh.
Meet the Emperor.
I've eaten. Let's politic.
I think so.
All right.
Yeah, him putting Matt in the position of either letting his bag of holding stunt go or having to actively push against him on stream is honestly a shitty move. That's why I gave it such high annoyance counter marks. Is because it's like, even if this was a home game, it would be so much easier to push past this as the DM of being like, dude, like, you can't do that. Come on. But like that, like calling them out so directly on a live stream where like you guys are essentially working as entertainers in the moment is just icky and gross. Same thing with the trying to trade with Scanlan while he's not there. I don't know.
You guys hear us fine?
Because I mean, even if this was a home game, there could be like a legitimate conversation of like, hey, I want to use that this session. Can I use it this session? And then I'll give it back to Scanlan for next session. And like, I'll talk to him then. Like, you can have those very like blunt and like whatever conversations. And honestly, even if Orion had said that, like, hey, Scanlan, can I use it for the day while you're, I know you're feeling a little off today. Can I use it today? Like, even if you have that sort of conversation, like, maybe the DM goes along with that. But the trade is just it just feels weird. It feels icky.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Didn't skip it to talk is all.
Scared to talk.
No, you're totally right, John. I'm very glad yeah, that was crazy. And then Laura just being like too scared to talk. Yeah, because it's fucking uncomfortable. Oh,
Chime in, please.
Yeah, feel free to chime in
One
whenever.
of us.
Balls, taint, ale.
And Travis just cutting the tension like a knife, just getting everyone back into it. Like, oh man, I always say, like, we don't know people personally. We, anyone could be a shitbag in private, but man, it would make me so sad if I found out that Travis was not a good dude, because he's my favorite.
That's our grog.
Hey, there's Grog. Grog.
It just
As
makes
our,
me
as
just,
our wonderful
the
giant
tension
now
just
filled with
leaks
various
out
forms
my
of
body.
delicious food matter warm in his belly, gives a string of various curse words and enjoyments, and sits up from the table with a loud fart, and you guys make your way out of Grey Skull Keep. Towards the outer wall of Iman, in towards the entrance to Abadar's Promenade, making your way towards the Cloudtop District, where the palace itself resides. Is there
Is
any
Lady Kima with us?
Lady Kima is with you, yes.
Oh, good.
Is there anything else you want to do, or are you guys making a beeline for the palace?
I would like to take another 500 gold from the treasury before we do that, and I do.
Okay.
You want a what?
From the treasury, you have to ask the treasurer.
How much do you want?
500 to replenish the 500 I initially took. I don't know if I will have to spend it at all, and if I do, I will completely share my plan with all of you. But I would like to see how what we do plays out next.
Okay.
So mark up
Another 500?
Yes. That's all I do. That's all I do.
All right. Anything else?
Is Lady? Have we had contact with?
Well, I don't know why my webcam is so blurry. I need to redo it. But dude, I mean, we've talked about it a few times, man. Sometimes it is not about what you say; it's about how you say it, dude. Just the such a quick like. I want to take 500. I want to take 500 gold out of the treasury, and I do. It's like, bro, like, yeah. We'll add to the counter.
The Allura since returning? Not yet. I feel good about her being at this meeting. As I'm
Someone
sure.
just got really excited when we mentioned the name Allura.
I cast prestidigitation on myself and make sure my robes are all super clean and nice.
Got you. I mean, as you guys walk into the center of the cloud top, you can see that her ivory tower, which once collapsed around you, is now standing in its previous location, seemingly untouched and back to its original esteemed visual.
That is the question. Do we stop in first, or do we straight to?
Did they give us? Was there a time requested on that? Or
It's at around the time of the noonday sun. It's probably about 30 minutes, give or take.
Laura's really the only person I trust.
Perhaps we should not.
Oh, you want to thank me for gifting Bug to you before I've ever before I did it. Yeah. I want to thank you for giving me 500 gold, and I'm taking 500 gold, and thank you very much. It's like what? I didn't say you could have Bug for the weekend. No. Ay. And I will share my plan. Yeah. Like, I understand trying to, like, turn something awkward into a joke, but you have to give it a little bit of time. You have to give it a little bit of time before you can start joking about your own weirdness and, like, weird shit you did. I think pre-game he was trying to do a little Allura romance arc. That makes sense. That's fair. I rarely experience secondhand embarrassment, but Orion really, dude. That was, yeah, man. I'm with you. I very rarely watch, like, like a lot of YouTubers watch, like, those cut videos, like The Button or whatever. I very rarely am like, oh my gosh, so cringe. But the aspect of this being televised live and, like, him just, like, wrecking the vibes and that not being the point, like on some of the, like on a lot of like awkward, like secondhand embarrassment content, like that's like, kind of the point. But this is like so not the point. It's like, ugh.
Walk into the palace with this on us, so to speak.
We don't have anything on us.
No, we don't. But if we did, we should probably deal with it. Well,
yes.
No. Yes.
Tibbsy, let's go ring Allura's bell.
Wait. What just happened?
Probably about 30 minutes.
I'm sorry.
Allura's really the only person I trust.
Perhaps we should not walk into the palace with this on us, so to speak.
We don't have anything on us.
No, we don't. But if we did, we should probably deal with it. Well,
yes.
No. Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought, sorry, with the cadence of their voices, I thought they were arguing. I heard no, yes, no. And because it was Percy realizing what was going on, so he changed it mid-sentence. But I thought they were like arguing, and I was like, wait, that's not at all what I thought was happening. Okay, cool. We're good. We're chilling. Yeah. This, I'm really interested. I'm still on the, obviously I'm on the Kima is evil train. Always have been, always will be, ride or die. Kima's super evil. But I'm also on the potentially Allura is evil. And maybe they weren't looking for 2 horns for one person. They were like looking for a horn each, sort of situation. I think that could be reasonable.
Let's go ring Allura's bell.
I'd like to ring her bell.
I like to ring her bell. Dude, yeah. Dude, okay. Even the thing about D&D and like powerful NPCs is that the spell simulacrum exists. There's no way really that's the great thing about D&D is a conspiracy can live forever. Because there's clone, there's simulacrum. Unless I see her fucking stats sheet, and even then, DM could be lying. I don't know. Glue them together and make a super horde. You need sovereign glue. Yeah.
This is like having the internet right there.
All right, so I just start walking off towards Allura's tower.
All right,
I'll follow back.
Okay, everyone else go with them? Or
Yeah,
you
no, we'll
Yeah.
with.
All right, so you guys trek your way towards the northern edge of the Cloud Top District. You round about the series of very, very nice, fine marbled houses, finely crafted stone. This is the affluent area of Iman proper. It's in the secondary city wall, which, of course, the upper echelon of merchants and those who have money are offered the secondary form of defense against the towns being sieged at all. You come around the corner on the fine kind of yellowish cobblestone road, turn, and you get to the point where you can see to the left of you is the giant courtyard that surrounds the outskirts of the palace proper, with the giant steps that lead up to the kind of darkened purple marble that the entire structure is made out of. To your right, there's a few buildings and the white ivory tower that Allura lives in. You approach, the front door is closed. It still remains that giant iron knocker on the front that hangs loosely, kind of like a giant wishbone that you can slam into the front of the wooden doorway. Give it a couple hits.
Small world building note that I think is cool about Iman is the secondary wall. I think a lot of times people have the main keep, like the seat of power or whatever, palace keep, and they have a wall around the keep, and then they'll have the rest of the city, and then they'll have another wall. When a lot of times, especially for like really big seats of power in medieval history, when those seats of power were smaller, there was the keep that defended, a town. And then eventually they would maybe build like one wall around that town. But as populations continued to increase across medieval Renaissance eras, the town would expand beyond those walls. And then if there were any raids, etc., the best place to be was inside that first wall. And sometimes they would even bring more people into the keep inside that, that tertiary wall. So then, as we really get on, now we have like basically 3 sets of walls in a lot of these really, really like ancient cities, like Rome, etc. So I think that's a cool detail about the merchant houses and the affluent area being inside of this kind of secondary wall within the city. It's a interesting little detail. It speaks to a very long history in this city specifically. I'm ready for the Allura Kima being evil to be a campaign-long watch-through arc. Dude, we'll see. I'm creating a whole conspiracy about this. About everything. And especially, I mean, you end up with an old town area. Very cool. Yeah. It's a very nice little detail that I think gets missed a lot. But the Allura Kima stuff, I mean, I can... The great thing about this, I can put together a whole alternative canon for this season, right? I can put together, because Orion goes away at some point. He's wanting to bone Allura. I don't know how they're gonna write his character off the show, but if he does not die on screen, and even then, we've already talked about on-screen deaths can be faked in D&D, could just fucking work into my conspiracy canon at that point. I've never seen CR, but I hope Kima turns out to be a big savior and then turns out to be a hero to be Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be, I think either I have totally bigged this and it's like a big mid-season reveal that Kima's actually been evil the whole time, and everyone in the chat that's seen CR is just like, how does he do it? How does he keep on doing it? Or they're all laughing because I'm totally dead wrong, which I think is much more likely. And I'm just gonna continue to get proven wrong, but I'm gonna continue to twist it as if I'm right. Honestly, there's some sort of lesson here about conspiratorial thinking and like how people fall into bad communities where once you're in the conspiratorial mindset, kind of everything can go to prove your conspiracy, there's maybe a not so great message here, or not even message, just a demonstration of how conspiracy thinkers think. But how does he keep on doing it? How do I just keep fucking nailing it, dude? That's what I keep telling myself. That's what I keep asking.
You can hear it echo throughout the interior of the tall standing tower. A few moments pass. You hear the movement of chain, a creaking of metal, and then a shunk, some sort of large shifting of
Tibbs has already been body snatched. Oh my god, you're so right.
a wood platform or plank. The door
It's a
then
doppelganger.
creaks open, and they're standing, a little bleary-eyed. Apparently slept in a bit, but in the process of getting ready to see before you, Arcanist Allura. Her hair is
Dude, and that's how he can. That's how he has all of these homebrew features. He's not using a homebrew subclass. He's a monster. He's a homebrew monster.
braided. Her long blonde hair is half braided. She's in her darkened blue robes. Used to seeing her, and as she opens the door, the sunlight hitting her eyes, she kind of protects her vision for a second before they focus on the rest of the group, and she goes, "My lord, you've all arrived. You've all arrived." And she swings the door open and runs forward immediately to you, the first person that's there, and she gives you a big hug. Kind of holds back and gives you a look over.
Well.
Her eyes are open and kind of happy. You'd see, honestly, eager and happy to see that everyone's here safe.
I look over at Tiberius and just sort of sheepishly, used to it, it's fine.
She turns over to she gives Pike a big hug. She makes her way around the rest of the group. She's like, "You all, I'm so glad to see you all back. I heard that there were some difficulties happening in Craghammer at the time you arrived." She turns around and takes your hands, Keyleth, into her own, and gives you like a nod and a small hug. Goes to Percy and gives you a hug. Goes to Tiberius, walks to Tiberius, and gives you a big warm hug. Oh. She slowly pulls away. She acquiesces to your longer hug, and then pushes away.
It's nice to see you again.
The pleasure is mine. It was mine, Tiberius. And as she turns around, she sees standing behind the rest of you, there's Kima. They're just there in her now freshly clean golden armor that she polished up the evening.
So I'll say this is a really, really like personal decision for me as a DM that I don't think anyone else needs to do or follow. It's just one of my own personal DMing things, but I more want to highlight it just to talk about making these sorts of personal decisions. So during session zeros, I don't remember, one of my players told me about it, and I think he got it from like a Games Done Quick or something, like a GDQ. But it's the concept of lines and veils. So lines, and during session zeros, for new campaigns, I will go around to all the players and I will say, "Hey, what are your lines and veils for this campaign?" And a line is something that you do not want to exist within the game world. And that's just like just straight up, like, something like an example of like potentially like sexual assault. Like, that is just something that, like, some people are just like, I do not want that to exist in the world. This is fantasy. This is fun, like, relaxing time for me. I just don't want that to be in the world, straight up. That's a line. And then a veil is something that exists within the world, but that isn't shown on screen. So it's your classic, like, fade to black type experience. And that is how I do almost all sexual contact and sexual activity in my games. That is like a personal veil for me as a DM, because I find it incredibly uncomfortable to to roleplay that. And it's something that I try to work with, and but even like flirting or like budding romance, sometimes I have it, but it is normally, and my players like know the vibes, and it's normally like, oh, we're trying to get something, like I am flirting as part of like a deception or a persuasion role, something like that. But otherwise, like that type of like romance stuff is a veil. It's for me, it's handled off screen. And that is like my own personal choice. That's just how I prefer for my games to be. And my players have always been cool with that. And again, I'm not saying that anyone should or needs to do that. But, slow it down for the next bit. Good to know. I'm not saying that anyone should or shouldn't do that. But you really should feel comfortable as a player or a DM, really telling everyone your lines and veils, and they can be something that's generally benign. Like I don't think that mine is like mine is not something that's like actively like toxic or dangerous or like controversial. Really, even it's just something that I just do not like in my not that I don't like it, but just that I just don't feel comfortable like interacting with in my fantasy games, in my TTRPGs. And if there are things like that for you, like I played with a player who had a veil on torture, which was very reasonable, I thought. And so they just said like, yeah, like I'm okay if torture exists in the setting. And I'm even okay if our party participates in torture, but it like has to be a fade to black. Like, don't describe it. And so this is more like a recommendation of like, think about what your veils and lines are and like make sure to talk about those things in your session zeros so that someone doesn't make you feel uncomfortable.
So she doesn't smell of Durgar sweat and blood anymore.
We've brought you a present.
There's this moment where they both kind of look at each other quietly, and then Allura kind of steps forward and says, Kima, welcome back. And they both just run and give this big kind of embracing bear hug. She lifts Kima up, and there's like a slow spin. You can see this kind of very, very strong bond of friendship, before she eventually puts Kima down and takes the big. She holds her hands for a second. You can see a tear kind of running down Allura's cheek, and she goes, I was so worried about you. And Kima kind of sheepishly turns her eyes to the side. It's like, oh, sorry for all the trouble.
This seems really wholesome for two evil masterminds. They've got good deception scores. Maybe good performance. I'll give them that.
Oh.
Story of my life.
No. Oh no.
That's also fair. That's also fair for two villains.
Matthew, come on! What? They're good friends!
Friends. Look, mate.
Your assumptions,
Don't-
Dragon Ball.
Oh! Look, mate,
I get it now.
don't mug yourself.
Yes.
Don't mug yourself, mate.
Oh, that's
It'll
great.
make the betrayal worse. I'm just saying, Hans.
Come correct. Don't mug yourself.
So they take a moment of kind of,
I
smiling at
see.
each other,
Fair
and then
enough,
she
Robin.
Kind of reaches her hand out in front of Kima's head and kind of rustles her hair for a second and says, "We had many of us worried sick. You can't keep running off like that." Which Kima goes, "I know." And then Allura starts to go against.
Yeah, Mr. I mean, yeah, Mr. Dad. Yeah. That is, I mean, this is a whole other discussion about this show and the fact that it's 2015, which was definitely not that long ago, but also that it is on Twitch, and I'm glad that I'm covering the chat right now because I can only imagine what some of that is like. That blow up directed at Matt, oof. Him pounding the table, ick. Yeah, to some degree, I can maybe, this is again, me trying to be generous to Orion, I can try to think that he's making a joke. Especially given the general audience makeup on Twitch. I think that probably played well on that platform. Not to say that this kind of gets into the whole like, oh, is fucking Critical Role scripted? It's totally not, but they're aware that they're on the show. I think, sometimes that might be in the back of their head when they say or do certain things. That's me being very generous to Orion, though. I don't know.
Thank you all so very much. You've done the realm and myself a great service in bringing her back. At which point, Kima's...
Yeah, like, the chat is just, like, filled with, like, poor Tiberius, so much poppycock, friend-zoned, this, that, like... this comes into the like, oh, it's a show, and like sometimes part of that is kind of icky, and that joke is kind of icky, but it played well to the audience, which is not good, but nah. Yeah.
Bring me back. They help me complete my quest. I need some strong allies, Allie. And Lorette kind of looks back to her, starts heading back into her tower. And says, well, come, enter. I have tea ready. You all look like you could use it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Come, please.
Well, all right. We have a moment we can spend.
Long story.
So as you guys all walk into her tower, you remember it untouched from your previous entry here. And it's a weird moment to step into a tower that you were once in as it crumbled and folded on itself, to see it as if nothing had ever happened.
Is there a new rug?
There is not.
Ah.
Oh. We're not giving it back.
Shouldn't tell her about the
Don't
rug.
tell her about the rug.
You guys step into the center of the room, and she's kind of talking to herself for a moment, basically saying, things have been a bit crazy here, obviously, now that the floodgates have opened as far as discussions with Count.
Bi people are a liberal myth, yeah. Yeah, they definitely not. As I fluff out my long hair, yeah, they're definitely not. Definitely not on screen in front of you. No way. I think without prior behavior, that outburst is easy to see as all in good fun. I mean, dude, that's like honestly, Ed, that's a lot of shit with Orion. Like, I remember there's a there's a very Oracle-like moment pretty early on in the season, in the campaign, where where it's like right after they get into the Underdark. Actually, it's like, I think it's like episode 4. I think it's during the war camp fight with the Dwagar. Orion does something. I criticize him for like 5 minutes for doing it. And then Grog does something almost identical. And I'm like, okay, let's let him cook. Like, let's hear him out. Let's hear Grog out. Because, like, yeah, it's like without a prior pattern of behavior, a lot of these things, like you said, just seem like they're in good fun. But there's a lot of things that, like, that require context. That's a lot of times you see like, you know, streamers taken out of context or whatever. And it's like, you know, they're saying something that doesn't, you know, maybe doesn't sound great unless, you know their backstory, their beliefs, whatever. Sometimes those don't make it better. But, you know, it's like with your friends. It's like you would probably say a little bit more racy and not great stuff to your friends who know you, because they would know that maybe you're making a joke or something. Because you've established a good pattern of behavior with them. There's also the opposite where you establish a bad pattern of behavior, and then even innocent things take on a weird light. Yeah, and I always let Grog cook, dude. And it's the exact opposite with Grog. Grog has established such a stellar pattern of behavior that it's like anything he does, I'm like, okay, all right, let's hear him out. Let's see where this goes. I don't know. I'm just so much more willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
So, and people who've maintained a backlog for a while.
And people are always innocent until proven guilty. I try to be impartial, but it makes it harder. It makes it tougher.
Busy, but this is a wonderful moment of respite. I'm greatly enjoying the company, to be honest. But come, and she kind of guides you all to the center of the chamber. Once again, there's that large stone platform in the center that has a number of the kind of inert runes carved into the stonework. As you all step onto it, she taps her heel against the bottom of it for a second. As she does, all the runes glow with a bright flash of blue. And if
yeah, I mean, someone who is fucking, yeah. Travis, Travis is just so sick, man. I mean, yeah. He's just, like I said before, if there was one person on this cast that it came out was like a huge dickhead in real life, like he would be the worst one. If I found out he was a huge dickhead in real life, I'd be like, no, not Travis. It can't be. No. It would break my little heart. Yeah, man. Liam also seems dope. Like I'll no question, man. I mean, it helps that they're both. I mean, they're also both good-looking dudes. Robin beat me to it. It helps that he's also stupid, attractive, not relevant. I mean, yeah, Travis is hot. Travis is super hot. Yeah. Ashley is a total dick. No. I mean, I know I just did the thing that I said I would do if it was Travis. I care less about if Ashley's a dick or not. But yeah. It's giving jock of the group. What, Travis is giving jock of the group? I mean, yeah, but he's nice jock. He's nice jock that plays D&D. He's nice jock that still treats you well even in front of all the other jocks, and like he sees a jock treating you bad and he's like, "Hey, knock it off." Like, you know. That's what he's giving. Yeah, I know you're not too hot on Sam right now, but he's my comedy hero on CR, man. He's so fucking funny. I mean, I go back and forth on Sam a lot. I've also heard that like a lot of the things that I don't love about him get slowly toned down the further we go in. So I have the very distinct feeling that I will raise my opinion more and more on Sam as it goes. But yeah. Anyways.
Sensation.
Not to just talk about how hot and cool and dope all of the people are, except for apparently Ashley. Although half of the things that Richard says are a joke, so maybe Ashley's like super cool IRL. I don't know. But she might not be.
Like an arcane elevator up the center of the tower, going up 1, 2, 3 stories. And as you're going up, you see certain sections of wooden library shelves set up at odd angles along the top of the arcane tower itself. You can see there are small stairways that lead off into doorways that seem to almost exit into the sky.
Yeah, man. It's just, I mean, and that's another thing is like, I always say that, to me, people that can sing are hotter. Like the moment I hear someone sing, they like raise several notches if they're good. And it's very much the same thing, like with personality and like the way that you interact with other people. It's like, I have like 3 buckets of like physical attractiveness. It's like 1s, 2s, and 3s. It's like, I don't have this like fucking 0 to 10. Like most people are like pretty similar to my eye. Honestly, I would say like 90% of the population is a 2. To me, I'm pretty whatever when it comes to looks. But like the way, if you're like nice and you're good in a group and you like and you're good at that, it's like, yeah, that's another thing that really like raises you in my estimation. Which I think is pretty natural. Diffusing any tense moments with humor and or comforting words. I mean, that was great. Like I'm not a big like dick and ball jokester. Like I'm not big into like that type of humor. But it was just like so smooth. Like it didn't even like really matter what he was saying. It was just like so well placed and so well done. Yeah, man, he's great. Marisha is literally the only member of the cast that can't sing. Oh, poor Marisha. Love singing, but hates Sam. Make it make sense. Dude, I'm sorry. I think, okay, you know what it is? I think that I see the dark sides of me and Sam. I think I see too much of me in Sam Riegel. I see what I could be, what I have been, what I shall be. It's like seeing your own asshole. You shouldn't ever have that much vision on yourself. Let Sam cook, that's all. I believe it. I believe it. Dark mirror, yeah. Yeah, Sam holds a mirror up to myself and tells me to look inside of it. Sam has intense class clown energy. I mean, okay, revealing more of the... I like to trickle out the Megaphone Man tragic backstory. I was super duper shy in elementary and middle school. Got bullied a lot. And then like 90% of my school was going to one school, and I went to a different school because I was like, I don't want to go with those people. And at this new school, I was like during like orientation, I did like some sort of class clown thing, and people like laughed and liked it, and it just like rewired my entire brain in like a fucking second. And I was very much like class clown rule, pusher, but in like a I got Heelys banned from my school for a while. There in the rule book it said that you had to wear socks, but it didn't specifically say you had to wear shoes, so I went on a shoe strike after the Heelys got banned where I didn't wear shoes around. I mean, I was just I have, and again, that's why I'm like, I see too much of me and Sam. I see too much. Scanlan has major character event in the mid-30s. Oh, in the mid-30s of episodes. Interesting. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. I'll let him cook.
You've gotten into the idea that a lot of these kind of powerful mage-built towers, the inner workings don't really match the outer exterior look, and there are rooms that shouldn't exist at certain points as you lift up.
I'd like to make a perfunctory insight check just to see if there's anything hinky.
I'd like to Google perfunctory.
Also, yeah, I would also like to do that, Liam. Is there anything hinky? There could easily be shit that's hinky in here. Evil hinky shit.
Yeah.
This is going on the corkboard. Fucking put it on the corkboard. Fucking not Kima. Allura has a tower where she could easily hide whole dark cult ritual rooms. Tink. That's on the fucking corkboard. Oh.
Probably fine.
I'm gonna need an actual corkboard soon.
Okay. Best that you can gather, she looks like she's a bit groggy, having slept in recently. But she's really
physical crazy boards are expensive. I literally asked earlier today, Nico and Ryan. I was like, should I get a physical crazy board? And they're like, do you think that like this will continue to be a bit? And I was like, with my brain, probably. And they're like, you should start out with a digital one. So a digital crazy board might be on its way. How does he keep dude, I'm telling you, they're going to be rolling through Allura's tower. They're just going to be strolling. And all of a sudden, they find fucking the Mehrunes Dagon cult. Oh, no. Oh, the fact that I can't remember. Something Dawn. Not Red Dawn. Fuck. The Mehrunes Dagon cult from Oblivion. They're gonna find like the Mehrunes Dagon fucking ritual chamber. There's a ritual sacrifice going on. How could it not be? Infinite tower with all these hidden hinky rooms. Something hinky's going on here. Wizards with a tower, unheard of. It's a secret room tower. Recently rebuilt tower. Who knows what was added exactly, Hans? Mythic Dawn. Thank you very much, Undead King. Yes, they're gonna find a Mythic Dawn ritual chamber in here. Obviously. Summoning Osiris. Or not Osiris. What's the... Osiris is real world mythology. What? Orcus. It's an Orcus cult.
Returned and seems eager to kind of catch up as far as what has transpired since last you met her. The platform continues until it reaches the topmost floor of the tower before the slowing of the stone platform eventually comes to a halt with a slight jostling. The runes fade and you're all on the top floor of the tower once again. This is her main chamber. You can see across the way there is her large kind of canopy bed in the far corner. There are a number of desks. There's a small arcane laboratory on the far side. Looks like it's in a bit of disarray as she's probably in the middle of a project. And you do hear, as soon as you arrive, what sounds like the whistle of a tea kettle in the distance. At which point she says, allow me. And she begins to walk over. She lifts her hand, and you see a small drift of arcane energy as her mage hand goes and lifts and takes the water off of its burner and begins to just kind of absent-mindedly mage hand various teacups out of a large cabinet above the little kitchenette area.
That's awesome.
God, how amazing would mage hand be IRL?
At which point everyone's look around, Kima, amongst the rest of you guys, goes, it's been a while since I've been here. Everything's as grandiose and unnecessarily dressed as it always is. I'm glad you got rid of that old rug, though.
Sorry.
Was there a rug?
I'm fine.
Stay cool, Max. Stay cool. Come on.
This rug.
No. Not here. Allura, who's now in the process of like pulling chairs over and setting up like a small sitting arrangement, kind of a semicircle.
Oh, it's so cute.
When the last time the tower collapsed and I was
I'm so rudely assaulted in my living quarters. Here's my rug went missing. It's all right. I've kept an eye out for a new one for some time.
That was unfortunate.
Magic, it's tricky.
I mean, I had no idea. I jumped out when that happened.
Speaking of tricky magic,
She gives us a slow, kind of knowing look about the group. And just kind of gives that nod of like, I acquiesce to this, that's fine.
You should have some, like, potted plants, Allura. You should, like, some nice greenery.
I'm
Be
trying to
nice.
feng shui the tower. Is that it?
Oh, why not?
That's not a bad idea. As we'll discuss this later.
This is silly.
Yes, absolutely.
Allura, it's a long story. A lot of Durgar, a lot of Mind Flayers, and
Oh yeah, same progression for me, Undead King. I still have a lot of the ES lore in my head, and I will I mean, when I did the 72-hour Baldur's Gate stream, it's actually kind of good that listen to the fucking copium that I'm about to spout. It's actually kind of good that Elder Scrolls 6 has taken this long. It's actually kind of good. Because maybe it won't be released until I'm full-time. And then I could fucking just no-life it for like a week straight on stream. That'd be so sick. Oh man, that'd be dope. I will be... This is a general warning to anyone watching. When Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, I will 100,000% be making content about it if I am still alive and making content. That's just what will happen. I can't help it because I'll be playing it for months after it comes out. For reference, I was I don't need to dive into all my Elder Scrolls cred. Test games were my go-to games between BG2 and BG3, man. Oh man, test. Oblivion is my game of all time. In part because of nostalgia, but also in part because of the storylines and the world building. I think that the Dark Brotherhood storyline, while not like the craziest twist of all time, is a great example of how to write a twist within a fantasy setting. And very similar thing for the Fighters Guild. I think that the Fighters Guild questline is a fantastic example of how to write a convincing and interesting twist for fantasy characters. God, I love Oblivion. Skyrim was good too, don't get me wrong, but Oblivion is my number one game ever. Doesn't hold up today, unfortunately, just the mechanics are tough. Morrowind's a very good game, but you really can't go back and play those mechanics. And then we won't even talk about Daggerfall and Arena. I know SSH, if he's in here, could talk all about Daggerfall. I know he's playing through it right now. But yeah, man, I love Elder Scrolls.
An evil god?
A beholder? Yes, moreover, a beholder.
Yeah, but who was pulling the strings behind the beholder?
Well, he thought he was an evil god. A beholder with a god complex?
Curious.
Yeah.
At which point, as you say that, she kind of does this with her fingers, and all the chairs kind of rush in underneath you guys, and you kind of put into a sitting position. And as you all sit, she begins to slowly mage hand over each one of your freshly poured cups of tea.
Oh.
A look of concern coming across her face. So you found your way beneath the city, I assume based on the denizens you've mentioned, into the Underdark proper. Behold, you say. Mind flayers, you say.
Yes.
I first off must apologize. I was not aware I was putting you into such dangerous territory.
Ha! It was really dangerous. There was nothing filled with just buttholes everywhere. Terrible.
That sounds like a terrible city.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first and foremost, I apologize for that. I'm incredibly grateful you're all seemingly healthy and still here, and you've brought Kima back to us, which is very important. Well, I guess this is an order. And she sits up for a second and walks over, and you can see she kind of looks back at the rest of you and brushes her hand for a second, and a sphere of darkness appears in the corner of the room where you cannot see the entire part of the room. And just kind of sits there and hovers, just a little pocket of darkness.
Oh man.
What's that?
You hear some
You've been in
rustling.
darkness so long.
Some rustling. The sphere of darkness finishes, and you see she's holding a stack of coins. I
Okay.
don't know where she pulled it from.
Oh.
She steps back over to her chair, sits down, and says,
A beholder with a god complex says a good line.
"Just a precaution. I like to keep my private things private. But a deal is a deal, and you've done as you've asked. So as we discussed, 10,000 gold pieces.
Also, 10,000 gold pieces is in a sack? I don't know. That sounds like a lot of gold pieces to me. Oh yeah, that's literally every beholder.
A lot of you.
You're right.
I take that.
She hands it out to Vex. Eager palm. It's very heavy.
Good thing I'm strong then, huh?
I guess it must.
With her 9 strength,
No,
it
don't worry
sags.
about the hand gesture there. Stop it.
The internet. She sits back down. Well, you tell me what else, if anything's transpired, don't you know what you've missed?
Well,
Oh, yeah, we have Orcus's horn, so that's a thing.
So there's a slight pause before the actual sound of breaking glass hits your ears as the teacup that she's holding shatters across the stonework on the floor.
I'm ignoring you, Richard. Ay. Dude, I have a fucking merch item around Electrum that I'm considering putting out because it makes me so mad. Dude, so this is always something interesting. Is she not going to reward them at all for killing Kavarn? Or like give, I don't know, fucking like hazard pay, I feel like. I feel like, you know, like they did not sign up. They signed up to go and like rescue Kima, I guess. But they did not sign up for the Kavarn horse shit, right? And like, I guess maybe Kima owes them more because she was really the one that was pushing it. 200 pounds of coins, yeah. That's what I fucking thought. I was like, that's not a fucking sack. That is like, that's a lot. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it's, you know, if anyone owes them for the Kavarn, I guess it's Kima.
Alora's still sitting in her chair, hands in place, and says, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yes, that whole butthole that we had to fight, we had no idea where to fight, had this Orcus on his head, so we took it off, and we kept it safe. That's what you wanted, I was assuming, to destroy.
We haven't touched it, though.
No.
That, yeah, I think you're right, Riste. I think you're right. I think if anyone owes them anything, it is Kima for forcing them. In order to complete their contract, she basically forced them to kill Kavarn because she was like, I'm going to go kill Kavarn. So I guess she owes them out of it. And they saved her life also. Nostoc was the one that offered the bounty to kill whatever was heading the mine issues. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot. They have like a contract with some of the dwarves. I guess they're just not going back to Craghammer to collect. Also about all the scalps. Someone needs to tell Kima about action economy. Yeah.
All right. She looks over to Kima, kind of with the shoulders up, and Kima gives her nods and says, well, to be honest, I wasn't sure that was the end of my journey, but it seems that great evil I talked about before, well, we killed it and took its source of power. Now we're figuring out what to do with it. She gives a sheepish grin and a slight shrug in her armor. Alora kind of looks at the ground and says, well, I don't know much of this object you say, but if it was the source of this creature's power, and it carries with it the connotations of Orcus, then this is a very, very ill omen indeed.
Yes.
This must be brought before the council immediately.
Council?
Council of Authority, the council you are part of.
Oh,
Are you going there right now also?
Yes.
Yeah, in concentration. And also, we still don't know what the contents of the whisper was to Laura, which I'm waiting to see, because Laura fucking insight checked Kima last session, and that has not come up since, so I'm waiting.
We're summoned to it. Well,
here's the thing, Laura. Sorry, Mike. The thing with this particular item is the more people know about it, the more dangerous it actually becomes. The fact that we even share this information with Kima and you is a very dangerous thing to begin with.
I agree.
Are the council trustworthy?
Those who currently reside in the council are trustworthy. I assure you this. I've done my work with them for many years, and those that have passed have been replaced with equally trustworthy individuals. And rest assured, I have.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure that this council that only picks their own members has not fostered a culture of secrecy and power and people that naturally go after those sorts of things. No. I'm sure that this council's totally trustworthy.
My checks and balances in place as well.
I think what we're worried about most is the corrupting nature of this thing. And while the council
I'm
may
not
have
saying
good
it don't
intentions,
stay.
I think more than a few of us are somewhat nervous.
Yeah.
What effect it might have on them, on us.
Can you assess what the mistrust would be to not bring this before the sovereign and the council?
Namely, if the immediate want is for it to be immediately destroyed, because that's what needs to happen with anything from Orcus, as you very well know.
I understand, and I don't think you'll find anyone disagree. But I also don't think you should sow mistrust with the council by keeping any of this information from them.
I don't mistrust the council, but Uriel has been corrupted once already.
Exactly.
This is true. And was it not by your hand that he was freed and his family kept safe?
Understand that this is a man that owes you him and his family's life. I think he would take into you, his ear bent in your direction quite strongly.
Correct, but couldn't you also safely say that he is therefore fairly easily corruptible, if he had been corrupted before? Even not if subconsciously, I'm not saying intentionally, but he clearly...
You would know best what was responsible for corrupting our sovereign, as you did fight, and one was felled by its own strength.
I'm saying, Lady Allura, that there's essences, there seems to be magical properties to this horn that corrupt even some of the strongest-willed individuals.
Then we must be rid of it quickly, and I think...
Robin, you're right. He hasn't done it yet. I don't know if he did it in the past. Oh, wait. Wait, you're talking about Clarota. I fucking forgot about that. He already has. Yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're right. All of them are evil. Easy.
I think...
Determined.
We need to at least discuss this with the council, if not presented. Bring it to their attention. There are ways, arcane, not very approved ways
Something
of
sudden
nullifying
inevitable.
targeted memories. The rest of the Arcana Pensophical have banned the use of...
I mean, that's yeah, sure. But yeah, I mean, I think it's crazy that that Kima's like, what? Why don't you trust us with this fucking world-ending artifact? That's so cringe of you. It's like, dude, I mean, I think you don't get it at least a little bit. Come on.
Such magics, but if we could have approval, understanding the safety concerns of this object from the council, we could override the Arcana Pensophical, and I could employ some of these magics to make sure that once this artifact is destroyed...
Yeah. No. Present it to them so that we can override some of the checks and balances within our government that prevent us from using certain magics. Yeah, that sounds great. Dude, fucking put that shit on the fucking corkboard. Oh my god. You guys need to present this information hazard to these other people to sow fear and panic within the council to allow me to go to them and say, hey, we need to override the normal restrictions that prevent us from using this dangerous magic, because I need to use the dangerous magic to destroy this dangerous thing. I mean, I feel like I'm just making perfect sense right now.
Or taken somewhere to never be found again. We ourselves perhaps do not recall it ever existed. And that in itself is the safest course of action.
Richard, I just keep slam dunking.
We trust you. And you trust the council. That's enough for me.
That's enough for me as well.
That's not enough for me. That's not enough for me.
What do you say?
And just so you know as well,
I mean, Hans, literally. Hans. Like, that's the thing. In the prequels, we know that the Emperor's evil. We know that it has to get there at some point. That's the fun part about prequel stories. But, like, yeah, we're talking about giving Allura emergency privilege right now. Emergency privileges right now. Talk louder, Mega. They didn't hear you. There's a reason my name is Megaphone Man. I think my tagline on TikTok is I'm not shouting. I'm just excited.
Have a solution.
It makes me nervous as well.
So I will follow your lead.
I think the best course of action is to trust people.
And we are incapable of destroying the thing on our own.
Oh, that's not true at all. I might have a solution which I just shared with Allura. I'm letting her take the lead on this, and when the situation presents itself, I might have a solution to destroy it outright.
Why don't you share that with us now, Tiberius?
Give us a rough sketch, maybe?
Oh, very well. I'll pull out my bag of holding. What is this?
The mending wheel?
No, a bag.
An empty fist?
You pull out the bag.
Okay. Would you care to elaborate, Tiberius?
I'm sorry. It was part of the thing I wanted to tell all of you at breakfast, but okay. Well, the idea is, with some research, I've come to find that if anything is in a bag of holding, and the bag of holding itself is destroyed, the items or whatever go into a somewhat void that cannot be retrieved by any one particular thing. If we are to have our memories erased, as you say, then it would guarantee that when we place the thing in a bag of holding and destroy that bag, it will then be dissipated into this void.
At which point, Allura raises her hand and says, Tiberius, you, as a very trained sorcerer, have some knowledge in this regard. I've been crafting bags of holding since I was a child as a way of keeping my weekends busy. I have to notify you that should such a pocket of interdimensional arcane space is disrupted in this way, it doesn't turn into a void, it jettisons the contents into the astral sea.
Oh man. Okay, well, not astral sea. Fucking ding 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 rule fucking megaphone man. Attorney at law. Now I'm your public defender in this case, Matthew Mercer. And it does not go to the Astral Sea. But Matt is right. It goes into it goes to the astral plane, which like just has people there. The astral plane is a place. It's where the Githyanki do fucking eternal battle with mind flayers in some settings. But it is very, very retrievable from the astral plane. It's not just like a random void that it goes into. Small digression, E.T. was a Jedi Master. I don't know the movie E.T. well enough or Star Wars well enough, honestly. I'm more of a Star Trek guy. Did our crazy board budget go into a tie when I wasn't looking? No. Oh, Riste. Oh, Riste. You think I haven't had this for years? You think I bought this just for this bit? Oh, no. This just came out of my closet. Oh, man. Burt Reynolds, attorney at large? Yeah, exactly. Wait, the Astral Sea and the Astral Plane aren't just alternate names, they are different? Oh. You know what? In court, we have to use precise Latin names. and I'm technically right. Because in the description for Bag of Holding, it says specifically that it is that a rift to the astral plane is created, but you guys might be totally right. It might just be alternate names. and I might have just been wrong about that. But I am rules lawyering Orion here. I'm Matthew Mercer's defense attorney. I'm on his side. Is that a John Adams tie? No, it's an Alexander Hamilton side. The tie. Cause I'm on the side of the Coast Guard, baby. and that's where my loyalties lie. So that's why I've got the Hamilton tie. And not Matt possessing Allura to check Tiberius. Yeah. Yeah, no. Definitely couldn't be. Definitely couldn't be Matt totally taking this chance to check Tiberius through another experienced magic user.
The Astral Sea, which has many denizens that could come across this object. Githyanki themselves and the great ships.
Never mind. Yeah, Githyanki, dude. Fucking my BG3 frogs know what I'm talking about.
Never mind.
There are things in
there are many things that exist in the Astral Sea that could recover this item. Yeah. I'm not saying there isn't merit to this, but I think it would be best we put it somewhere where at least we know for certain no one will find it, as opposed to just hoping it disappears somewhere.
But the memory thing is crucial.
I think that...
What about those who might be uncomfortable with, just...
Dude, Dad, you're so right, dude. What? This is like watching fucking a joke thief. This is like going to local improv. With how much he's stealing from BG3. It's insane.
Toying around with my memories and tramping along around in my head. I don't really, Why don't you
think about it for a while?
Your head's pretty fragile as it is.
We're talking about erasing the path back to this thing. We're not talking about removing your adolescent years from your memory. Just
right.
This one thing.
All right.
How many lessons have we learned in just the time? Like, wouldn't we have to erase all memories surrounding it? We wouldn't even remember our trip into the Underdark?
I think we could perhaps just erase the memory where we put it.
That's what I am assuming.
That is possible. Like I said, these magics have not been tampered with in nearly 200 years.
Whoa. So we're gonna break the seal on some untampered with magics and just experiment.
I am part of a...
Dude, Keyleth and me are on the same fucking wavelength, dude. Me and Marisha Ray are... Yeah, I'm with Marisha, dude. We're just gonna whip out some old magics that haven't been tampered with in any of our lifetimes. Yeah, great. Get the Yankee and get Sarah, just the Yankees and Red Sox of D&D. That's what I'm gonna tell the next time I see it gets Zary. I'm gonna say it's on the Red Sox.
Group that oversees civilization. I can't go into too much detail, but they are responsible for keeping such ancient magics, long-forgotten magic such as this. I would have to meet with and discuss and gain approval from them for its use, but for an item as dangerous as what you say, perhaps this is one of those special occasions.
I mean, she's working for the Illuminati and we're basically the A-team, so I think she might know a little better.
The I-team?
I'm sorry. Can we just... I don't even know if that's like a pin on the board. That's not a conspiracy. Liam just said it. It's the Illuminati. We're just gonna give it to them? This is like saying, yeah, we should totally leave all of the Infinity Stones put together with the Avengers, because no one on the Avengers has ever been corruptible, except it's not even like that, because the Illuminati has been corrupted in the past. In this campaign. So it's even more ridiculous. Oh my god. We all remember going to the Underdark to find a lost dog and rescuing it from a beholder, right? What are we even talking about right now? I don't even know what's happening. Another thumbtack on the board. Yeah. Nick Fury. Never heard of him, but he looks trustworthy. Yeah. Just fucking that's why they got Samuel Jackson to play him, is because they knew that he would be trustworthy even when Nick Fury's doing all this sus shit the whole time. The Gith Yankee and the Gith Red Sox fight on the pennant plane. Good lord. What is happening?
What do you think, Pike?
Well, I feel like at this point, we don't really have another option.
Dude, that's a fucking merch item. The Gith Yankee and the Gith Red Sox.
So I do trust Alora. So I feel like if we just maybe go check it out. I don't really know what our other option is. That was a good one.
And if we don't like it, we can
But it's
instead.
And if we don't like it, we can keep thinking of something else.
Right.
We have time.
This is true. And who knows what wisdom the rest of the council might have within their midst as well.
Uh-huh.
We have members from all across the world.
It is the eye patch, that's
what they have at their disposal.
I'm sure they're waiting for us.
Well, I'm glad to be free of my usual business. You guys familiar with the Wild Defense? The Wild Defense.
The Wild Defense?
They're a bloody merchant guild. They've left our chambers in shambles. Look, since you've been gone and the council matters have been brought up to speed once more, we've had to deal with the backlog of all the various council meetings that have been pushed back for months and months. It's been a nightmare. So this, how dangerous it is, I'm taking it as a nice change from the usual, pardon my speaking,
oh man, I don't know sports well enough to really follow this. I don't know sports well enough to really follow this this whole thing out, because I have no idea who the Yankees and the Red Sox both hate. Is it the Mets? Like would the Red Sox and Yankees fans band together against the Mets? 'Cause I don't know sports, and I definitely don't know New York sports.
bullshit I've been dragged into on a weekly basis. Between the World Defense, there was the Corsican League for Wild Mount, and they just tore through Iman, the caravan of partying gypsies that destroyed everything in their path.
Who?
Damn gypsies. The Corsican League. Corsican League.
That was... I don't know about that one.
Wild Mount, the north.
We fought Stitch monsters. That was mostly what it was guns and swords and...
It's far more interesting. Most of our guests have been a bit rough around the edges. Although I will say, we did manage to meet with Sildar of Singorn. We may have some business there with getting Singorn situated. And Lord and Lady Rye were rather nice to us when they came into the town. So, business has been fair.
Well, shall we take this to the council then?
Yes, we have pressing matters. We'll get to that later.
All right. Let's go to the council then.
Delightful.
As you guys make your way back down through the tower, you eventually venture through the castle top district to the front of the palace. The guards stand there with their long red velvet cloaks and their brass...
They're not rallying for anything, I see.
breastplates. They recognize both Alora and you as you approach, and they kind of step aside, put their spears towards the steps, and kind of give you a grand entrance to the front of the palace. As you step up, the front doors open on their own with a large, heavy shaking of the wood. As the palace doors open, you guys are led into the central chambers of the main palace walkway, which splits to the right, left, and then across leads into the main throne room. However, you guys are meeting in the council room, which is to the left. You've been there twice before. So you're led over to the council chambers, which, as you enter the main circular room, you're brought into the nice hardwood floors, the kind of dark forest green-colored walls, these long tapestries which recall various battles of history, and broad mountainous landscape showing settlers making their way across dangerous terrain. You can see various weapons from different civilizations that were brought as gifts to Iman that have been mounted on the walls, the presentry, kind of atmospheric decor. And in the central room, you can see what currently stands the entirety of the Tal'Dorei Council in a kind of a hushed discussion. The council, of course, has at the center, across the table from you, Sovereign Uriel Taldore II himself, the leader of Iman and the current sovereign of all of Taldore, this section of the continent. You see him with his characteristic dark hair.
Yeah, continental leaders, especially in fantasy settings, are notoriously trustworthy. Yeah, I've absolutely no reason to doubt the good intentions and legitimacy of these people. If Game of Thrones has taught me anything, all they want to do is is marry their sister and ride dragons. Like, and that's just a good old day at the farm to me.
Kind of graying sides, kind of cut shorter than you recall. Like he's recently got trim, and some very, very well kept facial hair. He's wearing his ceremonial robes, which are the same kind of gold and red color as the armored soldiers that greeted you in front of the palace. Next to him, you see Lord Riskel Daxio, which is the.
Did I also hear red and gold? Oh, same gold and red. Yeah, totally. Yeah, definitely Lannister colors. Yeah. No, I trust all these people implicitly. Let's give them the super evil mega horn. Yeah.
Kind of gold and red color as the armored soldiers that greeted you in front of the palace. Next to him, you see Lord Riskel Daxio, which is the elven male who helped you guys handle your purchasing of the keep when you were awarded that at the end of your last journey. He's the master of trade currently within Iman. You can see he has kind of a long, kind of strawberry blonde hair that is pulled into a tight ponytail to the back.
Joffrey was misunderstood. I also want to note that the keep that this gracious and benign and totally trustworthy group of individuals chose to sell to them was a gray skull keep. Right, definitely not the keep of villains. I'm not saying that the parties are villains, but a villain constructed that keep. Like, let's be real. And this council just happened to have it. Just keep putting that on your crown for safe. Just put that on your crown for safekeeping. Dude, I'm telling you.
And he wears kind of darker clothing, more for decoration than actual use. His armor seems to be loose and more decorative. Next to him is Guardian Tofor Bertoris, which you've heard of but have not met before. A female.
That's fair. It was probably just a normal ass keep, and it's just been styled later.
Dragonborn Paladin.
Say that one more time. Guardian who's a what now?
Guardian Tofor Bertoris.
Tofor?
T-O-F-O-R.
Oh, it belonged to He-Man?
First time you guys have actually seen her in person. It's a female Dragonborn Paladin. She is adorned in full silvered platinum plate that is currently carved multiple symbols.
For Vox Machina by the Sovereign. Ow.
As she kind of looks up and notices, you can see she gives kind of a hand up, kind of a symbol of a.
All right, take that one off the corkboard. I want Grog in the Iron Throne. Hey, look, man, if Grog had just put the horn on his head like he should have. I mean, he had it in his hand. He could have just boop, right? Would have been perfect.
Kima. As Kima also gives her hand up, they both touch the front of their armor in kind of a symbolic, holy way. They've both been followers of Bahamut, so you immediately make that religious connection between the two of them. She looks across the rest of the group there that she doesn't seem to notice eyes meeting with Tiberius. And this is strange, you haven't seen very many Dragonborn at all of Iman. And as soon as she meets your gaze, she kind of gives you a look of deep, deep stink eye.
Oh, hello. My name's Tiberius Stormwind, of House Stormwind from Draconia.
From Draconia, you say?
Yes. I'm sure you've heard of my father Cronus, my mother Penelope.
Then perhaps you should close that trap and sit across the table, as far from me as possible. Seems to spit the words almost. Sits back in her chair.
Mind your tongue.
There's the council's, kind of talking amongst themselves and kind of hearing this slight discussion. Next to her, there is a halfling male in kind of a rangerish garb, wearing what looks like some really fine chain shirt with a thick, dark black cloak. He's shaved bald with tattoos on one side of his face, and he introduces himself because, I'm terribly sorry. I did not mean for there to be any sort of a misunderstanding here. Kind of gives a slight nudge to Tofor. I do not believe we've met at this time. My name is Seeker Assum Emring. I'm the Master of Secrets here within the council. And he kind of extends a hand towards you, it's almost like alleviating the tension.
Hi, I'm Stormwind here.
Well, I assume you're the ones waiting for. Please have a seat.
Look, I understand that every fucking council, whatever, has to have a spy master. I understand. I'm just saying. I feel like if I am giving this horn over to somebody, I want it to be a council that doesn't have a spy master. Ideally, is that too much to ask? Can it be a board of physicists or something? Like the operators of the James Webb Telescope? I trust them. But yeah, I kind of don't really trust any council or board that has the leader of the CIA in it. Just kind of their job makes them inherently untrustworthy. I just don't vibe with it. I'm not gonna give them the fucking nuke codes. Sorry, I'm just not. I don't know. I
wish the Sovereign finishes discussion with another human which you've not met.
Well, yeah. I should. I'm sure we shouldn't definitely talk about Oppenheimer in this same conversation. I don't think I'd want it to go to a group that didn't have a spy master. I mean, like, on some level, I agree with you, but also, like, I wanted to go to the group above the group with the spy master, right? Like, I don't want to give the horn to the CIA. I want to give the horn to the president, right? If we're just, relational positions. Because I don't trust that the CIA will, like, tell the president about it and, like, do the appropriate checks and balances, right? And I don't know if that's what they're doing right now. Like, I know that the Sovereign is there, but this is a really lax sort of situation for them to be whipping out the WMDs. And who has a better story than Grog Strongjaw? Could I share this information with the non-profit agricultural guild? Yeah, exactly. I want to go share it with the hippies or something. Don't trust scientists. They faked the moon landing. This world has 2 moons. 2 moons. Ah! You believe in the moon. I low-key think that Grog is worthy of holding Mjolnir. Oh. Yeah. Doesn't he play? He plays Thor, right? Grog is certainly worthy. President Uriel, yeah, the former demon boy. Yeah, he's there. We're all good. I'd keep the horn and never die. I mean, I'm just saying, I would rather, if I'm one of these players, I'm going out and finding a hermit that has, like, spent their entire life away from society, fucking contemplating the cosmos. And I'm going to them. I'm not going to the powerful and politically active and apparently, like, very politically biased, clearly, by this person's hatred of Draconia, and religiously biased council, both Sign of the Crossing to Bahamut in here. I mean, this council is just a powder keg of different biases that might all point towards not destroying the horn. I don't know, man.
He's kind of a built-in armored individual. Looks probably stands the tallest of the entire group. Thick square jaw, kind of unshaven. At which point he kind of puts his hand on Sovereign's shoulder and says,
I suppose I should introduce myself as well. I've heard much about you, Vox Machina. I am Arbiter Brom Goldhand, and I have recently taken up, as of 3 months ago, the position that General Krieg once held within the city. Since he was unfortunately lost to us, there was a need for a new Master of Law, and since I've had a lot to keep up on, unable to meet you personally until now. But it is a pleasure. I've heard nothing but great things.
And he sits down in his chair. Allura finds her side of the table and gestures the rest of you. Please, have a seat. Sovereign is in the midst.
I stand. I don't sit.
All right. Sovereign finishes writing some papers, rolls them up, snaps twice, and gentleman comes by, hands some papers, says, get these to Lady and Lord Briarwood as soon as possible, thank you. All right, so, first of all, I want to welcome you all back. It's been a few weeks since we've seen each other. I've been recently given word that you so unceremoniously appeared in the center of the Lyceum, not but 12 hours ago. Worse for wear. So, I would like to know, first off, why you've returned in the center of our city, and I want to see how your well-being has been these past few weeks. I apologize for the Skype, but a few things in my mind is late. But yes, how is Vox Machina?
Rewind and look at Percy. Percy looks like a mannequin right now. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Has he been looking like at this? Man, the name drops I hadn't noticed in this episode. Ooh, interesting.
First of all, I want to welcome you all back. It's been a few weeks since we've seen each other. I've been recently given word that you so unceremoniously appeared in the center of the Lyceum.
Is he mad or is he having like a health issue? I can't really tell what the vibe is right now because he's blinking a lot. Oh, it's a little further back.
He kind of puts his hand on Sovereign's shoulder and says, I suppose I have recently taken up, as of 3 months ago, the position that General Krieg once held within the city.
Since he was unfortunately lost to us, there was need for a new.
Oh, I saw that. The General Krieg. So it's about the General Krieg was a dude, and General Krieg died. No, fuck. Further back?
Master of Law, and since I've had a lot to keep.
Oh, is that what he was writing down? Is it before he's writing down?
Another human which you've not met. He's kind of a built and armored individual. Looks probably stands the tallest of the entire group. Thick, square jaw.
Oh, keep
kind
going.
of unshaven.
Okay.
At which point he kind of puts his hand on Sovereign's shoulder and says, I suppose I should introduce myself as well. I've heard much about you, Vox Machina. I'm Arbiter Brom Goldhand, and I have recently taken up, as of 3 months ago, the position that General Krieg once held within the city. Since he was unfortunately lost to us, there was need for a new Master of Law, and since I've had a lot to keep up on, unable to meet you personally until now. But it is a pleasure. I've heard nothing but great things. And he sits down in his chair. Allura finds her side of the table and gestures to the rest of you. Please, have a seat. Sovereign is in the midst.
I stand. I don't sit.
All right. Sovereign finishes writing some papers, rolls them up, snaps twice, and gentleman comes by, hands the papers, and says, "Give these to Lady and Lord Briarwood as soon as possible, thank you." All right. So, first of all, I want to welcome you all back.
Okay, so that's why. So he's probably not having a. There's probably not a health issue. He's processing. Because he's blinking a lot, and I was like, I don't know what I'm witnessing right now. Briarwood. Do I know the name Briarwood? I don't think I do. Are they evil?
It's been a few weeks since we've seen each other. I've been recently given.
Oh, I did watch the character intros. Not yet, you don't. It's neat to note, though. Is it listed in the intros? I don't remember Percy's intro all that well, honestly. I remember Vex and Vax. I kind of. Oh shit. I remember the gnomes and Grogs. I remember Orion's. I actually really don't remember Percy's. Shit. Okay, we'll see.
And where that you so unceremoniously appeared in the center of the Lyceum, not but 12 hours ago. Worse for wear. So, I would like to know, first off, why you've returned in the center of our city, and I want to see how your well-being has been these past few weeks. I apologize for the scout, there are a few things on my mind as of late. But yes, how is Vox Machina?
If I may.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it in my head. And if it's not reveled by the end of the episode, maybe we'll go back.
We didn't choose to dump ourselves right in the middle of the city. That was born out of necessity, not out of choice. The task we set out to finish proved a lot more complicated than originally perceived. Frankly, I worry about the safety of the city of Craghammer. Underneath there.
Oh, interesting. So they're kind of really pointing to it, John. They're like, hey, it's not blurred right now. Like, you should fucking watch. Interesting. It's also cool that there's a lot of non-verbal responses. I think that non-verbal responses are one of the big benefits of playing in person. I think that it really allows players to play their character more without stepping on other people as much. It's also why I try to encourage having cams during online play, although it's just not possible for some people, which is totally fine. But yeah, I think that body language can be a very good and interesting way to play your characters without having to take up the verbal space in the room. And it's how, I mean, humans really do communicate in real life. So all will be revealed. Okay. Yeah, it is in his intro.
Home, down in the bowels of the earth. I don't know how much the council knows about the race of the Illithid, but we stumbled into a veritable hornet's nest of them below the city.
Most faces are blank. Allura, of course, has her hands on the table, kind of, listening intently. As you say Illithid, you do notice that Seeker Asim Emring, the halfling, immediately kind of sits back in his chair with a look of, oh, snap.
I see a lot of blank stares at this table. I wasn't very familiar with them either. There is an entire city in the Underdark beneath Craghammer.
Village.
And in their midst was a beholder.
Still terrifying, to be clear, but...
that was controlling the entire city. We ended up destroying it, barely...
if this was actually a city of illithids, this is like astral plane multiverse level threat.
Escaping with our lives, fleeing the city, destroying a god? I think.
I don't think we destroyed the god. I think we
Beholder is
destroyed
merely
his...
a demon.
Yes,
but
something he had possessed.
Yeah, a quaint hamlet of tentacle monsters, yeah.
But the god still lives.
But Orcus was behind the beholder.
Well,
That's just...
Well,
no, there
that's
was.
just
You just had the horn. You found the
killed
horn.
Kavarn, and then he got back up again. He didn't get himself back.
Because
he had the
Orcus
whole-
is a god of necromancy. And
That's what the horn did. It brought him back to life when he would die. That's why I ripped it out when we did it, because I knew that was going on. That's what the horn does.
I just worry that it's not just.
How you say it, pattern of behavior. 2 points.
You know, an appliance. It's got him in it.
Oh,
Some
it
part
absolutely
of him
does.
in it.
Remember, it laughed at me when I tried to crush it.
Is what I'm saying.
Right.
Laura kind of looks at you strangely. Tiberius, you sound different.
I'm not. I was talking to
Right, right.
Sorry. Because I'm not talking right now.
Be that as it may, we riled up a city of mind flayers.
Look,
Behind
not
these
everything can
Tiberius.
be a 10. I have to keep it to where I sometimes give low points for just like, ugh.
Very unhappy race of things below the surface of the earth. Now, we're here today because Tiberius, crafty as he is, was able to flee ahead of us and create a portal back here, and we ended up falling ass over tea kettle with a
Dude, I'm gonna do a whole live. I told you guys that Super Geek Mike said it was cool if I reacted to his stuff, and Super Geek Mike's most viewed video is we need to talk about Tiberius. 1,000% going to watch. That will be like the video. It's like a 30-minute video, and it's gonna be like after his final episode. That'll be like the next like Monday, Wednesday react thing is gonna be like a big like, let's talk about Tiberius. Let's watch someone else talk about Tiberius. Like let's talk about this. That'll be the real fucking roast on stream.
I see him, so here we are.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's good
Glad to see you're safe.
We've brought a little bit of the evil with us.
At which point the table gets extremely uncomfortable suddenly, and as everyone steps back, Kima steps forward, which she's kind of kept at the back at this point, and says, it's all right. I will speak for this group, as you also know of their exploits and their abilities. They saved me from what was probably certain death and torture, and aided me in stopping what darkness was beneath Craghammer, at least what we could. But just listen to what they have to say, and understand that they are as trustworthy as they come, at which point the Sovereign kind of lifts a hand to her and says, well, Kima, your word is trusted, and I appreciate you also have returned to us healthy. So, what is this evil you bring with you?
Well, we have it stored safely away.
Yes.
But this beholder was using an artifact, a horn, emanating darkness and shit.
Oh.
And Tiberius,
Are there,
into the
John?
battle, ripped it from its
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
and we brought it back with us.
It is one of the
Thank
two horns of Orcus.
At that
Thank you very
notification,
much.
you see the name Orcus, and you can see there's a whole kind of energy shift in the room, at which point a lot of furrowed brows drop.
Acted as a sequel and addendum. I'm sure that video has probably even more spoilers. I think I saw it. It was like why we talk about Tiberius or something. But it was like I think it was closer to an hour. So it'll probably depend. It'll probably depend on how spoiler heavy things are, as well as how much time we have. Although it's only an hour and a half. But the thing with the Super Geek Mike videos is that they're so jam-packed with content that I will probably have a lot more to talk about constantly. So, we'll see. But that's, 15 episodes off? Something around there?
Too intense. The actual air of the room seems to come still for a moment. And from what you can see, Seeker Asun and Tofor both kind of grit their teeth and lean forward as you say this. Tofor says,
You said Orcus. Yes. Are you deaf?
Tiberius.
Manners.
We see the apprehension written on your faces, and we are nervous as well. But the alternative was leaving the horn with these illithid. Hundreds, if not thousands, of illithid.
And that's actually a very good example of playing your flawed character, and like people contesting you on it. Like that was a really, really great example of like, are you deaf? Which is potentially, shitty, but like Keyleth immediately is like Tiberius, and like I'm certain that was in character, and Vax goes on to, push forward and smooth it out, and that is good character interaction. They're going to talk potentially to Tiberius later about this, and like that is actually like a flaw that can be addressed in character, and those are good flaws. If the other characters are interacting with your flaw, that's a good flaw. It is when they do not feel like they can interact with your flaw that it becomes a problem. If I'm honest, I don't think the Orion Tiberius thing is super interesting. It's neat to pick apart live like this, but I never found a ton of value in digging into it beyond just knowing about it. We'll certainly see, Restay. I definitely think that it is one of the things that I find useful about the live format is that we can talk about it in reference to a lot of other things. And especially like when I go to like cut these down into more consumable packages, you know, later, like in like, I'm thinking like 5-episode chunks, I will probably cut a lot of it out because a lot of it is like, hey, don't be a dick at the table. But there are like little things of like discussing the like, hey, it's cool to give your characters creative liberties over certain parts of your world, but as a character, like you cannot abuse that or take it too far. So there are little bits of wisdom, but I do definitely see what you mean, Restay, about it not being like overly interesting, especially compared to a lot of the other stuff we could talk about. Also directed at NPC, also true. It's actually decent RP for Tibbs to be annoyed at this other Dragonborn, but won't be explained until pretty far into the campaign. And I mean, it's so interesting because I'm gathering that. Like, just based off the tone and how Matt and Orion are interacting and how the other players are interacting with Orion, it seems so much more like they're on the same side. Like, they are on the side of the narrative, of the RP, of, like, pushing things forward. Like, Keyleth is admonishing Tiberius. Marisha is not admonishing Orion. There's a huge difference, and it's a really stark contrast to how Tiberius's, air quotes, flaws are normally interacted with. And that's another one of the main things that I try to hit on when we're talking about Tiberius and Orion is how to actually play a flawed character. And we'll see as it gets further. That's one of the things I try to focus on.
And we had to make a judgment call rather quickly, and frankly...
Plus, it makes a great thumbnail and title. I'll tell you that much. Makes a real good thumbnail and title.
Leaving it there with them seemed like it wasn't an option.
You've done right in bringing it here. This has to be destroyed, sent as far away, brought out of the hands of whoever. This is indeed an artifact of Orcus. It cannot exist on this plane.
Delightful.
Plans must be drawn up.
It's kind of what we thought.
Yes, we know this already.
At which point Kima steps forward and kind of says, now, understand, this is not something you can lock in a box or put some guards around it. There was a reason this was forgotten, and needs to be again. Now, with the proper surrounding strength and formidable individuals, I can take it to the Grand Chantry in Ostania, where the High Paladin Archibald will reseal it, far away from the eyes and minds of the world. Lest we can come up with some sort of way to destroy this item. At which point, the Arbiter, Brahm, steps forward.
Yeah, just... Let me just take it back to my cult real quick. Yeah, no. We won't do anything with it.
There is possibly a way to destroy this. We need to discover this here. We cannot allow it outside of the midst of this to some chaotic winds and whim of the world around us. We have the walls of Iman to keep it safe. Why not take it to the Lyceum?
I want to make an inside check on the whole table.
I want to also double check. Who was it that handed off the letter to the Briarwoods?
That was the Sovereign.
Sovereign, thank you.
It's a lawful good call.
So, which individual?
You're not wrong.
Arbiter?
Yeah.
The Arbiter Brahm. What'd you roll?
It's a 10.
10?
Can I
That we
insight
know.
Sure. What's your insight roll?
This is where, especially if it's like multiple people wanting to insight check this, obviously, you know, I've talked about whispers before, and whispers aren't really possible if you do a group check. So there's a little bit of conflict there, but I think that in an important moment like this, where everyone is like, yeah, I want to look at what's going on, you have to make it a group check, because if you let all of them individually roll, one of them's going to hit it. Now, if you're cool with that, I guess, but I don't... I like the if we are going to do whispers, right, I like either one person doing the insight and we leave it there, one person doing the perception and they have the whisper, and it's like an interesting narrative moment. Like I can, if I'm in the side of defending whispers, right, that's interesting. Or we do a group check, we tell everyone. Because otherwise, if it's like, oh, let me tell 3 people at the table, it's like, what? Or let me tell 2 people, or like everyone tried, but like only one person succeeded. It just gets weird and a little bit odd, and I don't like that in between. I would really like it to be one or the other, preferably.
13.
13? Okay. I would like to insight the sovereign, just because. Sure. Reasons. 1.
Start the game off strong, guys.
He's done group checks well in the past. I think one of the things, and this is probably coming over to D&D, right now I just started up a BitD campaign, Blades in the Dark, and it is difficult for me as like a new GM in this system to know when it is appropriate to ask for certain checks in certain ways in this new system. It's something you have to get used to. And so I really think that that's very much an experience thing that you get of just like feeling out the system. Like you can know on paper when you're supposed to ask for certain checks in certain ways, but it takes just running a shit ton of sessions to really get it figured out.
I think you need some,
I'm just an
the
idiot.
floor to roll in.
Yeah, I think so too. You're awfully
I want an
quiet.
insight check as well. Because Matt can totally whisper to me if I get this good.
He'll text you.
I'll text it to you.
Roll high.
Hold on, I'm looking.
He's rolling.
17.
11?
17.
A total of 17?
11d7.
Yeah.
On which individual?
Which person at the table, sis?
You.
on your brother?
Oh no, on the deep voiced guy.
The Arbiter.
Okay, the Arbiter Brom.
Yes, the Arbiter.
Yes.
Okay.
You.
Why you be like that, huh?
I'll say, and a general feel about the room, but the Arbiter specifically, there is definitely a sense of a really quick rising in tension, fear, and adrenaline in the room at this conversation. Fear is the main thing you're getting. I wouldn't say that you sense any deception. You just sense like the stakes have just suddenly jumped for what they were expecting their morning to be, and they're trying to wrap their head around it. So nothing.
Ooh, I just had a fucking brain blast. I love what he just did. Well, I love 3/4 of it. I have always said that I don't love insight being a lie detector. It always has just felt a little too gamey to me. That's really just not how insight works. You can never really tell if someone's lying to you. But I love insight giving you a look at maybe emotions that they are trying to keep below the surface, or telling them, hey, the emotions, like, you don't see any emotions they're trying to keep below the surface. Like, what's on the surface is, to your knowledge, what they're really feeling. Yeah, wow. The first time I talked about insight like this, I really struggled to really illustrate how I would run insight, how I do run insight. Honestly, straight up, my players don't really ask for it all that often, or they haven't in a long time since I've ran. Insight's just not really like the political insight intrigue. They just RP a lot of those types of conversations. They don't really do a lot of insight. So the few times that they did, I kind of played it on a case-by-case basis, but I love that. As a general rule and general advice, is insight tells you the emotions that they're keeping under the surface. And you can infer a lot of things based on which emotions that they're hiding. And you might be able to infer if they are deceiving you, but you could still be wrong. That's the thing that I really I really don't love about the mental checks, is them just being like computers. I don't like the mental checks feeling like Google, where it's like, hey, can I roll a history check? Yeah, here's the stats sheet. Congratulations. Like, I want it to be poetic, vague. I want there to be some amount of interpretation involved. Because our brains don't work like that. Our brains don't work like computers, like Google. There's always a lens, a perception to everything. And so, yeah. I think that is my lock-in megaphone man advice for how to run Insight, is tell them about the emotions that person is hiding under the surface, if they are hiding any. I only just saw this live stream's title. Love the clickbait titles, but you aren't wrong. The Underdark was terrible. Yeah, I tried to. My general strategy has been title and thumbnail it based on my takeaway, and whatever my actual takeaway is, just ramp it up to 11. Because clickbait works.
2 particular catches your shit radar.
All right.
We are not leaving the horn here.
No.
We would have to leave you here.
As Grog speaks up to the Arbiter, says, I'm not saying we leave it here. I'm saying that while we have it here, have it studied, bring it to the Lyceum. The headmaster and his entire research facility could possibly find a way to destroy it. There is no finer, arcane focus than that Lyceum in the city. They're responsible for the construction of our sky ships.
See, here's the thing, is I actually generally, like, when we're talking about, like, leadership and, like, the people, I generally trust the Lyceum more than these people. However, there's definitely more security weakness, right? It's like I have a general increase in trust, but giving it to like this organization with all of these people, you're just increasing the likelihood that someone is going to be corrupted tenfold. You know, it's like giving the Tesseract to fucking S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Since they're all in on it, none of them can be trusted. The thing about the council is that it's so small and intimate, you literally need one person to betray you to fuck the entire thing. I'm not even saying that the council itself is corrupt, but this is like fucking spoilers for Invincible really quick. Great show. You should all go watch it. And I won't even get like too into the nitty gritty, but if you guys have seen Invincible, that sort of situation with the main character and the council, that kind of situation where it's like one person needs to be corrupt or have an ulterior motive to just fuck the entire thing, right? Like you put that on the table in front of the council and a single one of them has to not be cool in order to just grab it and destroy all the others. Whereas if you give it to like this academic organization and you have all this like construction and like security measures, I don't know, maybe it's more secure. I don't know.
And the crystals that keep them elevated.
I love skyships.
I believe the power will be too great. It will corrupt. People will want to take it for themselves.
Then
that is true.
Then it has to be taken elsewhere and sealed, like Kimo was requesting.
So you're saying essentially our two options are we can either keep it here and study it to try and figure out a way to destroy it, and have all of the risks of this horn being inside the city.
Yes.
Or we take the other massive risks of trying to ship it off somewhere and hope that it gets sealed away.
At which point, Tofor, the female Dragon Morris, kind of sits up in her chair and says,
Regardless, it should not stay here, in my opinion. Understand, the longer it resides within Imon, the more word will spread, and more despots will be drawn to our city to claim it. Do you wish to have all the darkness of this land slowly swarm in on this city?
I think we're of a like mind.
Yes.
We should take it from the city.
I think it's a giant target on our backs right now.
I turned to the Arbiter. I was like, there is something that you should know. During our battle with Kavan, which was the name of the beholder, which the horn resided upon its head, when I ripped it from its head, I held it in telekinesis.
Yeah, I mean, essentially. I mean, obviously, we've never had something like this in real world where it's like this singular thing that we're, trying to destroy. But yeah, it's like, and I mean, even the fucking Manhattan Project had tons of spies in it. Like, so it's like, yeah, I don't know if there's really a way to keep someone who would be corrupted by this away from it. I think that's the reason that I am so heavily pessimistic about giving this to anyone besides Vox Machina, is because literally anyone you give it to, I feel like inevitably there is a spy or there's someone that it will corrupt. And the question is, how do you secure it so you can work on it and protect it from being accessed by someone, which in my opinion is you keep it with Vox Machina and they just relay information about it outward through messengers or scrying or something. And then you get messages back on like what to do with it. But it's really, it's difficult. I honestly, I mean, this is kind of an opinion, kind of a trend, noticing. I do like the logistics of dealing with this thing is being fairly realistically discussed so far. Yeah, they are treating it fairly rationally. But it is a really, it's a really tough thing about world-ending MacGuffins, like world-ending artifacts, i.e. the One Ring. Like, this is a really big complicating factor if you don't have a clear and obvious way to destroy it. In Lord of the Rings, they have Mount Doom. They say, hey, we throw it in Mount Doom, we're all good. You just have to protect it and get to Mount Doom. That's it. The goal is very clear. The process of figuring out what to do with an artifact, IMO, is pretty fucking boring most of the time. Because it is littered with, I don't trust you, I shouldn't trust you, I don't trust you, send it away, throw it in the ocean, fucking seal it up. Like, there are so many things that are obviously band-aids, and then there is the one solution of destroy it that we don't know how to do. And so it kind of falls to the loudest voice in the room or the most powerful voice. And I think that inevitably it is pretty much a powder keg for bullying. Not like real bullying, but like either by the players bullying down the NPCs or vice versa. Like, eventually they have to make a decision and someone's going to kind of like have to whip it out and throw it on the table and be like, we're doing what I say, because there's no right answer. And there's like really no actual solution you can come to because it's a world-ending artifact. Which it makes it complicated from a pacing perspective of like, how do you actually handle this? I'm not saying it's bad, but it's kind of like a mega dungeon where it just gets complicated on how to really handle it. I think it's a little bit of it is somewhat mitigated by the existence of known good and evil figures. Not totally, obviously, Keyleth mistrusting religion, for example, but a bit. It is, but even amongst, I mean, you can see it here, even amongst the known good quantities, some of them are saying seal it up. They're all saying like, yeah, we should destroy it if only we could. And eventually someone's just going to be like, hey, do what I say. Which is just kind of an awkward thing that you have to play really well. Honestly, out of any DM I know, I trust Matt to handle it probably the best. Because I think that his narrative timing is very good. And you have to have really stellar narrative timing to handle these sorts of arguments. Turns out Mount Doom was counterintelligence doing its job, and Sauron is just quietly remaking the ring you've helpfully brought back to him. Lol.
State. I attempted to crush it, for not knowing what it was at first, just knowing it was bringing creatures back to life. When I attempted to do so, I heard somewhat of a laughter at the back of my mind.
Also, I love that Orion talks about, like, when he went to crush it, he didn't really know what it was. And really nothing has changed in their level of knowledge, but he talks about the horn now as if he knows everything about it. In the spirit of conspiracy, yeah. Oh no, I'm super down. Yeah, when they do eventually destroy this horn, if they destroy it, bro, if they destroy it off screen, like, come on. I better see it break into a million tiny pieces and be narrated that those pieces go inert and that people like try to touch them to their foreheads and nothing happens. If you do not narrate all of that for me, I'm not believing that this is taken out of commission. Also as a player, and I don't know if I'm crazy for this, I generally fall into the camp of you've got to trust someone at some point. You do. You certainly do. And that's what makes political intrigue campaigns hard. That is the ultimate thing that makes political intrigue very, very difficult, especially in D&D, where political intrigue ultimately comes down to 3 skill checks, right? 4 if you count performance. Yeah, at a certain point, to keep the pace up, you have to pick someone to trust, and the DM has to handle that really carefully, because if they continually... It's kind of like the, if every third chest you look in is a mimic, the players will always check for traps on, like, every single chest. If every third person you trust betrays you, cough, cough, Clarota, your players are going to not trust anyone. So it's something that really has to be handled carefully, and it is another thing on the list of why these artifact quests, like, if you're playing in a game where trusted NPCs betray you and you have this mega dangerous artifact, that can be very difficult for players to play around. It can provide some really logistical challenge as a player. Like, what do you trust and how do you feel like you're not going to get fucked over by the DM? It's really easy to paranoia spiral, yeah. Especially in the context of a narrative that you have meta knowledge of as a narrative. Yep, not that I think they're paranoid for being cautious here. No, I think you're totally right. And especially, like, big twists like that make for especially good TV. And so they also have the meta knowledge of, like, this is a performance, this is on Twitch, this is a show. It makes great television if Clarota betrays us. It makes great television for someone to grab the horn off the table and throw it on their forehead, right? Like, these are big climactic moments that lead into the next season. And so there's a lot of really tough things here that I think, number one, make an artifact quest line really hard to handle. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. IMHO, if the DM makes their choice, if it makes their choice blow up, it should be to make a cool story and not to punish them for choosing wrong. I totally agree with you, Ed. It can be and this comes into difficulty as a DM if you've planned out a story and you've planned out a betrayal and you feel like you have appropriately foreshadowed that they shouldn't trust this person, but maybe you haven't. Maybe that's on you as a DM that you didn't appropriately foreshadow it and they decide to trust that person. Now it's like, oh no, like, I had planned out that betrayal, but I didn't appropriately foreshadow it. Like, fuck, like, what do I do? Do I completely rewrite my story and actually, like, retroactively make some things not make sense? Do I move forward with it and, like, the trust blows up in their face? Like, this is why I'm saying that political intrigue, I mean, number one, political intrigue is just hard straight up. But it's especially hard in D&D. And it is, it's difficult. It's very difficult. I like making sure almost everyone has a secret and agenda, just not necessarily one malicious or even relevant to the party. Yeah, for sure. Discovering someone's big secret and it's something fine with you feels real to me. I do. Hans, I totally agree with you. Which is, it's again why you're basically talking about we're talking about something that's very black and white, right? Like objective good, objective bad, objective evil artifact that needs to be destroyed, right? And you're talking about a very gray reality that is very, very interesting and realistic. There is no real bad and good in the world. Very rarely, at least. And this is why, I will go back to it, an objectively bad, evil artifact is something really hard to play. Because suddenly, it kind of doesn't matter what their secret agendas and motives are, because those are all really gray. It really only matters what the black and white is when it comes to destroying this super evil artifact. Which I think Matt is still playing that well, but it makes it to where if you have this good political gray intrigue system, sometimes it doesn't play nicely with the objective bad good grand heroic savior of the world arc. It's hard. Helps build trust in those bigger situations, though, too. That's true. If you have this political intrigue built up to this and you've really established trust with one person before this, which maybe that's another thing about Critical Role is, there's an entire campaign before the campaign, right? And so maybe they have more trust with Allura than I'm giving them credit for. And they have more of a reason to trust that Allura is not going to be evil and betray them. And that's just not something I feel as an audience member. Totally could be. But yeah, it's just hard. It's really hard, and I think I really just don't like this Horn of Orcus plopped into this very complex NPC-driven story.
I fear whatever this is attached to might be aware, or if anything more aware than it was previously. I'm not sure if it was alerted by being placed on the Beholder's head to begin with, but I heard something. So, looking at Topher, I agree with the peasant that we should get it out of here immediately.
At which point the Sovereign has been kind of quiet, so it says, well, best I can tell at this point, it should not stay in Amon.
Whoa!
Enough trouble in the city, enough issues here.
I mean that's RP, right? I'm not being like, that's not an Orion annoyance counter, but holy shit, Tibbs. Yikes. The peasant. Whoa. I was going to say this earlier, but I didn't want to ruin the fun. But at this point, Allura has been their North Star. Interesting. So, that could be a little bit more than what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Good old fantasy racism. Is it racism or classism? Seems classist. But maybe I don't really know exactly what's going on. So it could be racist. Liam said earlier in the ep that the only person I will trust is Allura. He did. But I think the thing is, the audience member is, I don't understand. I don't have the context to know if that's just Vax being trusting or if she has really deserved that trust. And that's not just not really something I can know. That's just a, kind of a symptom of the situation we're in. But yeah,
that we're having to deal with in the aftermath of the attack on my family. We do not have the mental will nor the ability to withstand any sort of assault, whether from the inside or the outside of the city. If we are to take it elsewhere, I trust the opinion of you, of Kima, and Allura. At which point Allura takes a moment and says,
just the knowledge of such a thing existing, let alone two, in this world is dangerous. Who knows what horrors an individual could achieve should they find both horns? Now, wherever this gets taken, the knowledge that all of us know that these exist now, and anyone else beyond this, means that that's a leak. That's a weakness. Now, I've heard of some magics that can erase selected memories permanently. Ancient magics.
At which point, as she starts saying this, the rest of the room kind of shifts uncomfortably, and you can see Topher begins to kind of raise her hand, protest, and Allura shuts her down and says, but I would not employ these unless they were absolutely necessary. I need to...
Okay. You know what? Allura actually won some points. She won some points in the conspiracy with the mind erasing magic. Also makes me uncomfortable, but there is definitely still a way that if she was evil, she could use that, right? Like she erases everyone else's memories, but not her own. There's still very much a way that this could be tampered with, but that seems like more of a good guy route for her to go down. I might be changing my opinion on Allura. Kima's still the most sus person here, by far. Dude, what a betrayal. Oh my god. Allura's the only person that they trust, and Allura is romantically involved with Kima, and then Kima slaps on the horn. I'm just saying, what a betrayal. The romantic betrayal combined with everything else would just make it hit all that harder. Now we're doing narrative conspiracies. That's meta conspiracy, but still. A chaotic evil mastermind like Allura would know, of course, to not seem too eager to use memory manipulation. It is true. See, that's the thing. that's the part of this, and when you really get into, like, again, these, I think just in general, I don't really love, like, artifact quests, but when you come into these, like, thought hazards, it's like, man, how do you... It's like you either kill everyone involved, which honestly doesn't even really plug the thought hazard because things like Speak with Dead exist. It's really tough. It's like once people know about the dangerous artifact, you kind of can't plug that hole, no matter how far back you go. Honestly, okay, this is a fucking niche reference, but for I don't know how many anime watchers we have in there. I'm not really an anime guy myself, but I have watched a lot of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. And I mean, what I am literally talking about right now is the transition from part 1 with Jonathan Joestar to part 2 with Joseph Joestar. Is at the beginning of part 2, Straitso, one of the heroes in part 1, is a thought hazard. Like, yeah, he was on the side of the good guys. He was a hero. He helped the good guys win in part 1. And then we transitioned to part 2, and he's like, actually, that power seemed pretty dope. And I actually figured out a way to remake the dangerous artifact, and now, boop, I'm the new villain. So it's like, when you get into like these evil artifact things and you have these thought hazards flying around, it's like you can never really trust anyone, which is tough from a narrative story perspective for the audience to ever fully trust anyone. When you're so trusted, they don't ask if they can scrutinize her intentions mechanically. True. Yeah, no one's been inciting Allura. That's true.
With the Arcana Pansophical, and see if this is such a strange and necessary circumstance to allow the use of such magics. That will take me some time to get the entire conclave to agree, but
I don't know if that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure reference hit for anyone, but if you've watched it, then I'm sure it did.
I think it's possible. And maybe the only way, if we cannot destroy this, to make sure that the rest of this world never knows that it existed. I think that's the safest route. As getting out of the city, I feel that we have two individuals here, two followers of Bahamut, both the deity that saw the evil, brought the vision to Kima, and presented, whether in a roundabout way, the power and strength of these individuals to eventually retrieve it and prevent it from being an artifact that instrumentally destroyed the Dwarven city and quite possibly all of Taldori. So I think if there was a god whose guidance we could look into, I would put my trust in the clergy of Bahamut. She looks to Kima. Kima kind of nods her head.
I, of course, would agree with such sentiments as well.
Kima raises her mull and
I love Kima's.
Well then, if that's to be the case, I'll send word over to the rest of my temple. We'll send over our finest paladins, and clerics and guardians. Prepare a box for travel. We'll take it across the sea. And we shall seal this bastard.
Kima.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Kima, when you do approach your king, propose that, because Orcus's horn is pure black evil, perhaps the side of light could help as well. The blessing of Seven Ray and other light sources, divine powers, could be helpful as well.
The horn will remain here until the vessel is brought over. But we have holy vessels specifically designed for the keeping of remains or things that are of great evil. And we would gladly welcome the blessing of something from Seren Ray as well. After all, there is nothing wrong with more positive energy instilled to maintain such a negative force.
Personally, don't trust this horn traveling anywhere without at least one of our supervision.
I like that, Keela. I like that personally. Also, I don't know where Kima's from. Oh, Vor, because that's her name. Kima Vor, right? Vor? Is it, I think so. Do they not have teleportation circles? Because, I mean, look, if you've seen Frozen, you know those ships go down all the fucking time. You take one Kraken and, oh no, the horn's at the bottom of the ocean where anyone could get it. I mean, in a context and setting where we have water-breathing potions and spells, why would you ever put this dangerous artifact on a fucking boat? Come on. But spend the resources, spend the cash to teleport it, at least. Vord not have teleportation circles? Like, come on.
At which point the Sovereign can speak up and says, and to be completely honest, we are very grateful you've brought the horn here, but you are a motley crew. Who is to say any of you are also immune to this corruption as well? Who's to say you...
The fuck that we brought it here? What the fuck do you mean? Is this the Sovereign? Fucking Demon Boy is gonna be running up on Vox Machina like this? Get the fuck out of here. Sit your ass down and listen. It is not your turn to talk, mister.
8. Carry the mental willpower to withstand this darkness any better than a group of paladins designed and trained their entire lives to withstand and destroy this evil. What assurance do I have that your attachment to nature will not become some dark...
Fuck assurance do you need? I just won't give the horn to you. Fuck you. Fuck yourself, Sovereign.
Brambled, twisted thing in the proximity of this artifact. None. Just keep that in mind.
I look to the group and do this to Scanlan.
Taking quite advantage of his current state of
You
mind.
have no idea what I'm going to do for the rest.
You literally do that to Scanlan? Like you to Scanlan?
No, I was pointing at him.
Right in the air.
Right near.
Wait, Willie, to our little gnome bard. We miss you, Sam. Uriel looks around. Well, given the circumstance, I would say that our best bet now is to have Kimo and Tofo reach out to the Grand Chambers of Bahamut, have them bring a vessel, and seal it somewhere that they find fit for an object of this.
Also, real trustworthy friend in Allura that doesn't even contest that at all. It just totally lets Vox Machina get thrown under the bus. Yeah, don't worry, we saved your partner, but no, just let the fucking Sovereign badmouth us. The Sovereign that we saved.
Dark presence.
Not vibing with this shit at all.
Is the council in agreement to this? Unless some other, better means arises. How long will it take for this vessel to arrive? At which point Kima kind of scratches her chin for a second. He goes, by the fastest ships, especially if we're using some of your fancy sky dinghies, I can't imagine more than 2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Which point...
Oh my god! They're talking about a fucking sky ship? And not even a boat? At least in a boat, they could put it in a box that might float so it's easier for a recovery team to find. But you're telling me that they're gonna put it in the sky? Where any old fucking flyable race could come over and grab it? It's fucking assholes. Idiots. I mean, they are a bunch of assholes. Exactly! They are a bunch of assholes. Emperors tend to say what they want. Yeah. And now we come back to the situation of like, why are we trusting these people with this horn? Why are we trusting Demon Emperor Boy with the fate of this horn?
At which point...
14 days, Your Highness.
That was adorable.
At which point, Allura stands forward and says, it's in the means of...
You guys don't have any holy ships here? Like, you don't have like a ship dock?
So if they did, they would probably use that one.
Feels anticlimactic. I mean, that's how most logistics discussions are. Even when you're talking about real cool shit. Like, theoretically, I work at a company that works with real cool shit. I'm in IT. And people are like, oh man, like, you work with cool shit, right? And I was like, I mean, I guess. It's mostly Excel spreadsheets. It's real fucking boring. Like, you know, most logistics discussions are pretty lackluster. Oh, man. In the Air is even further from the Underdark, I guess. In the Air? Oh, I mean, true. I guess you're right. I don't know.
I'm using it.
At this point...
yeah. Always paperwork and bureaucracy. All the red tape.
Okay. At this point, Allura kind of sits forward to the rest of the group and says, to be fair, Kima, in my experience and knowledge, ships function well for the movement of goods and large objects. The speed of this requires some expediting, and, well, I happen to have a friend who is over in Ostania, probably not far from your clergy. Perhaps we can facilitate a 2-day travel? At which point the rest of the group kind of leans back for a second and Kima goes, well, fine. Yeah, I guess. Kind of shoots a dirty look a little bit.
Can I do an insight check on Allura real quick?
Sure.
I'm sorry, real quick, we're getting a friend involved? Who's gonna, it sounds like, personally transport it? Probably a flying race of some kind? So she's going to have full, intimate control and probably knowledge over what she's carrying?
You're saying she's saying a ship would be ready in 2 days, or would take 2 days to travel?
Allura's saying, depending on the size of this vessel, why do we even need a ship? We have the ability to transport between the cities. If we can pool our resources, there's no reason why we can't bring them here nearly instantaneously.
13.
Oh.
13?
Oh, okay.
Best you can tell, Allura, who's usually hard to read. She keeps saying smile, but she definitely has her intense face on. She's deep in the moment. No real gives one way or the other. The rest of the group kind of looks
Dude, I love it. I love just throwing out the wild accusations. Rah. If I just shotgun blast, eventually I will be right, and everyone will be like, oh.
Around and Arcanus, in the silence goes, well then, I think then me and Keyman, Topher, if you like, we can designate a way of bringing this relic container as fast as possible so we may get this going. I wish not to keep this within our presence much longer. Do we agree to that?
Yes. Yes, we do. I think we would feel comfortable going on for the ride and seeing this thing through to the end.
She kind of glance over to the Sovereign. Sovereign gives a
batting
nod.
1,000.
Very well.
Fuck yeah.
Very well. I'll allow it. I may have some business for you coming soon, so try not to be gone too long. Although this is much more important business, I do agree. And he kind of gives a laugh and a smile to raise a bit of levity in the room that nobody seems to respond to. But nevertheless, if you wish to travel and see this through, I don't see there would be any complaint. He looks to Lady Keyman. He says, oh, no, not at all. You've gotten along swimmingly so far, mostly.
Yeah, fuck you, Uriel. Go die to the Mythic Dawn. Just get out of our faces. Let the peasants handle this now.
Very well. Then I'm bad at this political stuff, and Kimmy kind of steps back a little bit. I defer to the rest of you. Puts her mace on the ground, or her maul on the ground, and kind of awkwardly looks away. Sovereign goes, very well. It is settled. Reach out to your clergy. Bring the vessel. Allura facilitates its arrival. We'll get this artifact as far away from Mimon as possible. This is adjourned. Thank you all very much for coming to this council meeting.
Okay.
I'm waiting until I'm going to catch the Sovereign on his way out.
All right. At which point, everyone kind of gathers the rest of the papers and parchments. They're rolling up scrolls. The Arbiter gets up and kind of lumbers his way out of the room. The Seeker, Assam, sets up the rest of you and gives him a final handshake. A pleasure to meet you all once again. I've heard so much, and you're doing fine work. And he seems like just strangely, I'd say nervous, but in a weird way, he's a gentle hint of fanboy.
I wink at him.
Oh, stop. He slyly winks back on his way out. As he exits, Tofor stands up, and now at her full, you've only seen her sitting since you arrived. As Tofor stands in her female dragonborn form, she is probably a good solid foot taller than Tiberius, and is a thick, muscle-bound dragonborn paladin of Bahamut. As her armor kind of shifts as she stands, she begins to make her way towards the door, not even with a glance in your direction.
I mean, she's as tall as you, Grog. She's as tall as you.
I just whispered to Tiberius and say, are all the ladies that big in Draconia?
It all depends. No, not really.
She's bigger than you.
She's a wretched peasant, so I cannot.
That's so mean.
It's a little harsh.
Allura stands up instantly, the Sovereign stands up, and as he stands up, the guards come out and they kind of come to his side.
Good Sovereign, if I can have a moment. Did I hear correctly that Lord and Lady Briarwood were in town?
They were but a week ago.
They were but a week ago, and they've left, have they?
Yes. Do you know of Lord and Lady Briarwood?
Oh, just in passing. Did they have business in town? Was there something in particular? I'm just curious. It doesn't really matter. I mean, it does matter, but not particularly.
It was relatively routine. We're establishing an official trade route through the northeast, spanning the Boreal Plain to Whitestone.
Oh.
They inherited the region after the unfortunate demise of the Rolla family.
Yes.
However, our ambassador has noted that they've rebuilt rather well and honored the memory of the family, and they're really committed to re-establishing the foothold of Whitestone in the north, and so they came here on a diplomatic mission to open trade.
Oh, that's nice. I would love to. Please keep it quiet. But if I could be notified if they're coming through again, I would very much like to surprise them, if that would be possible.
Am I sending this to Percy? Am I hearing this?
Yes.
Okay, good.
So just old business. It would be very interesting to see them again.
For the sake of this conversation, I'm going to ask you to roll a deception check.
Okay.
Ooh.
Natural 20.
Oh! On the new pretty dice.
Don't fuck with me.
Percival DeRollo. Dude, I was about to say, Percy's giving I'm gonna assassinate these people vibes. And I am hard guessing that when we go into his backstory,
The Sovereign gives... Certainly. Very well. I will notify you should they come through again.
Deeply honored by your thoughts, sir. Thank you.
At the end of this conversation, I'm rip off a piece of the scroll transcription. I'm going to approach. When you do, all you do is write the message to this, and we will receive it. It's an enchanted parchment, and I will receive the message. So
he says, I know how things work. Yes, thank you. And as you present it, he kind of walks by, and one of his guards takes it from you and kind of gives you a nod. And they exit the chambers. You guys are escorted out.
Okay. Now, the reason that I made the Orion annoyance counter was so that I didn't have to pause every time. But this one is actually new and novel, and I feel like it would bear some explaining. While that, like, this scroll of telescription or whatever is legitimately useful in fiction, right? That is legitimately potentially better than sending a messenger or courier or letter or whatever. It steps on another player's moment. Percy was having a very nice moment, revealing some of his backstory, playing with some of his backstory, and he wanted it to be a kind of awkward, like, quiet ending. Like, that was how Percy saw that ending, or Taliesin. That was how Taliesin saw that ending. Like, that was kind of what he constructed. And instead, Orion just has to... And this is something that really comes into play about playing a support versus playing a spotlight hog. And there is a difference, and it's a fine line, and it's hard to exactly pinpoint the difference, but you can call out when it's like spotlight hog versus good support. And in this case, yeah, it's just spotlight hogging. And I don't really love when people use the term spotlight hogging because I feel like they overuse it. But this is one of those moments where it's like, yeah, like Taliesin was just like having a nice backstory RP moment. And Orion just butted in. This is the Orion thing that gets me. In one way, it's small, but it's Percy's backstory. Give him his space. Yeah. Like, he interrupted to ask him if he could hear it. And then he, like, takes the moment and ends it how he wants to end it. He ends it with Tiberius rather than Percy. And it's small, but these are the sorts of things that build bad will, so that when maybe more debatable or questionable things happen, we've seen these sorts of things and we assume the worst.
The main hallway of the palace, and as the rest of the council scatters amongst the palace proper, you're all left, the doors close behind you in the echoing hallways towards the central left side of the palace.
Percy.
And they're about to do this right now. Keyleth and Vax are about to interact with Percy on his terms. The scene has ended, and they're going to say, hey, Percy, what was that? And then give Taliesin more of an opportunity, more of a cool moment. And even if Tiberius wanted to, if Orion really wanted to, when they're talking, he could be like, Percy, that seemed very very important. Is this message? Is it important for you to know when these people are in town? Would you like to know more immediately? And then he's engaging Percy on it. And if Percy says, actually, yeah, like, do you have a way of, like, instantly communicating? Tiberius can then be like, yes, I can give them the script. I'll run after them. I'll make sure you know. I'll take care of that for you. Now you're building a bridge. You're building connections between players. You are now doing this for Percy. You are letting Taliesin call the shots about his backstory. Like it's subtle. It is so subtle, but it's a huge difference. This is also one of those weird things where I think Tiberius is purposely tone deaf, but it makes Orion tone deaf as well in service of the character's trait being tone deaf. And again, I've talked about how flaws need to be able to be addressed. Percy needs to be able to say, hey, Orion, or not hey, Orion. Percy, the character, needs to be able to say, Tiberius, like I appreciate what you're doing, but that was a very important moment. I know you were just trying to help, but I had it under control. That sort of interaction is great. That sort of interaction plays towards a tone-deaf character. But none of them ever do that to Orion. And they do it about other things, and they do it to each other about other things. It's also one of my problems with Sam Riegel and Scanlan. Sometimes Scanlan displays flaws that none of the characters legitimately interact with him about, and it totally breaks the kayfabe. Like, and so when it comes to, like, if no one says, like, Tiberius, you're so tone deaf, if no one treats Tiberius as tone deaf, then he's not tone deaf, Orion is tone deaf. It's a huge difference, and in some instances it can be on the other players. Like in some instances that can be the other player's fault, but most of the time it is the single player's fault because they've interacted poorly when people have tried to legitimately interact about their flaws, which we've seen from Orion, is when someone actually tries to interact with him regarding Tiberius's flaws, he gets defensive. So yeah, it's
fine.
You're
It's a
sweating.
good I know.
Why are you sweating?
It's hot.
What happened?
Nothing. The sun comes up and it gets very hot. I'll tell you later. Okay, very good. There's a discussion for later. There's more important things.
Okay.
Horse.
Kima and Allura are.
And even see, and that's even. I'm sorry, I'm really harping on this, but this conversation is a really good exemplary of something that doesn't seem that bad, but is actually really indicative of Orion's core problem when it comes to how he's playing. Is even in that situation, Marisha is really legitimately interacting with Taliesin. She's like, hey, what was wrong? He's like, oh, no, it's hot. Like, he's deflecting, but he's deflecting as the character. It's great. It's really good character interaction. But Taliesin is like, oh, no, I'll tell you later. And it's small. But Orion is like, oh, yes. Like, pushing away the character interaction. In this case, that is up to Taliesin to push away that character interaction. It might feel like I'm being nitpicky. And if it was just one thing, but it's this whole tapestry of the vibe, for lack of a better word. So I think this segment is really, really exemplary. Meanwhile, Orion isn't even really paying attention to that short moment. He isn't. I mean, he's pushing away the moment, writing things down. And if you don't want to pay attention, that's fine. If you don't want to interact, but don't interact before when it's interrupting his moment with an NPC. And then the moment it gets to character interaction, you're like, yes, let's talk about this later.
Near you, at which point Kima looks at the rest of you and says, I apologize. I have to figure this out now. So I'm going to go head to the near symbol of Bahamut and see if we can reach out.
So what should we do?
That's up to you. She looks to Allura, and of course, Allura goes, well, in the event of this blessed chamber arriving, you'll be notified. We will request your presence to bring the artifact in question, seal it, and then we'll begin our journey over to its place of hopeful destruction and or proper banishment.
Would you like anyone to go with you, or you just want to go alone?
To
go work out the details of all of this?
Allura kind of says, for me, it's just preparation of the arcane transference ritual. I'm going to go meet with a friend of mine over in Ostania.
I will say, we haven't replenished our potions yet. And we could
should
go.
we go to visit our old friend,
we could
Gilmore?
Go, we could go to Gilmore's.
Gilmore's Glorious
I would feel much better
So wait,
if I
so
visited Gilmore's.
you essentially just want us to wait?
Whatever business you need to get done, it should take no more than 2 days to get this
2
taken
days?
care of. 2 days.
You guys, we have a weekend!
This is Allura and Kima who are here.
Yeah, the only two stay behind with you guys outside of the council chambers.
I take Pike by the hand and I walk over to Kima, and they're short, so I kneel down and I say
go
to
to the
both
mall.
of them, I've never pretended to be a man of the cloth. I know little of the gods, but the brush we had down below has left me shaken. What can the gods tell us? The gods stick their noses into our doings whenever it pleases them. Are they not here? Have they anything to say for what is happening now?
I'm with this guy. High five, Vax.
At which point, if you wish to respond immediately, you may.
Well, I just know I tried to have a response from my god down below, and she didn't really respond the way I would like for her to, but maybe things will be different. I think what were you going to say?
At which point Kima kind of looks to you at what you just said with a look of curious worry and says, well, if what you say is your faith has been shaken, there is always room at the Temple of Bahamut to find redemption, strength, and guidance. You realize
she's trying to get you to come to her church? She's trying to convert? She's trying to convert? Get the leaflet.
The Platinum Dragon has guided much of civilization's growth, expansion, and survival for thousands of years. The eternal battle between him and the darkness that is Tiamat and the chaos
With
beyond
all
that.
due respect,
that is
Kima,
it's very good
I don't
news.
think that was Vax's question.
To get to the point, I apologize. The gods are...
Yes, God. I totally agree. I think that Prestidigitation and Thaumaturgy are incredibly fantastic spells for RP, and can be amazing support tools. But this again goes towards it can be so dope to develop a plan with another player of I'm gonna go and I want to go and pretend to be this person or pretend to be a god, kind of like Tiberius did during the Emberhold fight. And it can be very fun for the wizard to then be like, oh yeah, I can use thaumaturgy to like make your voice boom. That's super fun during the planning stage. And then you execute and it's awesome. But, and that's great. That's great support. But it can be sticky if the action is already going and they're already doing their thing. It's going well. And then you're like, ooh, I throw in this thing to like make their thing even better. And it's like, okay, well, they were kind of having their moment. Like, you didn't prep this together. This isn't our moment. This is their moment. Like, let them have it. And again, it's one of those like really fuzzy lines between good support and good and bad spotlight hog. But that's a really great example. Sorry, I was a few seconds behind. Oh, yeah. Make sure everyone refresh or just check to see if you're live. You don't need to refresh. You can just turn up your playback speed and you'll catch up to live. Hey, Megan, just wanted to pop in. What's up, SSH? I'm going to go back and try to catch up. How was your weekend? Mine was interesting during the hurricane. Oh, no. I was sick this weekend. Speaking of. So not the best weekend, honestly. But, you know, I've had worse. How is... I know a couple of y'all are in California. Not good. I'm not familiar with hurricanes or earthquakes, what it's like to live through them. I'm originally from Kansas and now I'm in Illinois. I can kind of imagine a hurricane, but it's just like a wetter tornado. That sucks, man. Fun times in CA. Yeah. I think Richard's in California too. I know Nico is. Just rain and wind. It wasn't bad where I am. That's good. Yeah, hopefully all you guys are doing well. I hope that everything goes well. Yeah. Thoughts and feels from the chat. It was fine. Okay. That's good then. I mean, I know that California frequently needs the rain, although I think torrential downpours aren't great for crops. So I don't know.
And the gods have been at war for as long as we exist. There are some that believe that we are nothing but the aftermath of their squabbles. But nevertheless...
Surprise, motherfucker, with the earthquake. Yeah, California is just about to split off into the sea. It's trying to fill the trench. Really trying to push you out.
Less. There is much good in this world that guides us to our ultimate destiny. And if you yourself feel that you're lost amongst this chaos, don't ever be afraid to stop in and ask a few questions.
I was just wondering if I could ask you to ask them to maybe help. I would never think to ask the gods for help if I wanted a shiny new sword or a pile of riches, but this is something different.
Well, unless they could get us a pile of riches.
Or a shiny sword.
Good point.
At which point, Kima laughs or something. I mean, there are benefits to being of the order. Kima doesn't have an accent, did not say it that way. Too many NPCs in my head right now. But you know, understand, whenever I felt lost, which is often, it's good to have that guiding warmth to turn to. And sometimes it brings you into a subterranean mountain being tortured by dwarves. Sometimes it...
Yeah. It's so dope to have a voice that leads you towards certain doom and death. And, you know, really just gets a bunch of people killed in this specific scenario. Okay, actually, I'm joking, but this is actually kind of a weird thing for DMs to consider when you're talking about gods and when you're playing people of faith. Because gods are real. We know that in D&D. Gods are real. And in this specific case, all that Kima really did in the Kavarn fight and leading up to the Kavarn fight is get petrified. Which, like, I guess you could say she was a bit of a meat shield, right? Like, but, like, I don't know, man. Like, it really feels like, most of what Kima did was get her team killed and almost get Grog killed and put the entire party in the crosshairs of a group of mind flayers, which her god, Bahamut, obviously would have known that Clarota and the mind flayers would betray them and that they would barely make it out alive. And then the mind flayers would, like, unless this is the Doctor Strange, like, it was the only way, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know. Seems like Bahamut, if the vision really did come from him, mostly just got his followers killed. That seems to be the majority of what he did. I guess you could say it was necessary that Kima go down and that she not make it down there with her followers because they wouldn't have been able to kill Kavarn, so she had to get stopped, but she had to be there to convince the party to go to kill Kavarn because they're the only one. Predestination gets really fucky when you talk about narrative, but this is something you have to be really careful with when you're describing people of faith and when you're doing these visions from gods and when people are on these faith quests. It can get real sticky if you start having direct interactions with gods and them directly telling you to do shit, because if shit works out differently than you maybe anticipated when you gave the quest or when you gave the vision, it can put the fucking omnipotent, I mean, I know that D&D gods aren't omnipotent, but like, you can put those all-powerful gods' judgment in some seriously questionable light. I don't know. Melisandre, enough said, yeah. She was instrumental in giving the party a reason to go there. You're right, Hans. You're totally right. Like, if Bahamut knows that the party is like, it's like a Doctor Strange. He looked through all the fucking multiverses, and this is the one way. Like, I can see that, but I don't know. It's then you start to get into like fucking ultimate calculus bullshit, and that can de-invest audiences pretty quick. A lot of people really don't like the fucking grand calculus of the multiverse Doctor Strange bullshit, right? So you can get really sticky really quick if you start having your gods in your D&D worlds start talking about that. Of like, really, there was no other way. We had to sacrifice all your clerics and get us almost very much killed and also potentially unleash a army of mind flayers on Craghammer. Like, that was the only way, really? I don't know. Not much of a meat shield, more of a stone shield, yeah. I guess we know what side of the C3 argument. Oh, boy. We'll see. A very good Sacra believer. Yeah. Blood for the blood god. And I mean, to be ultimately fair, to give the gods some credit, they're gods. Like, Bahamut didn't create life. He has followers, but he is like a divine being. Like, yeah, dope that, but like, it's very reasonable for him to say the grand calculus of the multiverse bullshit. Like, it's totally reasonable within his constructed character for him to say that shit, but it puts all of his followers and believers in a very weird light. And it starts getting very weird when you start to apply additional moralities to it. It's not bad. It's something to consider.
Guides you to new friends and allies. Strange the way the gods work, but when you put your all into it, they've kept me alive so far.
That's a really good point.
Haven't kept any of your party alive.
I really like long walks in the forest when I'm feeling disconnected.
That works too, you know?
Allura steps up.
Lady Kima, do the gods allow you to have relationships?
Kima, you ask this, and she kind of gives you a look of confusion, and then, I mean, she already has kind of a darker complexion for a halfling, but her cheeks grow noticeably ruddier. And she kind of averts gaze and says, well,
I'm not trying to do my best Vax swing.
I'm Vax.
Vax swing.
She kind of averts gaze.
Fuck, wear the t-shirt.
As far as I know, it is not a vow of chastity within the order.
You're saying there's a chance.
She still is kind of looking away. She looks away and kind of looks to the rest of you, looks to Allura, looks to you again, and then goes, I really have to get to work on this, and she kind of leaves the group and kind of continues down the hallway.
They never have to deal with, and they never had to deal with the gods ever again.
Quick steps.
A lot of math involved in that equation.
Yeah.
Allura kind of chuckles to herself and steps into the place where she was and goes,
not to solve the puzzle.
She goes, oh, as a note.
Wish to tell us, I already know.
Be careful who you ask those questions to. You may get an earful. And Allura kind of smiles and motions towards Kima. And don't get me wrong, you're more than welcome to explore as you like, but it's a rabbit hole, my friend.
Oh, rabbit hole, is that what we're calling it these days?
You feel a gentle slap from some unknown arcane force across your cheek, Rog. And Allura gives you a stern glare.
Oh, don't talk about her girl that way.
Don't make me take my errands off.
Anyway. So 2 days, we'll call for you when the item is to be transferred and probably brought to its destination. In the meantime, prepare as you see fit, enjoy this well-earned rest, and we'll take it from there. I have much travel to do myself. See you all very soon. And she begins to step up the hallway. As she steps up the hallway, you can see there's kind of a light yellowish glow about her form, and then with a sudden flash of white light, Allura is just gone.
So, guys, I'm thinking we take a local tour of all of the historical highlights of Vermont. We've never really gone for like sightseeing, and then maybe we can catch a nice dinner in the city tonight.
It's getting so late.
It's like 1 p.m. We've got the whole day.
It feels like 8. It really feels so late.
I picked up one of these pamphlets while we were in the palace, and apparently there's a nice a national history museum.
Gilmore's? What is a pamphlet? Gilmore. Oh, a lot of paper. Gilmore's. I'll be at Gilmore's.
Oh, it's like a mini book.
It's like a tiny scroll.
It has pictures.
Yes. Doesn't the Natural History
Already
Museum
heading
look
towards
nice?
Gilmore's. All right. So as you guys exit, all right, you guys exit and find your way, exiting the palace in the Cloud Top District to make your way to Abadar's Promenade to enter and reunite with your good friend Gilmore. We're gonna take this moment to take a break, so we can use the restroom, get some food.
We're at 2? Are we at 2 more?
Oh, it's giveaway time. All right, we hit our next giveaway, so we'll do that first. All right, so we have. Oh no.
Snuggle Lord. Wait, I'm gonna. Okay, wait. Before our break, I'm gonna go to Percy. Let's see. Percy. Is Percy?
You might even to underestimate Unleashed, who's in the tribe of the Asha to protect the girl. She had quite a knack for air. Her father, Cor, was like that. Her jovial expectations. The fellow had met her on the path to Jobin. Is she even
far to the north, in the ancient castle of Whitestone?
Here it is. Okay, Whitestone.
Percy was the third of 7 children, born to a noble family who lived far to the north, in the ancient castle of Whitestone. With so many siblings to share the burdens of lordship, Percy turned his attentions to the sciences, engineering, and naturalism. One day, a mysterious couple named Lord and Lady Briarwood came to court. During a feast held in their honor, the Briarwoods violently took control of the castle, killing or imprisoning everyone who would stand in their way. Percy awoke chained in the dungeon, only to be freed by his younger sister. Together they fled, chased by the Briarwoods' men. As they ran, Percy's sister took several arrows to the chest and fell. Percy kept running, eventually jumping into a freezing river and floating unconscious to freedom. He did not remember waking up on a fishing boat. He barely remembered the next 2 years as he slowly made his way as far south as possible. Then one night, Percy had a dream. A roaring cloud of smoke offered him vengeance against those who destroyed his family. When he awoke, Percy began to design his first gun.
Oh yeah, this is why I thought Percy was gonna be a warlock. Yeah, I remember that now. I was like, oh yeah, I totally thought Percy was a warlock at first. Duh. And you're telling me that they're sending letters back and forth with the Briarwoods. Oh, it's just trade routes. Just trade routes, Maybe a letter about a certain horn that the Briarwoods might be interested in? I certainly don't trust Uriel. That's for damn certain. All right, but until then, everybody, it is a bio break. We will come back and we will resume after their break. We will resume. This is going to be slightly longer because I think I might also take the dog out. So go get a sandwich. I don't know how late it is there. Go to the bathroom, get some water, hydrate or dehydrate, everybody. And I'll see you in a sec. Oh no, why is it all black? This is intense. Okay, wait. 1 second. I'm gonna try to find the background for this. Why is it not working? Oh no. Okay, wait. I see. Okay. And ta-da! Hey, it worked. Sick. All right. I'll see you guys in a second. Bye. Hello, hello, hello. What's up, what's up, what's up? My chat does not move fast enough for your spoilers to get hidden. I see all. You can't hide shit from me. Alright, I forgot to do the thing. 156. 156.
Which is you're making good stuff. All right. So bring us back to the
Let's
game.
go. We gotta keep trucking. We gotta keep moving. Lord knows I will talk enough to to keep distracting us if we don't keep moving.
So you guys, you make your way outside of the Castletop district into the center of Iman proper, returning to Abadar's Promenade, which is the largest central section of the city, where most of the mercantile itself seems to have gathered and been a series.
Oh, mercantile.
Conglomerate of all business in the city happens. Those who like a quick little visual idea of the city here. This is Iman, right there. It's a small little. There's an amazing printout of this that they've, especially Lauren Travis, have framed and put up in their room. Sometime we'll have to go ahead and bring on the show and show
We're
you
gonna
guys.
bring it to put on the set, though, at some point.
Yeah, we'll have to. So, anyways, the Castletop district is here, the inner portion, and you guys have made your way out south to the central district, and then towards Abadar's Promenade, which is right over here. So you guys would have gone this way, actually. So you're at Abadar's Promenade on the far eastern side of Iman, where you eventually find your way to the outskirts of your favorite purveyor of arcane mystical artifacts,
Gilmore.
Sean Gilmore himself.
Sean Gilmore.
So as you guys,
I know, I didn't know Sean was his first name.
yeah, Sean Gilmore, but you've always called him Gilmore.
We're on first name basis now, guys.
No one's on first name basis with Gilmore.
We are.
Gilmore is Gilmore.
Except for maybe Vax.
Except maybe Vax. So at this point now, you're pushing about 2 in the afternoon. It's extremely busy. You can hear the clopping of horse hooves in the ground, people walking past, and you swear as you're stepping through the city, maybe a handful of people kind of stop and watch you guys walk through, stunned and almost like they'd seen a celebrity on the street. As the most recent makeup of the Winter's Quest Festival was a celebration of you being the heroes who saved the city of Iman and the sovereign and his family. Apparently, you are now recognizable within the city of Iman.
My sister winks.
All right, so Vax wills Vex to wink. Wex, do you accept this wink from your brother?
I do.
All right. Perfect. There you go.
Just let him run.
Perfect. You lined it up. As you walk across the main thoroughfare, you make your way to the the wide but single-story building that is Gilmore's Glorious Goods. It's of all the various shades of brown and red and brick that makes up all these buildings, Gilmore's Glorious Goods is presented in fine, deep blue and purple fabrics and a paint scheme that would look like the worst funhouse to enter, worst or best depending on your opinion. The entranceway is not a door, but a series of hanging beads and large cloth drapes that are kind of gently falling to be brushed aside as you enter. It's not as big as you.
You should go normal speed when they see Gilmore. He must be experienced correctly. I do, so I am tempering my expectations because they've already talked about Gilmore. So I'd already know at least the gist of Gilmore. But I am still excited.
Remember, or recall you seemingly, but then as you step through the front doors, you remember why. Much like the TARDIS, the interior of the Gilmore's Goods is bigger on the inside. There is a magical enchantment based within this building where the interior is actually a 2-story and much larger place of business. Immediately, the smells of incense and fine perfumes kind of assault your nose like a terrible medieval Sephora.
It's like coming home.
Medieval Sephora.
You skipped all of the logistics and you got to the good part.
A series of a series of magically flickering, ever-burning candles adorn sconces along the walls. You can see there are glass cases set out in the center of the room. There is the long wooden bar in the far end, which has itself its own beaded curtain that is closed. And there are 3 employees of Gilmore's Glorious Goods in their ceremonial blue and purple robes that match the exterior, kind of just staring about, while there are a number of other possible customers that are kind of just.
Oh no, he missed the logistics. Do you know what I'm gonna say? Old heads, he's been doing so much better. I was waiting. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna have to say it. He's gonna tell me exactly what Gilmore's Glorious Goods smells like, but it's back to probation for you, Mr. Mercer. I don't know what Gilmore smells like, and that's a crime. That's a travesty.
Looking about, there's numerous bookshelves along the walls. You can see there is
next to the stairway on the far left side of this floor, there is an herbalist.
Perfume smell. Okay. Part of perfume is describing the different ways that it smells. There is no perfume smell. Tell me about the tones. Is it earthy? I don't know. Make some shit up, but make it more than just perfume. I don't count that. That's like saying, oh, the food had meat taste. Like, I don't know. That, like, kind of says something, but not really. My perfume de perfume disagrees. Yeah, just like the turducken disagrees that it has meat taste.
Who specializes in dried herbs and sales in that regard. You haven't been to the upstairs yet in this complex, but you now are standing back in the comfortable, although slightly offensive to yourself.
Did he say that it smells like a Sephora specifically, or did he say that it was like walking into a Sephora? That's why he's on probation, to be clear. He's not back in jail yet, but the cops are investigating him. Because if he just said it smells like a Sephora, that's like me saying it smells like a sewer. Like, it's fine, but it's not, you smell rotten, like rotting meat and carcasses. Mold fills the air, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah. He's on probation. You understand now. You understand.
Senses, interior of Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
I'm scanning the entire store for him. I want to find him.
Oh, he's not currently visible.
Oh! He's not here.
He's not visible. He's not in the main room. No.
Visible.
All right.
He has his private office.
Yes.
I love how disappointed Liam was. That bodes well.
Yes. You should get that evil Clarota helmet checked out and see what all good it does us.
Got this one. Ding, ding, ding.
Yep, that one.
Yes.
Yes.
Vax.
Yes.
I say you be the point man here.
I think so.
I would agree. Really good.
I second that motion.
Yes.
Quintuplet.
In fact, yeah, the twinsies.
Start looking around. Start shopping. Don't pay for anything yet because I have an arrangement.
Okay.
I
go up to I go up to Vax and I just put my hands on his shoulders and I say, "You got this." And I cast enhance ability on him.
Yeah.
For charisma, I guess. I'm
Just
assuming.
make my hair even glossier than this.
Yeah, and I give him a little bit of the dad thumb.
The smell police are quite draconian. Yeah. They're harsh. They're harsh, and they do hold a grudge.
I know that though.
Yeah. Wipe the morning breakfast off of him before I send him on to school. And I give him a little love tap on his behind and send him on his way.
Shoulder massage.
Alrighty. So
you have an advantage. Roll
Is there
on
like
charisma
a
rolls.
front desk or sort of?
yeah, on the far back side there is a very long, well-crafted kind of dark wood desk that is adorned with looks like small alchemical components, glass tubing, and be a bit loud here with those red vines.
Sorry.
I'm good, thank you. We're good. You can see that there are a number of glass containers and small corked vials.
I'm sorry, it's like, shh, he's looking for Gilmore. They're gonna flirt together.
Stop watching a movie.
Sorry.
Oh man, and see, okay, this is something. My flaws talk applies to real life as well. I think flaws are okay to have as a human if your friends and loved ones feel okay calling you out about them. Like, everyone's got flaws. You should be thick-skinned enough for your friends to be able to talk to you about them. And it's a great point. They're like, fucking shut the fuck up. Stop playing with your red vines right now. Like, come on. And that's great. And that's lovely. And they're all laughing and the vibes are good. As long as people feel okay talking to you about your in-character flaws, your out-of-character flaws, everything's all good. Vibes are chilling.
It's all right. There are some books stacked up, and there is a small embedded glass case that seems to have a couple of items that are under like a purplish maroon velvet piece of material that's currently covering them. And there is that kind of beaded curtain with strips of material that block the back room.
Okay, and there's a person manning the...
No,
The
not
back
currently.
room.
It is just an
Is it a TARDIS within a TARDIS where like the beads are like a transport into an even larger back room?
empty desk.
Is there a bell or anything?
There is a bell.
Yeah. Ding, ding, ding.
As you hit the bell, one of the employees, kind of who's helping somebody, looks around and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry." And what you see is looks to be a half-elven woman with thick spectacles, who is currently stepping over to try and stop you. However, the beaded curtain swishes open with a grandiose gesture of one slightly meaty hand, and stepping out in his fine gold-trimmed purple robes, his longish, thick, black coarse hair pulled into a nice ponytail, smoothly shaved face with a slight little hint of a braided goatee that dangles about 3 inches from his chin.
Will you remind me? Sorry, DM, because it's been a while. Gilmore's a good-looking man, though. Isn't
Yeah, he's handsome.
Yeah.
Is the braid new? Is that a new addition?
So handsome,
Oh,
Max.
the braid's new. He decided to rock the braid.
He's
Go for it.
Gilmore's a very handsome gentleman.
See you guys now.
I would say he's not like fit and muscular.
Right,
He is
right.
he is a handsome, comfortably jovial gentleman.
I'm picturing Jeremy Irons in a wizard's robe.
Kind of. Imagine him with a little more punch.
Okay.
But very charismatic, and open chest to his vest with a number of gold chains and medallions that kind of dangle around.
I feel you.
It's almost like a.
Oh, dude, I want to play Gilmore so bad. Oh my god. Can we make a musical version of Vox Machina? I know they already made an animated version, so I missed my chance to voice him. But can we make a musical version and I'll play Gilmore?
A wizard's tracksuit.
Ruined it for me, man.
And it's dead. No.
Please tell me it says like arcane on the butt.
No. No, he's very well dressed. But his presentation is definitely a presentation. As the hand swishes open, he goes, "I'm sorry, was I being summoned?"
Yes.
He immediately looks at
Yes.
Oh, you've returned.
Gilmore, you glorious bastard! How have you been?
He immediately rushes to the edge and kind of like leans over the counter to give you a grandiose hug and actually lifts you off your feet. Much stronger than you anticipated. He goes, "Oh, Vaxalia, it's been far too long." He sets you down next to him behind the counter and gives you a big hug. Strong wizard arms around you. A scent of it's almost like fine herbs with like a hint of patchouli coming into your nose.
You naughty man! You just called me by my sister's name. That is going to cost you.
He said, I said Vax! What do you mean? That's ridiculous, preposterous.
Vexalia, can we go to the videotape? Anyone?
Actually,
Instant replay.
Actually, Vax, he was correct. He said your name correctly. I believe you owe him a little something.
I think
now.
it was
Don't
actually
you
a little bit
dare
of
do it.
it was a little bit of combination, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think he called you Vexalia.
Water under the bridge.
Or Vaxalia.
That's what
I
he
think
said.
That's what he called
He's
you.
going to call you Vaxalia, which I
So
call
I
back
lean
in my
in.
sleep.
Shut up, you. I lean in.
He looks genuinely like perturbed and embarrassed by the whole circumstance. He's like,
I lean in, I pat him on the hand. Don't you worry. We have come from far and away. You would not believe the shit we have been through.
Really?
But I don't want to talk about me, I want to talk about you. What has been going on in this city since we've been gone?
Well, and he kind of looks about the rest of you and says, "Obviously you've brought the rest of your friends here. Come, sit, story time! Please sit around."
Fantastic. Fantastic.
We have been doing marvelously. Trade has opened up wide and long. We've had travelers from all over Tal'Dori and beyond. It's incredible. I'm in the process of planning an expansion to the town. Perhaps even, get this, opening a second store in Westruun.
You're going to own a chain?
Congratulations. That is a big step for any businessman.
Spectacular.
But yes, no, I have been able to take on 2 more Arcanists. We've been in the process of designing some more interesting, wondrous items. We have stocked many of our recent possible and available items. We are doing quite well for ourselves.
Are you looking for investors, Gilmore?
I mean, I technically am your investor in a way.
Oh.
It is.
True, we are sponsored by him.
But, I mean, if you have the money in which to sponsor our business, that's a whole nother discussion.
I just wanted you to talk to me for a little bit. Bax, take it away.
Dragon Ball. But yes, how about yourselves? You look like you've, he kind of gives you all look over and look like you've maybe not slept in a fortnight.
Well, we're lucky we're not dead. They came close a couple of times. We were off on official business for the Emperor. We've been underground for weeks and weeks. We've only seen the sun for a couple of days.
Oh, that kind of a weekend. I know how that goes.
Needless to say, our stores are terribly depleted. We are going to need to stock up a bit before we head out of town again. I don't want to rush things, though. I think my friends probably want to shop about. My sister can probably handle things for me. I would love to take a stroll with you around the city. Get a bit of lunch to bite and hear about what's been happening. Hear the rumors of town. We all know nobody matches your shrewdness in business. That's no surprise. But I'm wondering what you've heard. What's on the wind? Can you take the afternoon off?
He looks over at the same half-elven woman who was trying to stop her earlier, and she kind of gives a look of like, what's he gonna say? Like, no one's ever asked him this question. And he goes, for you? Of course.
Mandate, go for it.
Don't worry, Gilmore. We'll take wonderful care of your employees.
Oh, well, if you wish to do business, why not do that now?
We need to shop around first, of course.
Very well, very well.
And we're so curious as any of these interesting and fascinating things that you've developed in the several weeks since it's been that we've been here. We'd love to see what you've been working on.
Very well. Sherry! And the same one goes, kind of heard her shoulders drop.
Yes, Gilmore.
Would you be so kind as to see to whatever our friends need? These are Vox Machina, by the way. They are currently sponsored by Gilmore's Glorious Goods Incorporated, and I would very much like to make sure that they are taken care of.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure that happens.
And so, shall we?
I think this will take a while. Let's. And I
Have a wonderful time, brother.
I look to my sister as we go, and just get what I need, will you?
I'll leave the door. Of course.
Thank you. And stroll out the door with Gilmore. Have at it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
All right.
We'll leave dinner on the stove for you.
So Shirley kind of looks at us and goes, as they leave, goes,
All right, that is Gilmore. That is Gilmore. Interesting. Very interesting. I like Gilmore. I like him so far, at least. It was. Look, I will admit to you guys, I was a little nervous going. I think we all like Gilmore. I was a little nervous when that really kind of started. Shame he's in league with Allura and Kiba. No, he couldn't be. Probably is. When that first started, it's like, oh man, like very clearly gay-coded character. Like, what? How's this gonna go? I don't know. But it was good. I mean, you can have someone who is, very flamboyant. And I think that it really depends on if people are laughing with Gilmore or at Gilmore. I think that is the ultimate. Is he a jester or is he a character you would love to get a drink with, right? And I think based on that, I want to get several drinks with Gilmore. I want to get absolutely wasted. Gilmore is gay. I just thought he was foreign. Robin, are we joking? I don't. Am I misreading the situation? I mean, like, I think you're joking. I was like, I don't know what's going on here. But yeah, I don't know. You run. Right. They love him. They're not mocking him. Yeah, which is when they first came in and they're laughing, I wasn't quite sure if I was picking up the vibe or not. But it definitely, it seems like everyone is just legitimately excited to see him and not to like watch him make a fool of himself just because they like talking to him and hanging out with him. And that, that makes a very big difference. So yeah, he's just Marquesian. Right. Right, that's why they're so excited for Vax to go on a date with him. Look, I mean, that's a whole other discussion about how foreign characters are often coded as gay and that the implications of that. But yeah. Anyways, okay, I'm into Gilmore. I want to play him in Vox Machina the musical. Whenever that happens.
So you're all friends of Gilmore, then?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, business
Absolutely.
friends.
Yeah.
Business friends. All
We're
right, all right.
mutual fans of one another, if
All right.
you will.
She kind of adjusts her glass.
Then let's continue with the business. What do you
Outside? Bug, I just took you outside during the break, and you pooped. Later. No. He's a little spicy, you say? I don't even. I do not even
What do you need? What are you looking for?
I don't know. We like all kinds of things.
Well, we definitely need potions.
Potions, those can be provided.
Some
What kind
health
of potions?
potions.
Health potions, yes.
Health
Potions of healing can be provided.
What do you have right now?
And she kind of goes behind the counter for a second and kind of mumbles through some stuff, goes in the back room, comes back out with a wooden crate, pretty much, and you hear the glass jingling inside as she moves it, sets on the counter with a ting. They all eventually come to rest. She goes,
All right, looking through here, looks like we have about 12 regular potions of healing. We have 6 of greater healing, and it looks like 3 of superior healing.
We'll take the
What's
lot.
the superior healing again?
Superior healing, let's see, currently those go for about, she kind of looks at the price book going through, those will run you, and as I go to my price book.
We keep getting turned to stone.
Sponsor.
We do
keep getting turned to stone. This has been a problem, and it's been sticking around a bit. I feel like we should maybe take some precautions
Yeah,
for
maybe
the inevitable next time this happens.
Yeah.
There'll be 1,500 gold pieces per superior.
Is that with our sponsorship prices?
Right, you mentioned you're sponsored, so
Yeah.
that would be a 10% discount. So that would bring it to about 1,350. Should you purchase them individually?
Okay.
I'll definitely get one of those.
Wait. How much if we're purchasing them individually?
1,350 gold pieces per superior healing potion.
How much for the lot?
And if we buy in bulk, what can you bring it down to?
If you buy all 3,
1,000 each?
I'm sorry, you've already been given the discount via Gilmore. That price stands as it is. If you buy in bulk, let's say you buy the 3 remaining items, I'll give you, let's say, 1,200 apiece. And even that I'll probably get in trouble for, but he seems to like you.
1,200 apiece. Yes?
Yeah, we'll take that.
Very well. So, 3,600 gold pieces, 3 superior are yours. She kind of pulls out of the crate, slides them across, and they are just thick, very heavily made glass vials with these like small glass handles on the side. You can see the interior of the liquid itself is kind of reddish purple, almost blood color, but there's a goldish sheen as you kind of shake it in the light. You see there's like a spark of kind of divine glow to it.
Like a schlock.
Kind of, yeah. It's a healing.
Look, I appreciate Matt trying to make shopping a little interesting. It's not. Move on.
It's the worst of healing gold slaughter. Is that how you require?
Do you sell any love potions?
She gives you the blank stare and goes,
Exactly, Scott.
no.
Well,
That's why, dude, I mean, just to talk about shit I love in Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark abstracts everything into, like, it's literally like 1 coin is worth, I think, like a week's wages in silver. And it's like 4 coin is like a month's wages. Like, they abstract, and for like little like bribes and like throwing random coin around, it's kind of a complicated system to get into, but it like takes like a lifestyle role. Like, you don't actually have to track like the small bits of gold here and there that you throw around. So I just don't care.
We're asking G.
I'd say I would also
John Wick coins, essentially, yeah.
So we should take the 6 superior healing potions
Yeah.
as well. Oh, absolutely. Great.
Okay, what if we just buy? We didn't buy superior.
We bought the 3 superior. We should also get the 6 greater.
3 superior.
6 greater, alright. How much is that?
Those are 500 apiece. With your discount, that would be 450 apiece.
But if we're buying all 6, 400 apiece is a very good price.
No, this is the
persuasion check.
Persuasion check, persuasion check, persuasion check.
X hasn't had a chance to haggle on it since the show.
Yeah, we have to go back. Sorry, let's really narrate going back and getting all that coin and like loading it into the wagon. And oh no, what if someone were to steal it from our wagon? So we have to narrate the whole way to the shop and fucking kill me, dude.
Yeah, it's
All she used to do before the show was haggle.
We used to like take food breaks. No.
14? Let's call it an even 425 gold pieces each.
I like this.
Yes.
I'm comfortable with that.
All right.
Yeah, an even.
Arcane calculator.
Very even 425.
Once again, 2,550 gold pieces.
All right.
And she pulls out the 6 that are there, and she kind of slides them over the counter to you. One kind of tips over, she catches it. No, we leaves them there at the far end.
Careful.
That's fine. Well, they can take a beating. They're designed that way.
It's okay.
She pushes her glasses up. That's the impressive presentation.
Oh boy. Well, and clearly they like it. Like I think that they're having a good time. This isn't like me saying like, oh no, never do a shopping session in your campaigns. It's just like, I just do not give a shit about it. And we do get some really great shopping sequences as they get into the groove. I could see it. Shopping is just so low for me that I just...
How much were the superiors again?
Superiors were 1,500, brought down to 1,200 apiece.
1,200.
Yes.
Which came to 36?
36.
Yeah.
So you have anything? We keep getting turned into stone. It's been sort of a running theme.
VTM has... VTM? Vox the Machina? I don't know what. Has no hard and fast rule for how much money you have exactly, but does have a resource tiers where at certain points in the game tells you you are wealthy but have a lot tied into investment, property, etc. Laura loves getting deals in real life. She apparently is well known for her haggling skills. I can believe it, based on her in-game shiny disease. Vampire the Masquerade. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I mean that's how so in Blades in the Dark, you have like liquid coin that you have to spend on things, but then you also have your stash. And so when you invest a coin in, or when you store a coin in your stash, it builds up in there. And if you ever want to take coins out of your stash, you have to take 2 out for every 1. So you don't want to take it out because then you lose money, essentially. And for every row of your stash you have filled up, that is 1 die on a lifestyle roll. So whenever you're trying to like bribe a guard, you do a lifestyle roll to like see how much like coin you have on hand, and that is determined by how much you've invested in your stash. It's a very slick system. It sounds like Vampire the Masquerade has something very, very similar. And I really love that system for money management. I do love the stash mechanic in Blades. Dude, I love a lot of shit about Blades. I have some really like key and detailed critiques of Blades. Especially now that I've actually like run some of it and not just stared at it lovingly from afar or like run like one shots. Now that I've actually like gotten into a campaign, I have some more solid critiques of it. But it does so many things so right.
We were hoping you might have something to help alleviate stone skin or any of the...
We do have potions of petrification removal.
Yes, petrification.
Let me check. She goes in the back room, runs around for a minute, comes out, and she presents 2 of them. They have a clear liquid. It's almost like dirty water. They're like thin little vials. These potions, when applied to the flesh, will, or foil, I guess you would say, removes the affliction of petrification. These do cost 750 gold apiece.
We have great restoration from Pike, and heating cures.
Oh, then you're fine then. Just
how many potions are there?
In the heat of the moment.
In the heat of the moment, though, it might become quite handy.
A stone rod.
It takes her a day to learn that. She can only do like once or twice.
I think I'd rather have the potions than the gold, to be fair.
Yeah, totally. Totally, Sam. The crafting system in Blades is kind of similar, where like any given item you want to craft has a certain quality, and based on your crew's tier, which like kind of represents what resources you have access to, it kind of determines your base, and then you can spend additional coin to like 1 coin, you know, to basically like upgrade the quality, which is of the result of your crafting, which is essentially, you know, gaining access to more resources by buying them. So I really like those abstractions. I really, really don't love D&D's gold or rations or any of that. There was an abstraction of rations that I saw that I really liked that I think I've talked about in the past called resource dice, where instead of saying like I have 12 days of rations, I say I have a D8 of rations, and then every time I would use my rations, I roll the D8, and if I get a 1 or a 2, it goes down a size. So it goes from a D8 to a D6. And then if I roll a 1 to a 2 on a D4, the dice goes away and I have no more rations. So I love those abstractions of the bookkeeping because I think that those make it a much more entertaining and fun system than haggling over 15 gold pieces. That's sick. That is based off of the crew, whereas D&D crafting can feel like a specialized role. Yeah. Well, and then there's the crafting role is based off of a person's tinkering skill. So when you roll tinker, the individual person that's crafting it, if you get it's a D6 system. So you take the highest of whatever you roll in your dice pool. So if you get a 6, it's your crew's tier +1. If you get a 4 or a 5, it's your crew's tier straight up. Or if you get a 1 to a 3, it's your crew's tier -1. So it's a combination of how good your crew is and how good your personal skill is. So it really combines them really, really nicely. And you can even invest into it more long term by building like a workshop that gives you like a passive +1 to the result of the roll. Yeah, I think it's the crafting is really, really slick. And how you determine what the minimum quality of something is also very slick. It's a very slick system when it comes to abstraction. Sometimes part of my critique is sometimes to its detriment. Sometimes it pays to not abstract everything, but I like it a lot. It's definitely, I think long term, for the rest of my life, like what I'll run, I think I'll run more Blades in the Dark type systems than I will 5e type systems. I still love both of them for separate reasons, but it really vibes. I really vibe with the Bit D a lot. If they're lucky, Travis might be able to find a Ring of Fire resistance. Did he get lit on fire a lot? Or is that that's a future thing, I'm sure.
I just know how to make potions.
We haven't had access to
Do we want to take one?
Take both. I actually say we take both.
Take both. 750 was not the discounted price, though.
She gives you another look of like, she adjusts her glasses.
To be fair, we are spending a lot, right? Overall, so,
overall.
you know.
Yeah, we're just gonna
That would come to 1350.
We'll take it.
1300. Remember, we're very good friends with you, and we'll do symmetry as well.
Make another persuasion roll. My new fan dice. Awesome.
Oh, that was really good. That would be 21.
Ah, it's a good thing. She gives a look at
I don't like you. 1300.
1300. Lovely. Thank you.
Sherry.
Yes.
Do you have any books on how to learn how to start making your own potions? Or do you know of any classes in town where maybe I can sign up for a potion workshop?
Nothing here, but that's not a bad idea. I might run that past Gilmore.
You should offer a workshop.
You should absolutely offer a
That's not a bad
workshop.
idea. Otherwise, Lyceum would be a place to learn.
Lyceum.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you have any potions of strength or any ability potions?
She these for a second, because I'm afraid those are all purchased. However, we may have more in a few weeks or so. They take some time to create, and the ingredients are a little bit scarce. However, trade is opening. Perhaps.
Someone purchased all of your potion of strength potions?
Yes.
Oh. How many did you have?
We had 4, I believe. Of varying giant strength types.
One person did, or it was just a bunch of people?
That was a handful over the period of time.
Oh.
I'm going to hand her also a ticket of scroll of transcription. But when it comes
See
to
if
these,
it's
write
lore or
that it
not.
has, and I'll be notified via this passage.
She folds it in places that will copy on the side. Is there anything else you require? We have many magical, various armaments and or protective items.
Oh, armaments, yeah. What kind of armaments you got?
If you follow me, she leads you up the stairway to the second floor. The second floor itself is just a series of glass cases that are leaned at an angle. In these cases, you can see there are different items just kind of laid out with small labels at the bottom with a brief description of the enchantment. She leads you across. She goes, well, first we'll start here with the ring section. You can see there's a small case that has on this kind of purplish velvet pillow, a bunch of different rings that actually we have varying degrees of rings of protection. These rings are designed to protect the individual who wears. We have one with a basic enchantment and one with one step higher above that. The equivalent of a ring of protection +2. That ring runs 6,500 gold.
The only shopping Grog likes. I will say, okay, so this is kind of a wider discussion about high fantasy versus low fantasy, but just things to consider. If there is a shop that carries these sorts of magical items and accoutrements, there have to be customers, and there have to be consistent customers. Now, what are the consistent threats to Amon that require these sorts of weaponry and items and magical things? I'm not saying that they don't exist. Certainly not. But that is something when you are world building and you want to have a magical shop, you need to think about what you're placing into that magical shop that the denizens of the world would be willing to pay that much because they have a distinct use for it. Like, it obviously makes sense for adventurers to do that, but I'm assuming in this world, adventurers are relatively rare, right? And if they aren't, that is interesting and that's valid. But even then, how often are adventurers coming by and buying this sort of stuff versus finding it on a random body in the Underdark, right? So these are really things to consider. In my world, I really try and tailor what is available in the shop for things that people would consistently need to buy more of. So, there's the classic joke about, like, how are mattress stores open? Like, how often are people buying mattresses, right? Like, that's a whole joke because it doesn't feel real that people should need mattresses all that often. How often are people buying +1 swords? Like, seriously, as opposed to a normal sword. Like, is a random citizen really needing that little bit of an edge consistently in their life? So these are things to think through. Like, yeah, that's how you get tinder twigs and skillets of heat metal. Yeah. People have spent $400 on keyboards before. Well, okay. We live in definitely like a I don't think it's that crazy that folks would buy a +1 sword. No. But these are people that buy $400 keyboards. We need to remember, like, on the whole, live in very rich countries and are themselves generally pretty rich. And so that speaks to Amon. If Amon has a store where people are consistently buying those sorts of things, that speaks to this being a very, very wealthy part of the world, which is fine. Like, when you're world building, that is something that you can build into the environment of, like, Amon is it's a wealthy place. It is a center of commerce and business and research. And the people here buy things that they don't need. Right? Like, that is totally reasonable. If that is the environmental storytelling you're doing. I think the reason I'm pointing this out is because I very often see it, and I'm not even saying that Matt didn't think that through. I very often see people not think that through. I see video games not think that through. Campaigns I've run in not think that through. Like, where they'll have like a little hamlet that has like fucking like a magic item hut that has like these crazy items in it. I'm like, why does this town have like rings of protection in it? Like, this is in the middle of like peaceful farmland. You guys don't need this. And the most of the town is poor. Who's affording this? Right? Self-cleaning clothes are one of my faves. To that end, I love common magic items. Walmart sells guns, lol. Guns are cheaper than you would think. But I see your point. But again, we're even comparing like relatively, like, again, on the order of the whole world, relatively rich people. And if you go back in history, wealth inequality was even more staggering. So when you get to like the poor people, they're really not going to have the cash for a plus. If they need a sword, they're probably not going to have the cash for a +1 sword. Walmart sells guns. I want Percy to open a gun shop. But all of that is to say, and that honestly, to Matt's credit, that speaks to Amon's notoriety and position in this world, that it is a 2-walled city, that it has an upper and a lower town. and it has a shop that can afford to stay open and is looking at expanding because it has so much demand. Like, that really speaks to the wealth and the and the general high living of Iman. And that can be played with later as you go to places that maybe aren't as well off. That can really be toyed around with, and their opinions of Iman and people that come from Iman. So yeah, it's very much something that I feel like people should pay attention to, and I think, from what I can tell, Matt probably has, to more degree than I see most, at least, pay attention to it.
You have a ring of psychic resistance that does protect yourself from various intrusions. You have a ring of evasion that can be utilized.
To be fair, that's a ring of mind protection. Again, how often are people getting their minds invaded in Iman? In Iman, with what we've all established, it's probably more common than anywhere else, but thinking through these things, maybe +1 swords make sense, but maybe rings of mind protection don't. But maybe if you are on the edge of the Underdark, hell, if you're in Craghammer and you're on the edge of the Underdark, where potentially Illithid are, makes total sense to have a ring of mind shielding. But maybe you wouldn't have something like a ring of beast speech. You know, these sorts of things are the things that I consider. And why I normally have pre-written sheets, depending on the city. I don't come up with it off the top of my head, so that I can make a nice cohesive theme within what's available.
3 times a day, percent, or 1 to 3 times a day. That would, should one of you not be quite quick enough to avoid any sort of incoming danger, you could allow yourself a successful escape. That one is 4 to 500. You also have a ring of water walking. This one has been popular in the past for some various traveling troops that wish to do various performances that require defying the surface of water. I guess it's a bit shitty now that I think about it, but you know, whatever. Peasantry seems easily pleased. So there's a lot of rings at the moment. Should any of those tickle your fancy, please do let me know. Here, and she kind of points over, there's a thick leather belt with like 3 straps across that looks really well, but made with looks like kind of square runic carvings on the side. This is what's referred to, and this was an import actually from Craghammer that we've had in here for quite some time. A belt of dwarven kind. This stuff when adorned does increase the physical hardiness of the individual, as well as giving them positive interaction with other dwarves. We haven't fully tested it yet, but apparently it seems to also resist against like poison intrusion on one's body. It allows you to
Totally, Hans. Yeah, it's small stuff like that. It's small stuff like that that it tells a story about your town. So, like, again, I'm learning all sorts of things about Iman just by the fact that this is the situation that they're in. The fact that they're importing shit from other towns, like magical items from other towns, means that there is such a demand for magic items in this town that they have to import them. They cannot naturally make or acquire enough. So honestly, even though people buy shit they don't need, right? This speaks to not only is the town very well off, but they have things that they need to defend themselves against. This could speak to a lot of things. This could speak to a natural issue nearby. It could also speak to political unease. Like they saw in the throne room of like, hey, we can't keep the horn here because do you want every fucking dark dictator attracted for miles around, right? I mean, this was a legitimate fear for this person in the council. And this heavy distribution of magic items to the general populace could speak to a city that feels as though it needs to arm itself, that even though it's in peacetime, it feels like it's on the brink of war. Like that, these are all things that you can instill within a shopping scene. I'm not sure if Matt is or is not doing that, but these are really fun options that you have to play with as a DM.
See better in dark places, and apparently grants you the capability of speaking, reading, and writing Dwarvish.
Oh wow, I need that.
It's 5,000 gold.
That's very...
one month ago you did.
Yeah.
What was the first ring?
The first ring is protection.
+2, right?
So yeah, since it gives a +2 bonus to AC and saving throws.
Okay, it's really good.
What's the evasion?
Oh, that one. That's the ring of evasion.
Yes, what was that?
It has 3 charges. It regains 1d3 charges per day. When you fail a dexterity saving throw while wearing it, you can use your reaction to expend a charge and auto succeed on the saving throw instead. Which people have low dexterity.
The one that protects you psychically, could you repeat that one on the menu, please?
The ring of psychic resistance. Oh god. It gives you resistance to psychic damage. So when anyone does damage that is psychic based, you take half damage.
That's not quite it.
What, it's not good?
No, it's not quite the same thing.
Not even for me.
Do you have anything to make Rogue smarter?
Well, fuck off.
She looks over and goes, no. No, we don't.
Maybe any crayons so he could be occupied.
We have colored writing implements for children if you'd like.
I mean,
Yes, please.
I saw a few children in town. Maybe they would like them.
She goes back downstairs, comes back in a moment, and she presents these 2 small boxes that contain small colored wax things. And you see on the outside it has a picture of Gilmore, and he's doing this. It says Gilmore's Glorious Colored Sticks. Of course. Of course. These are usually reserved for the children of our customers, so if the children will enjoy it, enjoy.
I'll take one of those, please.
Yes, trust me.
Those are quite nice.
The children will.
5 gold pieces apiece.
5 gold pieces a piece. I thought they were free. Like,
Like
you
a
go to
crayon
Charlie's or an Applebee's.
What's an Applebee's?
It's some hellhole apparently near where you used to live.
It's one of the layers of the abyss. It's like around
It's one of the layers of the abyss.
It's like layer 943 and
It's getting pretty low, yeah.
So I've been talking about.
Okay, this is okay. So that's funny. That's funny charging for the crayons. But they still have to fucking track it. That's the shit, man. That's what's so annoying about it all. Is they even like Matt making a funny joke, they still have to do the bookkeeping for it.
Was Scanlan, and I know he was interested in the plus 2 AC.
I think we should pick that up for sure.
What's the price on that?
6,500 gold pieces for that.
Okay.
With your discount, that would bring it. Let's back again at her magic calculator. It's mathematics. Exactly. That brings it 58 to 50.
Well, he does have this amazing ruby gem. He was maybe thinking of either trading that for, maybe bringing down the price.
Do we know how much that's worth? Scanlan looked at a sheet and found what it's worth.
Scanlan,
Scanlan?
speak up. How much
Do you know how much
is
the
that
ruby is worth?
I believe you wrote it down. Totally quietly.
There was a diamond also that was repaired in the mending wheel.
It's true.
Okay.
It was diamond.
Vex, do you remember how much that diamond was worth? Who's got that diamond?
No, we lost it. We lost it.
Oh no.
Redial.
Oh.
This is important.
I got it.
How much is the diamond worth?
We never got the praise.
Regardless, he says, other things of interest. I think making smarter. I can make them quicker.
This is so period. It's just like Lord of the Rings.
Magical sending stones, yeah.
God damn it!
Answer. Answer, bitches.
Excellent.
So you call and you know that they're there, and they don't pick up.
Well, I'm not here anyway, so I'm just gonna keep doing this. You guys, as you
Regardless, regardless.
There.
She continues on showing through. She goes, I don't have anything that would necessarily make them smarter. We do have something that would make anyone quicker. And she goes, does there's a big thick leather tome. This is an ancient tome that was enchanted many generations back. Upon properly reading and studying this tome, one could increase their physical dexterity permanently.
Ooh. I like that.
It only has its ability to power once a century, so it does come quite pricey.
What is that price?
1,500 gold pieces.
Oh. We should buy that.
Right.
We should probably buy a tome that increases your
It's on my
dexterity.
phone now. That's switch.
That's okay.
So
there
Oh man, that is a cleric who could not revive someone when they needed to. Right there. That is a spurned cleric who got convinced to trade away his diamonds and then someone died on
Here's a manual of quickness of action. We also have the hat of disguise, and she produces this like she produces this fine brass cap that has kind of intricate swirling runes on it and what looks like a small set of ears that are kind of pushed aside when it fits in the head. It looks almost like a smaller head on top of ears. This cap and worn, however, one can alter their appearance however they see fit. We also have, and she pulls out this thick leather armor that has it's kind of a brownish with blue trim hue to it. This is in fact Cold Snap Leather Armor. It has an enchantment to improve one's armor class by 2. While wearing it, you have resistance to cold damage.
Is it leather armor you said?
Leather armor, yes.
How much is that?
That is 7,500 gold pieces. You also have the Cape of Montbank. It is a cape that, when triggered, and she kind of takes it and shifts for a second, you see a little bit of smoke kind of comes off of it, smells kind of sulphurish. While wearing it, you can use it to teleport yourself a short distance instantaneously, once per day. You have this, and she pulls another dark cloak off the wall, and this one, it looks like it's made of dark fur, but as she shakes it, you can see these 2 little tendrils are on it, that kind of like wiggle about, with these little kind of spiked edges to the tendrils. This is a cloak of displacement. Enchantment taken from the body of a spacer beast. Wearing it makes it so your body projects an illusion. Anyone attempting to cause you harm has difficulty actually finding purchase on your physical form, not knowing where.
More D&D versions of Sharper Image? I don't know if I know what that is. Man, I was just about to say, I love magic items, man. I absolutely adore magic items. Or Spencer's Gifts. Oh, ha! Okay, now I know what Sharper Image is. Dude, so one time I was in a one-shot. And the DM, it was like a level 5 one-shot, and they said that we could get one, like, I think it was rare magic item or like a certain amount of uncommons, and I took the Cape of the Mountebank, and it was so dope. It's such a good magic item. Novelty shops and malls. I agree. I love common magic items. I love showing my characters common magic items. I also think that common magic items are fantastic for, and like silly common magic items for really spicing up the world. One of my favorite early edition D&D items is the oh god, what's it called? The Rod of the Caterpillar, I think. And the Rod of the Caterpillar gives the wielder control over 4 to 10 garden caterpillars. It was published in in Dragon magazine. And it was once asked, I think to Gary Gygax, if the wielder of the Rod of the Caterpillar could control less than 4 caterpillars, because it said 4 to 10. And he said no. He said if there are less than 4 caterpillars, you cannot control them. Which is so silly. I love shit like that. I love little silly shit. I was like, that's a perfect magic item to give to an NPC that is like, you know, like a druid or something that's out like tending her garden when the PCs walk up, and she has like little caterpillars, like, you know, like tending the little stalks or whatever. Like, that's great. That's so much fun. Yeah, I love that sort of stuff. But to that end, I get so bored when we're just rolling through description after description. That's, again, why most times when people come into a new town, I give them menus, basically, of what is available at the various shops in town. And I say, like, look over that out of session. If you want anything specific, like, on those menus, we can RP that. It'll be super fun. And if you want something specific that's not on those menus, we can RP that. But do not go, like, you get, like, a few asks, right? We're not going to go through this, essentially, because I'm just so not into this. Which, I mean, could be me being too harsh, but, yeah.
To extend. I will take that cake. That is 45 Wonderful. Vex. Oh, shit. I'll put this aside as a possibility. You have a pearl of power. And she pulls up from the small box, she opens up the top lid. This enchanted pearl, you can use it to speak a command word and regain 1 expended spell slot up to 3rd level that you've already used. Once you've used.
Yeah, it's fine. Honestly, I know that that is like a real personal preference of mine, and like there's like a narcissistic part of me that's like, oh man, like that's how everyone should handle it. But I know that it's not. Like being realistic, that is like totally like I just get bored sort of situation, and it is, yeah, it's 100% a per table thing, and it's a per DM and a per player, and honestly, it's a per system. Like I like shopping more in BitD than I do in 5e. Like it's just how it is. Wait till the player tortures Matt in a bookshop. What is this one called? Oy oy oy. Can't wait.
Spell can be used again for the next once per day. You can just return. Just for your caster types.
A 3rd level spell?
Yes, up to 3rd level. 1 spell slot you can use.
It is what it is. No one. It's never gonna be 100% what I like ever. Travis is with you though for sure. Hell yeah.
Prior to it, however, you can't have more than 3 items to use. So be aware of your limitations.
What's the price on that one?
This is 550 gold pieces.
Pike, do you have any 3rd level healing spells?
Do I have 3rd level healing spells? I do.
Put this aside as a possibility. I also have, I knew over if we're going through armor section as well, because I have a mithril chain shirt, as well as an enchanted mithril chain shirt. There's a +1 enchantment on it as well. They are flexible and can be worn on normal clothing. Does not impose disadvantage on dexterity or stealth checks. It's considered light armor. There is golden chainmail. +1 enchantment. Then she goes to looks to be a series of weapons. Well, she brings forth a very fine-looking dagger.
Everyone hears from the back sounds voice popping up saying, "Just buy all this shit."
Just buy all this shit. Buy everything. How much money did we have?
The dark reflection of me.
We have like at least
30-ish. I'm not here.
And you still have money you have reflected in Crackhammer too.
Huh?
There's money you still have reflected in Crackhammer.
Well,
not Grace Barn. You guys need to deal with him before you went down to the.
Yeah, so we can maybe open up a line. I'm sure you guys could open up a line of credit with my buddy Gilmore.
a line of credit?
Yeah. An IOU. Once we're back from a date, yeah.
So we got like roughly 30k?
In our possession now, yeah.
Yeah, we have 31. We have over that. Because Vex and Grog are with us. And they have. This is.
We'll just keep track of what you guys spend and bring it back to Vex, your treasurer, and she'll be really angry that you guys spend money.
Because we don't know how much the total is.
Well, we generally would if, you know, our party is here. She can't tell us at this moment.
It's well over 30. I think we have closer to 50. Maybe 40.
So she presents this dagger.
Well, we don't
So this is a fine dagger. The blood
we also spent a lot on the keep. Don't forget that. We dumped a lot of money into the keep.
Yeah, you did.
So we might have more like 30.
You guys spent on the keep. All right.
What's this dagger?
This dagger actually can take the life force from an enemy when in
I don't know if he was being annoying. I couldn't tell at 2x speed, and I'm going to give this one to him. If he was, I skipped past it. Good for him. He misses one.
delivering a very strong blow. Essentially, when on a critical hit on the attack roll.
How much money do we have?
We have, hold on, let me look.
24,000.
No. I normally don't. We have about 20,000, all right?
So we have 50,000 total. Because we just had 30, we just got paid 30 grand, right?
No,
10.
10 grand.
You got 10 grand from Allura, and you currently have a floating.
And she added that.
That's added?
I already added that. We're at 20,000. That's
we spent almost $50,000 on our keep.
Right.
Also, Plastic Crackhammer owes a fortune.
Yeah, 25,000 gold is still owed by Allura.
That's what it was.
That's what we're saying. That's why we're saying we only have like 20.
They're expired.
okay?
So,
Will you point us a little bit out so we can...
This is why you have a treasure. This is why you have a treasury. Keep all this bullshit straight.
As I was saying, this dagger, upon a very impactful wound on a foe, steals a bit of its life force, dealing an additional 10 necrotic damage, and then gives the wielder 10 temporary hit points.
Well, that's nature.
So there's that. We also have an enchanted heavy maul, and we have, this is quite a fine theater. And as she pulls out this wooden case, she pulls back the wooden top, and as she does, you can see there's a little ice crystal that's gathered along the interior of the wooden case. There inside sits a short sword, a relatively thick, short blade, but the blade itself is like a blue, almost glimmering metal, and there's actually a rising kind of frozen mist that drifts off the blade. This is an enchanted frost brand. It acts as a short sword. Whenever it does damage to an enemy, it does an additional 1d6 cold damage, and while you hold the weapon, you have resistance to any fire damage you would take. In freezing temperatures, it sheds a 10-foot radius of dim light, and when you draw the weapon, you can extinguish all natural flames within 30 feet of you.
Fancy.
And those are currently all the things we have at the moment. We're working on a few more things in the next couple of weeks, but those are the current haul for our above the average consumer magical creations.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you have anything that can make armor quieter? Or maybe like a really, really heavy armor that's really quiet.
That boy often goes with ours.
Yes.
We don't have anything for that, but we could have a commission.
Oh.
If you like.
I would like to see about that, actually.
All right, I'll have to Gilmore. That's more in his realm of enchantment, but there is a possibility. Change glasses again. When he returns, whenever that is, we can discuss with him if you like, yes.
That'd be great.
All right.
I will also say, so I talk about, obviously I've made my feelings about shopping very clear. I really, really rarely include magic item stores in my games. Honestly, straight up, even like high fantasy stuff. Kind of because of the situation that I described earlier about how many people do you really have shopping for those things? But what I do have almost always, in a lot of ways, in different shapes and forms, are crafters that you can commission stuff through. So those are really, really common in my games. Are skilled artisans that can craft enchanted gear, because I like to give my players what they want rather than offering them a bunch of shit that they may or may not want. That's random. But this goes to kind of, I think, a fundamental difference between my table and Matt's table. Even in terms of the loot, like him giving them quasi-random magic items in loot. And he's presenting them with quasi-random magic items in the shop. I am much more targeted. I am oh, this would be very good for this person, or this person has expressed that they want this thing. Or if they're in civilization and they have extra cash, they get something commissioned. That's much, much more common at my table. And it totally is a tone at the table thing. It's how you want to go about it. I really like my way. I think it has some distinct merits, but clearly the CR people fucking love this. So I don't feel confident enough to say which one new players would like more. I honestly don't. Clearly you have people like Tibbs dropping off the street to pick up a quick bag of holding. Yeah, that's accurate. You do, clearly.
Take the enchanted mithril shirt and the...
And you know what? Honestly, if the fucking citizens of this world are this kitted and skritted out to their knees, maybe a city of mind players isn't a problem. If you have a store that can reliably deliver these goods and is looking to expand, maybe the general commoners can actually hold off a mind flayer invasion. It's possible. Matt seems to usually only have one dedicated magic shop in cities big enough that there are armies and magic organizations regularly buying. Otherwise, it's kind of a pawn shop thing that may have some. Yeah. Which it is very much it's a higher fantasy tone, and it is a tone that says that the power is more distributed and power is more available within this setting. Which is a distinct tonal choice of saying power is pretty freely available for those with the means to acquire it. Which is a very different tone than mine, which is very few but pretty powerful magic items that sort of concentrate power in a few select individuals or select organizations. Now, this also kind of plays into my tone in the last D&D campaign that I'm thinking of that I ran. Spellcasters were not that common. They existed, but you know, say a city the size of Iman could probably has a ledger of all of its spellcasters that exist within the city. It's that few, and they're that kind of tightly watched in my world, because these are very powerful individuals, and people without that type of power have to collectivize in order to stand up to the individuals with power. This is a distinct tone that I set up at my table that the crafters help support. Like, if I just had a magic emporium, that would really undermine the tone that I'm setting with the rest of my decisions, which is, again, you know, I say it a lot, but it's just something to think about like how all of your decisions go together to form a tone at your table. Matt is forming a tone where people can accrue a lot of power through wealth. Like, wealth can be directly and easily and quickly transferred into power. But even for more like peasant type people, like peasants in Amon do not have to be afraid of like a general goblin. Like, they don't have to be generally afraid of things that go bump in the night. Civilization has advanced, and the rising tide has raised their ship, right? So, and that's a totally acceptable and valid tone to establish, but it is a very specific tone, and he's doing a lot of things to support it, which I love. I love consistency within those tones. I will say magic shops in Exandria turn out to be actually really rare. That's dope. Because I heard him mention Exandria earlier. It's like more of like a wild like setting, right? It's more of like a frontier type setting, which is great if you're getting more out to the frontier where civilization is maybe not as or you know, is not as developed. I love taking the availability of those things down. I think that's a great consistent tone to establish.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, and she grabs the.
Before that's up to talk. Dix has to talk about the rest of what we want.
What's the price on the dagger and the sword?
Exandria is a separate setting. Interesting. I mean, that's great. That's also good if that's the tone he wants to set for Taldore versus Exandria. Oh, Exandria is the planet. So is Taldore the country? And like Taldore has a lot of magic shops, but Exandria in general, they're rare. Is that what's going on? We don't need to dive too deep into it, but based on what I've been presented, Taldore is the continent. I see. Okay. Interesting.
Okay, the sword is 8,500 gold pieces. The dagger is 7,800 gold pieces. This is without your discount.
So, I mean, this could speak to a civilization that uses and utilizes technology, like a specific culture. And then you could go to a different culture where magic shops are very, very rare, but you have these very powerful artisans, like you have in a lot of my settings. You go to a different continent where the sorcerers are very powerful and revered, and natural magic. Or maybe rituals, like wizarding rituals, where spell scrolls are popping out all over the place, but they consider enchantment blasphemy, so magic items are almost non-existent. I mean, these are all things you can play around with to establish a tone for the culture you're in.
The missile chain shirt, sorry, it's medium armor, not like, it is 5,250 gold pieces.
You can't wear that.
And then you look at the pearl power, which is 550 gold, and there's the cloak of displacement, which is 4,500 gold pieces.
Would you be interested in a trade?
Why do you have a trade?
We've got lots of bits from dragons, lots of bits from umber oaks, and we've got basilisk eggs.
We also have that diamond and the ruby. Do we know how much?
We also have some jewels. Yes.
Diamond.
I definitely say we pick up that ring with the AC, and I wouldn't mind having that
Ring of
leather
protection?
That ring of protection that gives you +2 to your AC. That we need for somebody, and I wouldn't mind having that leather armor. Not gonna lie. That adds a +2 to my AC.
Cold snap.
Yep.
All right. And so there's the things that we're looking at currently on the table. We have the belted dwarven kind, manual quickness of action.
Oh, we should get that too.
Cold snap leather armor.
Get that manual.
Cloak of displacement. Ring of protection +2.
And
And
the
it's
dagger,
power.
and the sword on the table also.
All right. Fair enough.
We have nowhere near enough for all of us.
Well, let's see
We
what
can
the total
trade.
is.
Let's see what we can trade.
So
Around,
the
maybe.
total for all these items, including, she's just going through her.
I want new stuff. I haven't gotten new armor since we started.
You need to get the Nico shirt. That's something you should shirt. It's like you buy them.
Do you wear light armor or medium armor?
With the discount, this entire haul would come to 49,815 gold pieces.
Percy wears light armor? Why? I mean, I guess he's a ranged. He's a ranged fighter, so I guess maybe if his dex is like 5. I guess that would make sense if his dex was 5. That's
Well, 50k.
49,815 gold pieces with your discount for this entire sum. You're going to pay in gold? That's
Dragon armor. Before the.
Maybe we can see how much we can trade stuff. If what we have, maybe we can get a
How
little
much is a
bit
pound of dragon scales worth to you?
What's dragon? Show me the scales.
Grouch?
Yes, blue dragon scales. Here you go.
You pull them out of the bag of holding. She takes a few and she takes her glasses off and then pulls out from her pocket this intricate-looking multi-lensed kind of tinkering viewing device and inspects it very closely.
It's a very powerful dragon.
Sounding not powerful enough if you have these.
I don't know if that was a compliment or an insult.
What's my reply to this? These are legitimate. I won't question anything about them, but they are definitely legitimate. A pound, you say?
Well, how much is a pound worth to you?
It's several
Yes,
pounds.
how much we want.
Say a pound of dragon scales. And the dragon scales themselves are about that big each. They're, about the size of a peach.
Oh, shit.
Dragons are big. Especially this one. These blue dragon scales, I'd say a pound is maybe, guessing close to 8 to 10 scales. That would be worth about, I put that 1,000 gold credit for each pound provided.
That'll at least 11 pounds.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So that's another at least
500,000 gold. Right?
That's like another 10,000 we have in dragon scales.
Well, 11 pounds of dragon scales.
And how about that diamond that we put in the mending wheel?
And ruby.
And a
It's
ruby.
flawless and beautiful and so sparkly.
Yes. Oh, how much?
Again, looks over it.
Catch.
This would be about 500 gold pieces.
That's it.
We also have 3 dragon teeth fangs from the
Percy has 20 dex. Ah, that's why he's in light armor. Okay, that makes sense.
beast's mouth.
Make a perception roll.
Sweet. And
Or not
it froze.
perception,
They froze there. Oh, no, no.
No, they didn't. No.
I'm gonna tell him. Oh my gosh.
Persuasion roll.
Make a persuasion roll quick.
That's hilarious. Timing is everything, folks. Timing is everything.
I have one dragon thing around my neck. That's.
That's a keepsake for actually slaying a dragon. You're welcome to trade that.
No.
It works quite a bit.
No.
That was a white dragon?
That was the white dragon.
Yeah, it was a white dragon.
But that's one that you
What was
got
the
to blow on.
first
It's not worth
The memory of killing a white dragon.
I know, I gotta keep it.
Anyway, keep it.
Keep it.
10.
Get the price on it.
10. They roll 10.
There was a 10. Jesus. Dragon's teeth, actually, strangely enough, are a little easier to find. I would put each dragon's tooth available would probably add about 250 gold pieces to the exchange.
Get through.
And how about the basilisk eggs? while we're
Get it out.
while we're
Bag out.
cleaning our bag out, exactly.
We have 2 basilisk eggs we work with.
Okay, as you pull out the basilisk eggs, you pull out and immediately there's a stench that is emanating from these eggs that have been in your bag of holding for probably close to 8 or 9 months.
No, the smell means they're good.
This is now the 4th time she's looked at you with a deadpan glance and adjusted her glasses. I'm not interested in the eggs, but thank you anyway.
All right, well, we do have 3 pints of dragon's blood.
This is super, super, super.
It might have congealed a little bit, actually, come to think about it.
No, it's probably just really fresh because we put
We'll
it
stick with the
Tupperware.
scales for now.
Stick with the scales.
Right, any chance you'd be interested in claws of an humble?
I like that the 400,000 people who saw that thing on your are tuning into the show.
Shopping episode.
I've been fighting and killing for weeks, and now
Now we're going
getting
shopping.
over.
Hey, but we've been needing fucking gear.
Timing is
Awesome.
awesome.
We do need to hear.
Yeah, this is not the market episode. I got the story. It's fun though. Alright, so,
Yeah.
so you say with the credit from the dragon scales, that'll take 10.
Yeah, very much so. You found a merchant that has like a really big gold, like line where you're like, oh shit, like you actually can afford all my stuff. Yeah, this is very big Skyrim merchant vibes. Yeah. How about this year-old cheese wheel? Yeah, where's the troll deck? Let's get that
11,000
in
away from the
here.
current.
Let's get
Pricing
that
that would
in
put us
the
at
mix.
39,815 for dispatch.
So can we open that line of credit we were talking about?
What line of credit?
That line we're talking about right now.
No, say it, Your
That one that I just said like 2 seconds ago.
Yeah. Where am I with Gilmore?
We'll get to that right
Yeah, hey, man. It takes time to
We could
make
advertise
it.
for Gilmore.
Takes time to advertise.
We
We can advertise, but maybe we should wait till they get back. So if their walk goes really well, whatever that means, maybe
But
try to strike a deal.
right, put this on layaway.
Give us everything for free.
Because we probably need to talk to Gilmore about the credit.
Yeah,
sure.
That's fair.
So can we hold this for now?
We'll wait.
Certainly.
After all that.
Ish. Just putting everything in a kind of small layaway pile in the corner.
So you guys, Natural History Museum, pizza in the Natural History Museum.
What is pizza?
In the meantime,
It sounds wonderful.
We've got time. We gotta wait for their mandate. We
in
gotta
the
go see some
meantime,
sights.
yes. Gilmore, who has kind of swept you out into the middle of Avatar's Promenade,
I like
takes you by
this
the arm and begins to
established
lead you
lore
happily
for
up towards
Keyleth.
the Underdark quarter of Iman, which has a secondary wall around it as well. As he brings you along, he talks happily and loudly about how it's rather wonderful the way that we were presented with this opportunity over in Western. It's magnificent. The team they've assembled to build this brand. I'm very excited about how they brought it to my attention. I've wanted to keep them very localized, of course, but it seems.
And you trust the folk in Amon to handle your business, or will you go between?
The folk in Western. Well, I have a couple of friends there that will oversee the process, but I will be very, very involved in keeping an eye, so I'm not too terribly worried. Besides, it's a much smaller business running then, it'll be fine. Look ahead, and as you guys step into your deck quarter, he's now brought you into essentially what is an outdoor botanical garden that is just a very nice walk. Grass across the ground with fine, well-kept bushes. There's a canopy of beautiful trees that are kind of arcane, through arcane means,
Oh, you're
twisted
right.
and sculpted to form this kind of long tunnel. It's strangely romantic.
You're
to walk you down to
You're totally right, Restay. This is we're out of shopping. We're back into actual roleplay. Let's see. What time is it? Oh, it's 10:13. Oh, we're doing fine. Okay. I'll slow it down to normal.
There's like a fountain to the side, and he's. What about you? How's Vox Machina been? How have they been treating you? How are you, Bax?
Well, we're tired. to be sure. I was not kidding before. We really are lucky to be alive. And that's thanks in large part to a lot of the gear you outfitted us with the last time.
Wondrous, wondrous. Well, I'm happy to help. And have you been keeping up your end of the bargain? Have you been singing the praises of Gilmore's glorious goods across Craghammer and beyond?
To be fair, they did, because I already knew about Gilmore up to at this point. So they actually did keep up that end of the bargain.
You were mentioned in Craghammer. I regret to inform you, though, that we were forced to travel underground rather quickly, and the Duragar and the other things that we ran into are not really customers we want to deal with. So, no, our lives were too much in harm's way. But now that we're above ground, I'm looking to pick up where I left off.
Very well.
Do your shop honor. Your contribution to what we've done, and I place my hand on his hand, was no small part in our survival. And I give it just a little squeeze. And I want to thank you.
Oh, sorry,
it's getting good.
Is Vax into guys? Gay, bi, whatever? Like, or is he playing with Gilmore's feelings? I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know that I would be standing here without your help.
Do it not get Gilmore's glory. And he looks you deep in the eyes, kind of pats the top of your hand, and goes, that moment.
Okay.
That is why I do what I do.
You're a unique man, Gilmore. No question. Never met anyone quite like you.
Well, would you care to share a glass of wine with a man not quite like anyone else you've met?
Indeed. What do you recommend in the area?
Oh, please come. I hear there are casks that pour the finest of honeyed Singorin wine. I know.
Vax is a Mass Effect protagonist, is what I'm hearing.
Perhaps you've not been home for quite some time.
That's a complicated thing for me. One that I'm not really quite ready to talk about yet.
Oh.
Maybe someday.
Maybe with enough wine.
So and so.
About an hour and a half time passes before eventually there is a loud clattering at the front of Gilmore's Glorious Goods, where a laughing Vax and Gilmore come stumbling in, flush of face, with emptied goblets, laughing to themselves. Is there anything specific before this moment that you wanted to get across?
I took the Duragar. I was holding her right over the cliff, and I just cut, and she fell. She fell. I didn't know what I was doing. I just did it.
You are ridiculous, Vax. Oh, it tickles me. It tickles me all over. Oh, good to see you, friends.
You've had fun.
Family. I've had a couple of drinks. I'm an adult, I can do that. What have you found? Have you guys been shopping?
Dude, that makes Liam sound like he's not an adult.
We have.
Yes.
We were hoping that you and Gilmore had a wonderful time, and that we just thought we'd wait for you. We didn't want to make any final decisions without one of our main party members.
It was delightful. It was delightful. You travel with the finest companion. We told stories. We cried. We laughed. It was a delight. I've had a few. And he kind of writes himself for a minute, and
I pat him on the back and do a little circle.
Max is an adult, confirmed.
Remember,
not as spry and youthful as I once was, unfortunately. But yes, business.
I am seeing the character art, and yeah, he's totally an adult. Yeah.
Business to attend. What do you need? What can we do? What can we do? And at which point Shirley's, kind of swaying in the back, says,
So they've requested perhaps a few things in bulk. The current amount comes to roughly about 40,000 gold with your discount.
40,000 gold? Oh, well, certainly. What seems to be the problem?
Well, I don't know. We were actually just talking about maybe, since we're purchasing so many things and since we've gained some popularity here in Iman, walking around, people are noticing us walking around. I shouldn't be the one talking right now, but maybe we could open up a line of credit.
I mean, obviously, we're only shopping with you, Gilmore, at this point.
All right. We're still kind of in RP, but we're kind of back into shopping.
He looks about the rest of the room and says, well, not everyone seems to be wearing the same patented Gilmore's glorious armor that was given not too long ago, so that's not true.
We did find some other dead things.
Yes. And those dead things are not under the umbrella of Gilmore's glorious expansion.
Oh.
Yeah.
But should we discuss this, where would this credit be placed against? What do you have?
Well,
that
I
you
don't
could
know. What
answer?
have you guys been talking about? We do have a big pile of dragon scale.
I do get that impression, Richard. I sort of see it. I mean, you know, there's a little bit more something on it, but yeah, I do get the Gilderoy Lockhart impression, which, I mean, look, I said I wanted to play Gilmore. If I was playing someone in Harry Potter, holy shit, would I love to play Gilderoy Lockhart. Those sorts of like slimy, not slimy necessarily, but like big like energy. Like, oh yes, I would love to talk more about this. What's my book? Oh, of course. I love that shit. I love that shit.
And some
We do.
We also owe
Okay.
And we are owed
one
money in
question
Craghammer.
that Grog just whispered to me.
Yes.
How much is a platinum worth?
How much is it platinum? Platinum is worth 10 gold pieces.
You feel kind of bad for Gilmore being asked to open a line of credit. Why is that? Like they're taking advantage of poor Gilmore and his generosity? He is an investor, to be fair. If there's anyone he's going to open a line of credit to, I feel like it would be Vox Machina.
Where we at, girl?
You may have a lot more money.
He's perfect and debonair. I agree. Oh, you're more saying like you feel bad for Matt from like a DM perspective of like they're essentially asking him to give them more magic items that they don't have the gold for, essentially. Gilmore did sober up quite quickly once money came into the conversation. Hey, look, he's a businessman at heart. I mean, that's another reason I like Gilmore so far is a lot of times minority coded characters in negative depictions often paint them as incompetent, mostly. And so I do like that he seems fairly confident, like competent. He's a successful businessman. He's like, so there's that good part as well. They gave me confidence that it would be played respectfully. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I mean, Reese Day, I hear you, but like, that's like kind of part of. So like, you know, when we talk about like these tones, it's like, I don't want to say like that's what Matt is signing up for. But if you're establishing that this is like an economy where like magic items get like bought and sold, baby, and like business is booming, business is business, like lines of credit are super a thing. And so if you establish that as like the established in fiction, it can be hard to reel that cat back in the box for balancing reasons. Because yeah, that is a balancing concern. Like you're very right in being like a little bit of like, like feels kind of bad. Obviously, I think it's fine that he's making them convince him. But those are sort of the breaks when you establish it as such a normal thing, like they kind of are. Gilmore's no fool. Oh yeah, Gilmore's no fool. And he asked for collateral. Yeah, I mean, this is, if you're establishing magic items as a business that is treated like a lot of other businesses, that like these items are just normal, expensive, but essentially luxury commodities. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason that this is, totally not an unreasonable ask by the players, I think.
Than I thought we had, because Grog's been hiding money in the bag of holding.
It's really shiny. I'm in trouble, Matt. I'm in trouble. She's really mad.
Oh my goodness. I love that Vex is mad about that. Oh, that's great. That's bringing the shiny disease out of the moment to moment pace breaking and bringing it into RP. Oh, that's delightful. That's delightful.
Is this like when you slapped Trinket on the ass, Mad?
No, not close. Not even close. Not as much as Trinket.
This is finances. This sounds like a married couple.
So, how much platinum do we have hiding in the bag of holding?
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's at least 150.
Yeah.
Where did we procure that again, Grog?
Well, that's like 1,500. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever.
I'm sorry, I'm a little verschnickered at the
I don't
moment.
remember, but it's in the bag of holding.
I remember getting platinum.
I do remember getting platinum too.
But you don't have a number.
No, I know it's at least 100 though. At least 150. I think it's somewhere north of 150. I just can't remember the number.
Did we get that from the dragon, or where did we get that?
It was a combination of the dragon the horde you rage looted.
Rage hoarding. Rage looting.
I'll never forget the rage hoarding.
It's my shiny though. I didn't want to give it to her.
shiny.
She's evil. You see how she haggled.
It's true, she's my sister, I know, Grog, I know, but right now we need to put that aside and do what's best for the party.
We could buy a party with all that.
Not that kind of
Well, I
party,
think
Grog.
we have enough to buy everything if you guys want.
Grog, money is meant to be spent.
Money is meant to be spent.
I'm going to drink.
That solves everything.
Scanlan goes, I agree. Drinks and whoring. And smacks Grog in the side. The two of them leave off into the evening to go ahead and make use of their return to Elon.
Vax
proper.
looks at Gilmore and just shakes his head.
Well, I mean, there's business to be had. Let us get business out of the way so we can get to pleasure.
Oh shit.
Cheers to that.
Cheers to that.
I have tinkering to do anyway.
So what did we agree the total for everything we wanted was?
It's roughly 39,500 gold pieces.
Ish posh.
Roughly, Gilmore.
With the discount, I already offered this to you.
Oh my god. Roughly Gilmore. Dude, that's so sick. Okay, I'm coming around on Vex. Vex is kind of hard. I love that.
And you haven't even kept your end of the bargain by wearing my emblazoned symbol in my
Don't you want us
formalized
to
Gilmore's
advertise
glorious
my
armor.
Western for you?
Max,
All
give it
those
exchange.
new
We would,
customers?
Gilmore,
Give him an exchange.
we would be wearing that. Again, we nearly died. I mean, the armor that you gave me is gone, and I'm lucky to be alive today, and that armor helps me be where I am at the moment.
I love it.
How much credit do you wish to open?
50 gold.
1,000?
50 gold.
50,000?
50, yes, 50,000.
50 gold, I can do.
I was like, what?
We've been out drinking for 2 hours.
This is true. This is true. I'm sorry. 50,000 gold. That's
$2.
That's a tough order.
We don't need that
You mentioned you had money waiting for you in Craghammer.
Yes.
Yes. How much?
Yes, we do.
How much is waiting for you there?
25, was it?
It was 25,000.
How about we open a 25,000 gold piece line of credit here with Gilmore's glorious goods that you only need to pay back within the next month.
Oh,
that's fair. Time to arrive.
That's not a line of credit. That's a loan. Oh, Gilmore's a loan shark. I see what the situation is. Which is fucking fair. If you're working with super wealthy clients and that sort of shit that are, dealing in these, these trade contracts and, large harvests, that totally tracks that Gilmore's a fucking loan shark.
If it's not paid, you will be hunted.
But I'm sure that won't be a worry, will it?
How far is Craghammer from here?
Not far.
It's a week's ride.
For you?
Isn't it?
I can't teleport everywhere.
Gilmore, question. Maybe you should consider making like little pins that we could just wear on top of our armor? Because wearing your armor, we have our own clothes that we like. So maybe like a pen.
He steps forward and says, "Oh,
Or like a patch?
That's not even a worry." And he pulls out a small implement, this wand, and kind of flicks it over your shoulder, and all of a sudden an arcane swirl kind of around your armor with a big flash of sparks and glitter almost. Look down, and there is emblazoned upon your current armored form a symbol of Gilmore's glorious goods, now permanently emblazoned on your leather. Easy enough to fix?
Well, you know, I was gonna put on that leather. This was my mom gave this to me.
Well, your mother has not provided for you a means of keeping the deal we already made.
Can you take this off when we pay you back and put it on that one? Oh, come on. Hold it.
I think it'll transfer when you change.
Will it transfer when I change armor?
I don't know.
Oh my god.
So, 25,000 gold line of credit within a month, or you'll be hunted.
Wait, do you really have a unicorn as part of your logo?
It's
What?
it's a creature of my creation. I designed it when I was a child.
It's a phallic thing.
So we open a 25,000 line of credit with you, and you give us all of the things we want?
If that is what you want.
Don't we have a lot of platinum? What are we dickering for prices with?
Yes. Why don't we just buy it now, and then we won't have a line of credit with you?
Yes, we'll use some of the platinum. 1 platinum is equal to 10 gold. Sorry, Gilmore, sorry. Trying to dicker over rates.
No line of credit?
No line of credit. We'll pay for it outright in cold, hard platinum.
Do it.
You don't have the amount of platinum with you.
He said that you got it. Why, Grog's got it.
Grog said, because he doesn't have it in front of him, he has around 150 platinum. That's
We can
roughly
pay it back,
1,500
it's true.
gold.
Pay him back,
Where
pay him
is
back.
it?
It's in the bag of holding, but he doesn't have the bag of holding information in front of him.
Oh, he doesn't have the info. And because
we
he doesn't have the
have
sheet,
also-
and he can't read the exact amount.
Yep, because he said in memory it's 150 gold.
Yeah.
150 platinum.
It's only 1,500. That's not even like a fraction of what you owe Gilmore right now. Did Travis go to sleep? I think he's supposed to be off with Scanlan because he's still listening. He was like in the background, so I think he's just off cam.
That's only.
I thought it was 100,000.
Oh no.
Oh, no, 150
Oh,
platinum.
150.
100,000 be the richest man in the fucking world.
Okay.
Come on.
150 platinum.
What do you think, sis?
Base delivery is 11,500,
Vox
which is
Machina
a
treasure.
little helpful.
Right.
What do you think?
That would put us at about 30,000.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did he just say?
100,000.
Oh no.
Oh, no, 150
Oh,
platinum.
150.
100,000 be the richest man in the fucking world.
Okay.
150 platinum.
What do you think, sis?
Base delivery is 11,500.
Fucking rules lawyer here. That shit doesn't add up. I don't know what sort of whack ass conversion you have to do. They're not great at math. I don't know what's going on there, but no, that is like does not even make a dent in what they're talking about. I think he was adding the previous. Oh, you must be right, Hans. Yeah, you must be right. Matt screwed up his math. Yeah,
Which is not
something
true.
right there.
Right.
What do you think?
That would put us at about 30,000 that we have to spend left, which the signal cut out, so it doesn't matter.
No, we got you.
can hear
we've got you.
Okay.
So the total tab is what again, Gilmore?
How much do we have? He does have a picture of it. We have 1,620 platinum.
What?
Oh.
Well,
There you go.
So that's like
You've been hiding.
16,000 gold pieces.
Yeah, okay, 16K. That puts a dent. We're good now. That or he just misspoke and say 11 instead of 1. Yeah, also possible. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, spend it. Spend it.
all right. No, we don't need to open up a line of credit.
No.
10 gold.
Per platinum.
we have
And he has
1,000 platinum. 1,000.
We just need a command, dude. When I get monetized, and I can like create like custom commands for chat. I actually might be able to do it already with Stream Elements. I'll have to look into it. I need to create a fucking Electrum piece calculator. So you just do like exclamation point EP and then put in the number of gold pieces and it auto gives you how much Electrum it is.
600 platinum.
We'll do decimal
Math.
sum. That brings it to 16,000 gold pieces.
You moved 2 on that one.
No, it's not 100 gold.
Oh.
10 gold. I'm saying 10 gold for platinum this whole time, guys. It's all good.
Again, losing our audience.
It's just, we're getting the math in this.
Bring it up.
Our charity
Right.
826LA After School Tutoring.
We should have made this all
really
go
good
so much
to
better.
have learning your reading and your writing and your arithmetic.
For players
so-
who can read good.
For players who can read good.
Bring it up. We'll take it. We'll take it.
We'll take it all, yeah.
Yes. The whole lot.
And then could I commission you, by the way, to maybe make some armor that's really heavy armor but very quiet?
How heavy?
How heavy can you make it?
I mean, I could work on plate armor if you like, but an enchantment of that magnitude would be the only enchantment it would have. So it would be equivalent to full plate armor. And the entire enchantment would enable you to move a little more easily inside it. And that would cost... It would take about I'd say about a month to enchant on my end, and it would cost about, not including the cost of the actual armor, materials and time required, I'd put it at about 8,000 gold pieces.
Worth it. We'll find the money.
And it'll just be really quiet.
It will enable you to move freer within the armor.
Right. Is 8,000 Vox Machina's rate or the general rate?
That is through our friendship and our current arrangement.
Thank you. It's appreciated.
Business is business. Please don't take this solemn, intense face to be anything other than friendship. This is just business, and I run a business.
Understood.
Good.
I'm not taking advantage.
All right. So, to take all of these items, with the dragon scales included, bringing it down to 39,000 gold. We'll call it even 39,000 gold.
Fair.
That wasn't much of a discount, Gilmore.
Oh, hush up.
Dude, I saw her react. I heard him say the price, and I looked over to the screen, and I see Laura go, oh my god.
We'll call it even 39,000 gold.
Fair.
That wasn't much of a discount, Gilmore.
Oh, hush up. This is done. Done. So,
Done.
thank you.
Good.
So,
with our thanks.
So minus the 16. So minus the platinum, that's 22,000 gold pieces after the platinum and dragon scales.
And we have that, right?
And you have 25,000 gold of credit, if you'd like.
We have, hold on.
We
I've
might
got to
not
go
do
away
that.
for a minute.
We might not need to do the
Yeah, we're passing on the credit.
We have plenty left.
Yeah. Yes.
All right.
You guys are a black screen. What happened?
I was looking at my calculator.
All right. Well, there you are. Abacus. So dark sometimes, Vexalia. I swear.
So it was 20,000 minus the platinum and the dragon scales.
22,000.
Oh, yes, we still have enough, so.
All right. So a deal?
Deal.
My god.
Oh my god, dude, trying to slip in. So the total was 20,000, right? And he's like 22. And she's like, oh yes, total accident. Yes, I'm sure. Laura is looking rather vexed. You know when H misplaced 16K? I don't even know what you're talking about. Tried to sneak that one in there. Yeah, that was close. That was good.
All of our money's gone.
Snaps his fingers. Shirley comes and presents all the items that she had currently in a little stowaway bin off to the side of the desk. Brings them out to the rest of you, places it on the counter. Gilmore immediately snaps his fingers and a contract shows up. He writes up the numbers exchanged, making note of his business, passes it out. Please sign here. Anyone who represents you in your fine Vox Machina, sign here and present the money.
I'm really coming around on Vex. This episode, even though the shopping was boring, I'm coming around on Vex's shiny disease.
Yes, I'll do that.
You can do that. Vexalia, he hands you a quill. Takes your coin, slides you, and you now have...
I'm just glad that it's consistent. If she's gonna be going after, you know what? If she's going after every little gold in every pocket of every enemy that they kill, I'm glad she's bickering over these prices. That's dope. That's consistency right there. That's a fucking character. I like that shit.
Have this entire batch of magical items
It's pretty
for
cool.
you guys to distribute as you see fit.
Yes.
And
From that make sure we get some of those things.
an absolute pleasure doing business with all of you. Absolutely.
Thank you, Gilmore. So, really though, will this transfer to that?
I have no idea.
Oh, I was wanting to ask you, Gilmore. Have you considered maybe doing like potion making workshops?
Yeah. Yes, Scott. And that's, you know what? I think that's how good flaws are. Like, it just needs to be, it needs to be all the way through. You know, and sometimes players will be better or worse at acting it. But at least she's not letting it go. You know, she's still playing it. Yeah, it's a legitimate character and player flaw / feature. Yeah, exactly.
I'll put some thought to that.
Okay, let me know.
The flaw, because I think I've talked about this before, that there's a difference between flaws and the expression of flaws, which is sometimes, I think, something that players get tripped up in. So there is a difference between being a loot goblin and legitimately like having a flaw about being like super money conscious, or I don't know what the fuck, being very thrifty, I guess would be the flaw. I don't know. But like there's a difference between those two things. Like loot goblining is the expression of the flaw. Haggling is the expression of the flaw. But a lot of times you will see people who haggle the day away during a shopping session, but then they aren't super concerned with the loot hoard at the end, or with making sure that they've checked every chest in the dungeon, or with making sure that they've looted every person. And that could mean that the reason that they're haggling is the expression of a different flaw, or it could mean that they don't actually have a flaw. They just considered haggling to be the flaw. And that serves an underdeveloped character. That goes to not show, but that is a that's an underdeveloped character. If you only have expressions of flaws and not actual deep in here flaws, then you need to develop a little bit more. Now you can start with an expression and say like, oh, what's the internal flaw that causes this expression? And then once you have that internal flaw, you can say, okay, like what other expressions would result from that internal flaw? Like that's kind of a way that you can go like stair-stepping flaw creation. But anyways.
I feel very uncomfortable and I leave. I go outside to hang out with Trinket.
Okay. As Gilmore takes the change behind the counter, as well, I've got a bit more business to do here. Vax, I greatly appreciate.
Is that right, Robin Banks? Oh boy, can't wait.
Spending the afternoon with you. Where are you staying?
I take him by the hand, do one of these clasps, and say, well, we live here now, we're residents. I haven't had time to tell you. We have a keep, our own keep. You should come visit. It's on the outskirts of town, it's called Grey Skull Keep, and you're welcome anytime. Day or night.
Good to know. Good to know. All right, to business I go. I bid you all a fine farewell.
I do.
Bye, Gilmore.
He goes back for his beaded exit to the back room and leave you to the rest of it. At which point Shirley kind of goes, I'll get back to work. And then she goes back up, kind of leaving you guys alone in the main chamber. There's a couple of the customers come in and start walking around. I think we'll call that for the adventure for the evening.
Thanks for watching us shop.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching us shop.
Oh,
Well, we have 25 waiting for us in Crackhammer.
It's true, we didn't open the line of credits. So.
We didn't open. We're not in debt.
Yeah.
At least we're not in debt.
Oh boy, oh boy. That'll be interesting. I don't know how often we highlight it, but Liam is such a sincere role player. Always love watching him in conversation. I definitely have highlighted when I was talking about kind of each of the individual player strengths that I really like the entire top row when it comes to their role playing, but I totally agree with you, Restay. I think Liam is a really, really solid face, which is not easy. And I think that to some extent, you know, I'm letting Sam cook, I'm letting Scanlan cook, but I think that sometimes Scanlan kind of inhabits the maybe bad characteristics of a face, or like doesn't necessarily like play a face well. And I think that very, very often Liam really plays a really great face. He is very, very person-focused and oriented as a character. And he plays it really, really well, which is very good and interesting. And it makes him a good leader, a good like meta leader. Like when they're talking about plans and like in RP moments. To be fair, Liam and Taliesin have the advantage of playing TTRPGs for a long time. That's true. Yeah. It definitely, I mean, experience really makes you better at it. But I really do. The ability to interact with NPCs is a legitimate like skill, and it's kind of hard to consistently interact well with NPCs. I think that a lot of times people start to treat them as if they are video game NPCs, right? They start to not treat them consistently with how they treat the player characters, right? So you'll see players a lot of times, they talk in a lot of detail and really emotionally to the player characters, and then when an NPC gets brought up, they treat them like a fucking Star Trek red shirt. Like they get treated as less than because they're not a player character. And like sometimes that's a character flaw, but to bring all this back to Ristay's comment, I think that Liam does a fantastic job of talking to all fictional characters the same. Whether it's a player character, an NPC, like he gives NPCs the weight in conversation that they deserve. I think that Liam, I've criticized Liam before sometimes for his mechanical play and the way that he treats Matt as a DM when it comes to mechanics, but I think that he does a fantastic job of respecting Matt's NPCs and interacting with them really, really well, in a way that a lot of the characters don't particularly access. Like, I loved Keyleth's big rant against Kima. I thought that was very, very interesting. But more often than not, Marisha Ray doesn't treat, it's not like a lack of respect, but it's like a lack of realness, right? Like, she doesn't give the NPCs as much weight as she gives the other characters. And I think the reason that Kima argument stood out so much is because of how much weight Marisha was giving that conversation. And that's something that I think you're totally right, Ristay. Liam is great at. He's great at giving those NPCs weight. So yeah, I love it. Highlighting things that you guys find, especially, when I agree with it. Maybe you're the plucky comic relief. See if anyone gets this reference. Ooh, the plucky comic relief. Yeah, I don't know it. But we've been over that I have a very limited knowledge of media. I'm back. Okay, I think I'm figuring out what is doing it. I think I'm figuring out what's doing the crashing. I'm sorry about that. Ay. I'm a small indie streamer, right? Small indie company. But it's Galaxy Quest. Galaxy Quest is one of those that I've never seen, and I always feel like it's like required reading. Like I really need to see it, but it's just hasn't come up. Shit. I need to make like a movie list for all of you and do like a movie review. We could have a movie club, like a book club, where it's like a weekly. We have like a weekly movie club, and then I come in and review the movie, and we all talk about it. Ooh, that could be fun. I am not committing to that at all. Oh my goodness. That would be a lot of fun, but also work. And I probably don't have free time for it. But that sounds like a really fun idea. Sam Rockwell, that would be fun. Yeah. Did you see the Dwarven Belt timestamp I had after the session ended? Ooh, I didn't. Marisha reads out a feature of the belt of dwarven kind that becomes relevant. Oh boy. Okay. Let's get into it. Yeah. Ooh, that could be that. But I am going to think more about the TV or the movie idea. Let's see. 3:10:54. Let's see.
Oh my god.
Wow.
I'm reading this Belt of Dwarven Kind more.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Hang on, I just got to read, this is important. In addition, while attuned to the belt, you have a 50% chance each day at dawn of growing a full beard if you're capable of growing one. What?
Whoa!
Or a visibly thicker beard if you already have one.
Yep.
This Belt of
the best
Dwarven
belt of all
Kind
time.
makes you grow a dwarf beard?
Yeah, that wasn't mentioned in the transaction.
That's a rat queen's
That's rad.
beard.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I forgot about that aspect. Oh boy. Cannot wait for that to be a distinct a plot point later. That's really funny. Oh man. That'll be a thing soon. I am not surprised. Oh man. Well, good session, everyone. Shaking hands all around. It truly wasn't that bad. I will probably keep the same pace for most shopping sessions, just because like there's, kind of a tier of like the narrative RP sessions I have more to say about. The combat I have a little bit less to say, and the shopping I have even less to say. So we'll probably just escalate the playback speed as we kind of get down that tier list. Do you still want to watch Percy's backstory? I saw Percy's backstory right before the break. In regards to the Primals that murdered his fucking family. I'm just saying, man, the establishment seems sus as fuck in this town. I don't know how much I trust that shit. Did you just break a mechanical pencil? Nah. I was AFK during that. Oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the Primals. There will be guests soon. Ooh, that's fun. That's very fun. I'm excited for. Oh. I just said I was excited for it, and then I thought about there being more than 8 players. We will see. Oh my goodness. So next stream is called Matt Mercer's Shopping Sessions Are Awful. Oh, yeah, something like that. Yeah, Reese, you've got the pattern. You've got the pattern. Oh gosh, what'll it be? It'll be something like, I hate shopping in D&D. Because you either have to target it very generally, or you have to bring up someone's name in it. Normally either Matt Mercer or Orion. I do think that this upcoming story arc is pretty underrated in the fandom. Ooh, that's fun. Very exciting. I'm down. I'm pumped. That'll be a good time. Yeah. So we'll be here on Wednesday. I'm gonna stop foreshadowing it because I may throw up a bonus stream at some point in the coming weeks, or I may not. Depends on if the voice gets better, or how busy I am at the day job. Mostly, I'm potentially up for a promotion, so I'm trying to be a nice Silver Star student. So that I get said promotion. But yeah. So if I get some more time, there will be more streams. I have lots of ideas for extra streams. Came up with another one tonight. I have so many on the docket, but just not enough time in the day. I just wish I didn't have to sleep. Man, oh man, do I wish I didn't have to sleep. Oh well. This mini arc is actually super important to a lot of campaign arcs. Hell yeah. That's dope. Sick. Very excited. Good night, Jack. Thanks for the stream. Good night, Richard. Good night, everybody. Ending at a reasonable time for the first time ever. But I will, like I said, I'll see you back on Wednesday for episode 15. Shopping sucks in D&D. Good night.